flexible with their time and other things versus other cultures who have like a robotic time is this, we need to get it done, and we're not going to value the other human elements as much. So that's why I sent the article saying how like America has turned into a monochronic culture after the Industrial Revolution and shit like that. And it was talking about how different groups of people, mostly like indigenous people, like Latin American or whatever, they say that polychronic cultures being in a monochronic society, it's not that it can be problematic because, you know, I'm not speaking for the whole group. We obviously have black people, black Americans, who are monochronic in thinking. And they hate when niggas arrive late to certain events or whatever. So I'm not speaking on every black person, but when you look at monochronic versus polychronic cultures, there are differences in
Can
regards
you
to
do
how they
me a
see time.
favor, real quick,
What's
for the
up?
conversation? Can
What up?
you define define the two, and what am I messing this up? Before you go back off your break, well, how am I messing it up that this isn't some kind of colored people time?
The field is called Chronemics.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You can look at it on Wiki, but
no,
yeah,
I'm just saying, I'm trying to get an understanding of what you think, how you see what this.
It's not more so trying to, for me, it's not more so trying to make a joke that black people are always late. It's more so to acknowledge the realities of what people think, like these certain stereotypes. Do you remember that Hillary got blazed by Obama when she said CP time? Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember
that. So it's an interesting topic, but I think
Eddie, which psychology would you say Christianity falls into?
What do you mean?
Like which like perception of time would you say Christianity falls into?
I don't really know like the religion correlation, like saying if a religion is monochronic or polychronic. I haven't seen like an expert word it that way, connecting a religion.
Well, the religion would absolutely have an effect on how your culture deals with like time and sees time, right? So I'm saying most Black Americans are Christian and historically have been Christian. And because you were talking about indigenous cultures and indigenous Africans, and a lot of how they see time dealt with their spirituality and their spiritual systems. So I'm saying the Black American spiritual system historically has been Christianity. So I'm just kind of how does that
so look at the church, look at the Black church, right?
Okay.
It's clearly operating in a different perspective than you would to go to a traditional white Christian church, right? And even the stereotypes I've heard in church, bro. I've been in church and they say such and such arrived late this morning, apologies. But like, it's a joke. It's like we make fun of the whole black people time thing. We don't take it as serious as like if you hear comedians or whatever. So I've been in church and just the way how we go about worshiping it's just different. And we mix a lot of the polychronic culture that we brought here in regards to that. We don't really pay attention. Niggas don't really pay attention to like the actual stories in the Bible. We there for communion and all of the other extra shit that's beneficial. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
even
would you
though
say the Black church it promotes that behavior, or when it talks about it, it's more so trying to chastise it or clown it?
What do you mean?
Like I agree with you. Whenever I was in church, you know, I would hear pastor and other people in the community making fun of people coming in late and being on other people's time. But every time I heard it, I didn't hear it as something good. You know, it was said in a way that was almost like clowning it. You know what I'm saying?
One can look at it as being non-constructive. That's why I said the video of the different African actors who look at African time in a certain way and they just say we need to value the future, we need to plan ahead and all of that. But I think that can come off as insensitive if you don't know the truth behind, like, you know, the fact that different cultures are living under one umbrella in America as a monochronic. I think if you was to just be insensitive by saying, hey, y'all always late and all that, without acknowledging there are just cultural differences that doesn't have to do with inferiority or whatever. It's just different cultures use their time differently and they value certain things. Even in the workplace, bro, you know how many people tell me, and again, I'm not generalizing black people, You know how many people who I even hired, they can't, a lot of them want to be flexible with their time. They want to be working, doing other shit. And like, bro, I see it. I see it all. And I'm not making a stereotype, but we as Black people even acknowledge these things in our own communities. That's all I'm saying.
Can I say something, please? Because I've been waiting. When it comes to time, me and my wife operate different. My wife is always punctual. I've never been punctual in my life. Never. Never, 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 never. 8 o'clock means 8:15 to 8:45 for me, for everything. Right? So I'm supposed to reach work 8. I will be there. I live now 10 minutes from work. There's no excuse. When I used to live 1 hour from work, it means the same thing. Right? No. The thing about what I've recognized, and there's no excuse for me, and what I've recognized in many Black persons, when you don't enjoy what you're doing, half the time you don't pursue it as you should. My wife enjoys her job. She's out to the house by 6 o'clock every morning, the latest. Sometimes she have to reach work earlier if she has to set up something, and she's there before then. They enjoy what they're doing. Most Black people have never been in that situation where they enjoyed what they do. When they were forced to, they went out on the field from sun up to sundown, from first light to last light, right? And sometimes we're in that situation because the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes is bullshit. And why am I going to give you the bullshit time if we're doing what we're doing? That's my excuse I make. I not come. Don't press me on the bullshit time. Press me on the time that I'm here.
Hold on, Stu. Yeah. You just said that that's your thing, but I heard the words come out your mouth. Most Black people
don't like the bullshit time.
You gotta flesh that out. I don't.
We don't like the bullshit thing. We don't like the bullshit thing. When you come early, most of the time. When you come early to the place, most of the time. Like, I never go to a Black church early and see it empty. It's full. Because those women enjoy them church. And them did it from even before. Right? But the same woman that we go to work, half an hour later, you ask them why. And them say, because I can't deal with the bullshit. When they reach early, you have to deal with all of these bullshit people and them bullshit smile and them bullshit talking points. And till they reach ingrained in you. Right? They reach ingrained in you. Because
right,
most of
but if we ever prove, but see, here's my issue with this though. If I accept what you're saying, I know we just talking social, but if I accept what you're saying, right, now we back at we might as well do the Francis Cresswell singing. We might as well be at Black people just do shit that don't nobody else do because we Black. And I can't get with this shit. I can't do it.
Yeah, you know you can't do it.
I can't
tomorrow morning, when you reach work early and you use the bus, you're going to recognize that the first half hour is the most unproductive half hour in the history.
Well, when you work for someone, no. When you work at a job, no. That's a fact. Like if you're an entrepreneur, you have what I call concentrated time. Right. Where I try to boil down 6 hours of a day, 8 hours of a day, 10 hours of a day into a real strong 4 hours and 45-minute increments, right? So if you do 45-minute increments, 15, do whatever you got to do, 45 minutes, 15, do whatever you got to do. I can get my entire day done in about 4 hours. So if I do it that way, that works for me. I don't know. I would need somebody in here that has to show up at a corporate office to tell me that the first 30 minutes of a job or an hour of a job is bullshit. That'll tell me a lot about corporate America. So is anybody in here that works at an office, is that your experience? That the first 30 or 40 minutes you could have done with it.
You could have done without it. And you might not recognize. Ask your wife. If the first 30 minutes of the job, would she consider it the most productive 30 minutes? No. You see, even in construction, when them niggers that come early, the job takes longer to start. But it's when them niggers that come, them ready to work. Ask Corey. It's bullshit time.
outside of working too, we can't act like whether it's a cookout, a party, or any other event. We all have said it, bro. Such and such ain't showing up at no damn 8 o'clock. He said he
wait. Before we do this though, let's eat this whole elephant pause one bite at a time. Because I think we about to have an elephant conversation. So real quick. Yeah. So Corey, he called you, he's out, he said construction. So the first 30, 45 minutes, y'all ain't doing shit on that site?
Not a motherfucking we in there. So, and the wild part is, I don't come like 30 minutes early. I come like an hour and a half early. I get here an hour and a half early because me and my boss like to drink coffee in the trailer and talk shit. You know what I'm saying? And then, even like, so then we start. But to start the day, right, I have to give a toolbox talk. Right? Do you understand that toolbox talk is us out there talking a bunch of shit again? So it's a half hour that went past by the time I went from the job trailer out to the toolbox talk, right? And we already at 7:30. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I'm done with the toolbox talk and somebody say what they did last night, and one guy talk about the girl that he fooled around with last night, that's an hour. It's 8 o'clock and ain't nobody done a damn, no motherfucker screwed a screw or done nothing. Ain't done a damn thing in an hour. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And then once they get in the field, right, and actually go to the task that they about to perform, now they got to sit around and complain about it, you know what I'm saying, for 30 minutes before they actually get started on the task, you know what I'm saying? So you're talking an hour and a half of nothing going, no production going on every day, you know what I'm saying, at least.
but are there people showing up late, or are they showing up to do this?
No, not on construction. Late is not a, you know.
I thought construction, that ain't even a choice.
No, it's not a choice. No, you cannot be late in construction.
You can't be late.
Now you can bullshit. You can bullshit around, but you can't be late.
The funny thing is, you can bullshit for 2 hours, but goddamn it, you better be early for the bullshit.
No, right. A nigga like me would be late because when I come in, I say, "What you fucking doing for a month? Nobody not doing shit. Come, let's start."
But you fucking up for everybody else.
Get busy.
You're fucking up
because I know the bullshit.
And somebody like Stu B's would either be a old school guy who's high up on the totem pole and everybody know he gonna be late already, so nobody say nothing. Either that or he just won't have a job. One of the two. So you either got to be high up on the totem pole, right? Yeah. And you're an old dude that everybody knows he's gonna be late already, or you know,
you Gypsy and Bayasa. What up with y'all?
No, that's why I hate America.
DQ?
That's why I hate America. I'm gonna say this because a black man not supposed to come here and be at the bottom of the totem pole to listen to white people bullshit in the morning. When everybody comes and says, "Oh, today is a productive day, and today we'll be addressing X, Y, Z. And what do you think about this?" Same fucking thing we did yesterday. Why are we having this fucking talk? Why? Why are we having this?
I was gonna say an example of a study that they did. An example or a study that they did that talked about even white. Oh, go ahead.
No, finish, Freddie. They're just laughing. Go ahead. They was laughing about something else. Finish, Freddie. Can't hear you if you're talking. Somebody take this pause. Go ahead.
I was saying an example of how that kind of transcends race is they did a study on the Inuk. It's like an indigenous group in Russia, and how they were saying how hold on, it says a scenario would be an Inuk working in a factory in Alaska where the superiors blow a whistle to alert for break times. The Inuit are not fond of that method because they determine their times by sea tides. How long does it take place and how long does it last? In polychronic cultures, time spent with others is considered a task and of importance to one's daily regiments. Cultures consider polychronic proportionally are much less focused on the preciseness of accounting for time and more on traditional relationships than simple tasks and stand on it. Polychronic societies have no problem being late for an appointment if they are deeply focused on some work or in a meeting that ran past schedule, because the concept of time is fluid and can easily expand or contract as need be. As a result, polychronic cultures have a much less formal perception of time. They are not ruled by precise calendars or schedules.
Listen, it depends on how you socialize. It's not. It's if you socialize for a goal-oriented task, your time different than when you.
Let's be honest, though. As a culture, we do value that. That's why, in the worst of our circumstances, you can find us communing together.
Man, listen, bro. No, we don't.
I'm saying we value we value communion versus, like, I'm saying, bro. I can look at our culture, and I'm saying it's 100%. But yeah, bro, we are polychronic.
You know why? You know why?
We got monochronic individuals.
I'm from a different culture, and when I used to go to high school, and like after when attendance become crucial, and I had to take away the attendance book 3 years straight and throw them away, because punctuality was important. 90% of the class was always early. We used to take in that attendance, the teacher used to take attendance and so have an L for late, an A for absent, and a tick for on time when class starts. You have that. 90% of black people when they're going to school is early. 90% of them, but guess what? It's like you would think it come back to the original conversation, how much gangbangers we have in the community, how much rotten eggs. But people love to highlight the rotten eggs like me and say, look at this Negro. This Negro has never strolled in there before 8:01. He has never been here 15 minutes before work. And then they use me as an example to cast a broad net. When in reality, if you go back to high school, if you go back to primary school, I don't know how you do it, your elementary school, if you go back to kindergarten, 90% of black people have always been early. So are you telling me that you're using the 10% to determine a whole social construct?
But you know why they say that, though, right? You may not like the answer. It says, I'm going to read off what it says. It says, Jamaican culture is primarily considered polychronic. This means time is viewed as fluid, flexible, and subordinate to interpersonal relationships. Examples: island time, a more relaxed, fluid approach to scheduling, where punctuality is less. You even said that. It's less rigid compared to. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna get. Hold on, wait. It says at the end of this, however, like you're saying, due to strong influences from Western monochronic cultures, particularly the U.S., many Jamaicans are capable of adopting to a monochronic approach when necessary, making the culture a blend that can shift depending on the context. However, at the root, their culture is still polychronic.
Brass, is this a black and white argument, Brass? Is this a black and white argument?
No, I just said it's not. I made an example of an indigenous. I just gave an example of a white indigenous group being polychronic, bro. I just
said you was gonna be upset though. Let's not get up. He told you, he warned you before he read it. What it might make you feel. So it is what it is.
And I just said, you're saying that we change as Jamaicans, as black people, as dark-skinned melanated people who come from Africa, based on the influence of white people sprinkling civilization on us and teaching us how to act in accordance to the clock. You said if it wasn't for American or European standard or English standard, we Jamaican would be practicing island time continuously. And I'm telling you that, no, 90% of them early, 95% of them early.
I think you misinterpreted that wrong.
Oh,
it didn't make a one-to-one correlation like you just said. You know what I'm saying?
It's a strong influence from other cultures, especially Americans,
and other
has shown these Jamaicans how to adapt. That shows that Jamaicans are capable.
No. They said those Jamaicans have to. Listen, bro, look, you too hype. I'm saying that's not like a bad thing. It's also showing
Can I finish?
You gotta let him finish.
Can I finish, bro? see what you're saying, but I'm saying you're making it seem as if that's a bad stereotypical thing. It's not racial. So you about to go to the white man civilized. No, it's monochronic.
Read it again.
Oh my!
Let him finish talking before he reads
it. I'm working right now, man. I'm trying not to,
Can you post it so I can read it, Fetty? Put it in the back chat.
Yeah. But all that is saying is that, right? This is what trips me out. Y'all are the same people, and the people
y'all, you talking to Stu.
Okay, the individuals who say that we brought a lot of things from Africa, things of that nature. Wouldn't it make sense that West Africans, right, and the people who descend from that larger ancestral group, whether they was involved in the slave trade or not, across the diaspora, if you seeing the same phenomena take place regarding polychronic cultures and how they view time and all of that, I would think that kind of shows that there is an ancestral connection of a culture that we brought to different places. I thought that would be a good thing. But
I'm just not aware of it. I'm trying to learn about it. I'm struggling not to see the CPT time in it, or CP time, whatever we call that dumb shit. I don't know. I'm trying to find where I'm looking for it not to be racial. So I'm doing my best. I know where Stu Pease is at. I know where he at. I don't know where the rest of the brothers is at. But I'm trying to find I'm trying to put my blackology to the side on this one. See if it's actually something.
All right, Brass, this is what I'm saying to you, Brass. I grew up in a culture, and my work experience took me all across Jamaica. I worked Jamaica 14 parishes. I've worked in 7 or 8 of them. Right? From doing all different kind of shit. And what I've recognized, sun don't catch most Jamaicans in the bed. What I mean by sunrise don't catch most Jamaicans in the bed. As sun rays from 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:04, 6:15. Depends on whether it's Eastern Standard or Daylight Saving Time. And they don't use that anymore. So on average, most Jamaicans are up before sunrise. If anything, we have been socialized to appreciate time, that we get up early in the morning. Right? And people can tell you the time by the radio station. Is it that we're not enthused to embrace a situation, our work schedule that is not beneficial to us? Is it that we understand that we are underpaid in most situations globally, so we're not in any rush to go and make the boss some money, whether the boss wants white, black, or in between? And as a result of that, persons in power would say, listen, these people are lazy because they don't want to come to work on time. And especially in society where there's fixed income, not hourly income. Because a nigger who gets an hourly income tend to be more aggressive with his time than a nigger who's getting a daily income. Because he feels that he's underpaid, and the only reason why he does it is to feed his family. And then the other only reason why he does it is to say, listen, I need this job. Right? But he feels like he's underpaid, unless I'm fighting for most melanated black people from West African origin. Black people who getting good pay, who enjoy them job. The job starts 7 o'clock, them there from 6. You see them in the office. Brad's supposed to reach somewhere 8 o'clock, him there 15 minutes early. Because it's beneficial to him. Why should I be there 15 minutes early when at the end of the day, I still can't pay him fucking rent? It's a mentality. But then other people now paint a picture to say, listen, it's not because I'm not paying these people well. It's because they're lazy. It's because they're not attentive. Right?
See, you leaning on previous historical, that's why I say in a lot of these topics, right?
No, because
the fact that it has so much historical baggage on it. I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought you was done.
No, let me finish. I'm glad you mentioned that part too. Because when people know telling you all of these pretty words, especially what Chef will use to describe science, and all of these Mona and money and multi-polyistic cultures, is that them using pretty words to justify their own lack of
Wait, so we're now denying the entire field of chronemics? Is that what we're doing? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Okay, I got you.
Fetty, let me ask you. So you brought up the example.
Is that statement based off emotion or just like looking into it?
That's facts.
The way that you rate, hey, Freddie. Now you tell us all the time. You might not like what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it. You might not like what I'm about to say. The way that you rage bait and gaslight, it is so smooth.
How am I gaslighting? Who am I gaslighting?
I know. I'm giving you credit. It's so smooth. How you just pause, slip that in. Yeah. Are you being emotional? Or are you see like that shit right there? Listen,
I'm just saying he's saying the field is bullshit, right? I'm just trying to see where he at. I
know. I'm just saying the way you do that, and then you gonna feign ignorance like you didn't do nothing. Right. But you cut. But you.
Well, if you took it the wrong way, I apologize to Pete. I was just asking.
Stupid. It don't take much to set this nigga off. Let's have some.
I caught it, but I'm being civil nowadays. I caught it because this come back to one of my core beliefs. One of my core beliefs that scientific racism has dug it hooks into black people, and them starting to believe the bullshit. And my core belief is that every one of us can be saved.
How is it dealing with race when I gave examples of white polychronic people?
I want to ask about that. Hold on, Suki.
I already said it. Y'all been at it for 25 minutes. Let's move.
I'm gonna ask about that. I'm gonna ask about the example you gave.
We got you. We'll come back to
it. Yeah, you gave the example of Russians, right? But then I heard you mention something about the Jamaicans adopting the monochronistic thinking from Western thought and stuff like that. Well, my question would be, Russia is a population of white people outside of Europe.
The Inuit, they live in a certain.
I know that this would be outside of Europe. Let's deal with the ones in Europe. Let's deal with some of the indigenous people from Western Europe. So, are we saying that some of the indigenous, like Celts and Nords and Anglos and Saxons, before they become Christianized and Hellenized and all that, we could even look at the ancient Greeks, right? None of those groups were polychronistic. None of the indigenous people in Europe, not in Asia, not in Russia, in Europe, none of those groups were polychronistic. Only indigenous people from Africa. Wait, hold on. I'm not saying you're saying that, right? But when I'm hearing the examples, I'm hearing examples of indigenous Americans being polychronistic. I'm hearing examples of indigenous Africans being polychronistic. I'm hearing examples of now Asian indigenous people being polychronistic. But none of the examples, hold on. None of the examples I heard were for any of the indigenous groups in Europe. So I'm asking.
I just named them out. What are you?
No, bro, you said Russia. Wait a second. Wait, did he say Russia? Am I bugging? Did you say Russia?
He said Russia.
I'm saying that. Do you know who the Inuit? Do you know who they are? Like that population. Do you know who that
is? You said Russia.
No, bro. Oh my God!
You just say Russia. You might have made a mistake,
bro. Okay, the Inuit are a group of culturally and historically similar indigenous peoples, traditionally inhabit Arctic and subarctic regions of North America.
Okay, he just dipped out. But what I'm saying is, whatever indigenous group
made a mistake though, but he did say Russia.
Yeah, he said Russia. So I'm asking, can he give us?
He was talking about a non-white group of Russians, the Inuit.
Yeah, I want to know which indigenous group in Europe that we have to say is ambiguously white. We know they're white for sure, like the Celts, like the Nords, right? Like the Anglos, like the Saxons, like the ancient Greeks, right? Like the ancient Italians, like the ancient people from Iberia. I don't hear any of these groups being called polychronistic. I hear every other group of indigenous people being called polychronistic. So I'm saying, can we point to any of those groups and use that label? Because I'm not hearing it. I'm not saying that he's against doing that, but I'm saying none of the examples I heard up until this point categorize any of them that way. So that kind of raises a red flag to me, where I have to ask the question.
But is it okay? Let me read a couple things from the chat real quick. So it says, Tony's in the chat and was on the panel. That's crazy. Once you understand heuristic populations, you will understand why there is a standstill The benefits of the heuristic African American community don't exist. I don't know what that means. Somebody else can explain that to me. Fun fact. Thomas Jefferson formed the bodywork of stereotypes of Black people in this country, one of those being how we interact with time. But this may perhaps proceed from a want of forethought, which prevents their seeing a danger till it be present. That's his actual words. This is a quote from Thomas Jefferson. But this may perhaps proceed from a want of forethought, which prevents their seeing a danger until it be present. The argument since Jefferson on CP time, on colored people time, is sensation then reflection. Sensation, we move by how we feel, meaning Black folks. Reflection, implying they, Europeans, have made time a structural foundation of life, past and present becoming a tool to think. This is the long-lasting argument of colored people time. I never knew that colored people time was a real conversation.
Yeah, but this is what I'm asking. What about the Visigoths? Like, what about the Visigoths? Like, none of the indigenous groups. None of why are they getting the pass in this conversation?
No,
like, why are we only?
What Thomas Jefferson is saying?
I don't know.
White people have mastered time, while we are uncivilized and incapable of doing that. People need to understand that we're always having a black and white question, whether we like it or not. When you break down the root of many of these questions, and you say, why are we having this question? Because why is not a scientific thing, but it's more emotional, right? And we look at the why, and you say, oh, it's black and white in most cases. Thomas Jefferson basically say, white people have mastered time.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Is anybody other than Fetty acknowledging that like Black people time is a scientific conversation, or is it just an old conversation that people trying to make scientific? Is anybody else saying that?
No, what are you saying? What are you saying?
I'm saying because Fetty's saying that like there's some kind of genetics to it, right? So I'm saying, is anybody else acknowledging that that's like a part of the conversation? Or y'all just saying that this is an old conversation?
Wait, Fetty's saying that this is that it's in our genetics?
You ain't. Yes. He was saying that. Yeah, he was saying he was saying something about
No, he wasn't saying
Black people.
genetics.
He was saying Black people. Yes. Something about Black people time has something to do with like your heredity, like it's got something to do with your lineage. He was saying.
What are you saying, culture?
I ain't say nothing about genes. What do you see?
Yeah, I don't think it's genetics.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Where I get it
Come
wrong?
in this bitch, niggas lying.
Two-Piece heard the same thing. I mean, I ain't lying, but
what are you saying?
What I got out of it.
What are you saying?
You ain't lying. Saying I didn't hear.
Yeah, that's what I got. What he
was saying, I got. He was more talking about a culture.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that you got that from that logic. I'm not surprised.
That's right. See right there.
That's a statement. How was that?
I mean, hey,
I know you don't see it.
I'm cool with it. The fact that he thinks I'm supposed to know that. Whatever, nigga.
It's the same way when I did the show, you ain't know what you was talking about and you fucked it up. So I'm not surprised.
Hey, Fetty.
What you saying, Fetty?
Wait.
I'm just saying real shit right now. I'm just saying real shit. That's all I'm
Last night on
no.
Hold on, Stu. We can't start off with the hooks. We gotta throw some jabs first.
All right, so just clarify the point. Like, so since it's not genetic, and you
just look up the field of chronemics. Y'all been using ChatGPT.
Well, I gotta look it up. You already understand it, and I'm asking you to explain it.
I told you it's nothing dealing with genetics. I said culture. I've been saying culture for the past.
I remember you did say culture.
What do you like? But he go to inherit. Like, come on, bro. We got to stop.
I mean, look, Stu-P's got the same thing out of it. Unless I'm tripping, but that's what I heard.
I'm not surprised. That's why I say I'm not surprised.
Maybe I'm using the word genetics, but I'm trying to say that it's specific to certain people.
Cultural transmission. There's cultural transmission.
Certain people are more prone to have it than other groups of people. And in this particular group conversation, we talking about Black people and white people. So that I use the word genetic.
I'm not talking about white and Black people.
Right
no,
there.
I'm not doing that.
But you are saying that
keep
this
doing the
group
race
of people,
thing. No.
Hey, Fetty.
I'm not doing the race thing. Y'all niggas love.
That's fine, but you gotta fall back.
Bro, this shit is fucking.
You got to fall back and let him finish talking. Let him get his whole thought. Maybe it won't end in race. Go ahead, Lottie.
Yeah, man. Maybe I am using it wrong, but yeah, you are definitely saying that certain groups of people are more likely to be lazy or less time conscious than others for whatever particular reason. Like you are saying that. So I mean, if it's not genetics and you want to say it's cultural, shit. I missed. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with this dude, bro. I'm trying to get him to explain what he's saying.
No, when he was
I'm confused there, but that's what I'm asking, like for explanation. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Now, when he was talking to Chef earlier, the reason why I said I know he was talking about genetics, well, I know he was talking about culture, is because that's kind of where him and Chef was. And then he explained that, because that's where I was like, what the fuck are you saying? And then he was like, you're talking about culture. So he wasn't saying it genetically, though. It wasn't genetics.
Cool. No, that's cool. I mean, the G word, the G word set him off, man. You know what I'm saying?
The G word
why it did.
It's the G word.
Yeah, I'm trying not to make a joke out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he already said we talking about a white and black count. That's how I'm gonna just give up, bro. It's always white and black.
Well, what's colored people time? What's colored people time? That's not talking about black people.
We went to the broader topic of how it's not really racial. That's just a stereotype within our communities and how we joke about it. But there's a larger convo that can be had, like I posted from the source from the World Science Festival, talking about how different cultures around the world perceive time. So this extends beyond race. This is the convo I've been having to talk about. It's not a racial thing. Just look at it as a cultural, look at America, right, as like the umbrella of chronic thinking, right? But you have different cultures of people here that may not culturally resonate with that way of living. Even though individuals in that group, we have a lot of African Americans that are monochronic and they can get to the money and they're task orientated and they hate when motherfuckers don't show up on time. So I'm not making a generalized sweeping statement. That's why I'm talking about culture, because in African American culture, I do see how that's echoed. I see how we make these jokes amongst ourselves, and even in Africa and in other groups who come from polychronic cultures. So I'm saying if we're going to deny that we even acknowledge it within our own culture, I don't know.
So like the Hawaiians, right? The Hawaiians are kind of, I think they got a reputation of like taking it real easy too, even though that you wouldn't consider them black people. Like culturally, that's just the thing it is. They're not exactly on time conscious people. I think that they're like kind of famous for that. Is that what you kind of talking about?
Yeah. They talk about how Hawaiians had their own time system and their relations with it, like they had a tough time adjusting in there. I'm gonna find the actual
well, see, damn,
they had a whole different time system. They had a whole different time system as regard to their culture.
Even in Ghana, like, you know, a motherfucker be like, yeah, I got you. I'll be right back. Like they might be talking about like in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? American will go there. Yeah, American will go there thinking like dude's talking about 30 minutes. He's talking about like 3 days. You know what I mean? Or like you go to a restaurant and sit down, they'll be like, yeah, it's coming right up. Your order is next. you talking about 45 minutes to an hour.
I told you it was next. I didn't tell you what time. I just told you it was next.
Everything is like smooth, like ain't nobody in no hurry, bro. Like you gonna notice, like if you go to Ghana, you gonna notice you the only motherfucker in a rush in the whole country. You gonna be the only motherfucker in the rush.
I've been to Ghana. I ain't get that, but I pay attention.
And this is the thing, though. One of the most prominent African scholars, John Mbiti, in 1969, was making the world aware of this phenomenon. So when motherfuckers say you listen to the white man, actually John Mbiti was ahead of his time, and he actually was talking about a lot of this shit before the field of Chronemics was even a thing. He said
in all fairness, some black people do be white people.
Can I say something, please? Because I love that you use the word "feel" of Chronemics, and I'm reading on it now. I read very fast. That's one thing I learned, and I observe very fast. And we realize that feel is primarily in people who primarily study those is people who do communication. And what you call those Negroes, those white people, anthropologists and anthropologists. right? Those two people studying and pushing this new word from, what's it, Chronemics? They
You
make up
said you
this
read it.
bullshit.
Break it down.
No,
You
I
said you read
said,
it. Break it down.
I'm reading it. Let me break it down because let me put on my phone. Let me take out one of
Now,
them.
here's the thing. I want to be clear. I don't think
I'm not going bullshit.
understand the full field of chronemics in a voice chat call.
No. You understand?
Nigga said I'm a quick reader. I'm a quick reader. Nah, nigga, that's subjective.
I'm a quick reader. Yeah, I'm a quick reader.
I don't trust.
And I tell you, based on this, if I was supposed to do that test on Chronemics, from what I read, I would leave with 50%. Based on the 5 minutes I just did. If I wanted an A,
are you making the claim that different cultures don't view time differently and that all of that is bullshit? That's
what they're saying is that how they differentiate mono and poly. They're saying that monocultures are goal-orientated, specifically task-orientated. And they bring up the Germans, the Americans, and the Swiss. They bring up the whitest of the whitest. Because when people say the American culture and they put it in a paper, they're not talking about black people. They're talking about white people. You might not like it if you're a black American. They're not talking about
Yo.
Am I lying?
I'm gonna let you keep going. I'm gonna stay quiet. Go ahead.
I lie. Right.
You said that they're talking about. You said that we won't like the fact that they're talking about white people.
Yes.
I just
when you hear the word American.
Nah, see this? Yeah, he's stuck in the rate. He's stuck in it. He can't get away.
Let me finish.
You worry about what the white man said. I'm telling you what the Africans are saying, nigga.
No. I'm not talking about the Africans. I'm talking about
Americans.
That white cream got y'all in the chokehold.
Right. No, they said poly. They said poly. And they refer to most native people. They mention in poly, they mention everybody else non-white, literally. Whether they want to be the Arabs, whether they want to be the Africans, whether they want to be the South Americans, those they refer to as poly. They said that we cannot do what the white man do. We tend to be multitaskers. When somebody uses the word goal-oriented and multitask, what they're speaking in white language is that we are easily distracted. That's what it means. It means that those groups are easily distracted and one group is more focused. Look at it. Learn to read white people paper. Because that is what they say. They say the German.
You know why that's capped?
I don't know why this is making me feel uncomfortable.
You know why that's capped, stupid, and what you're trying to do is crazy, right? Because again, if you look at I gotta talk first.
Hold on, Freddie. It's not that you're lying. What I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying it's making me feel uncomfortable is because I don't like to use these terms, white people paper and all that.
Yeah, like what are we doing, bro?
Damn near as damaging as color people time.
Look here.
No. I was talking.
I'm telling you to change how you talk. I'm not telling you to change how you talk. Go ahead, Freddie.
I'm saying what you're trying to do with the whole white man, you're trying to establish doubt within certain fields and act like they have this conspiracy to do this. When in reality, I gave you an example of people from these indigenous cultures in Africa. Talk about. Let me finish. Can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm finished, Stu. We trying to get to a place, bro. Let them.
Again, it's gonna always go back to the white man and all of this. But if you look at papers and how they word it, they say there are pros and cons, right? Don't look at polychronic cultures as inferior and all of that compared to monochronic cultures. Both sides have pros and cons, and they actually say that mono or polychronic people bring more creativity into the workplace and all other things that make them stick out. So it's not just a linear thing that you trying to propose on here, bro, with the white and black. Like, come on, bro. They're just naming it. They're talking about how
those
different.
Negroes can't sing and dance. So those Negroes can't sing and dance.
No. See again. Your mind is going. Look, y'all see in real time how he's stuck. Like his mind is stuck in a certain.
No, but you said it. You just said it.
Okay.
You said polychronic culture.
I know, but you gotta let them get it all. You gotta let them get it started.
Nigga burnt out, bro.
Whether you agree, whether you hate it, this is you gotta let them land your plane, Fatty, but you gotta let them finish.
He can go ahead.
We're not gonna get nowhere if you don't let them Speak. We're not gonna get nowhere. Go ahead. Go ahead. He done. He said he's done.
Yeah, he can go ahead.
All right, let me go ahead. Freddy just said again, because as I said, I can read the European paper and say what they're not saying. At no time in the culture they refer to genetics. They always say groups, but they distinguish these groups based on location, right? And we know that within those locations, you have a concentration of certain people that are genetically different than the Germans, the Swiss, and the American, the majority of Americans, right? This Negro then come and say to us that people with polychronic cultures have the ability to be great into arts and into creativity. So this paper is telling
I said in the
Did he say
workplace.
that, or did he say that that's what
This nigga is lying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Keep it 100, bro. Like, I don't mind having a
what you
convo.
said?
Be
What you
real,
said?
bro.
What did
I said in the workplace.
Take a minute. What did you say? What did you ask?
I said the way he's looking at it, like they're saying that polychronic.
What did the paper say? What did the paper?
I said in the workplace. In the workplace, they have acknowledged that there is no superior type of way regarding chronic people and polychronic people. They're saying that because, like, you have polychronic white people. So I'm not even making.
Dude, why are you avoiding answering the question?
Oh my! I'm literally giving you the answer. Are you listening?
What did you say? What did you say?
I said in the workplace they have acknowledged that.
About the arts.
I said I didn't even say arts. I didn't even say the word. The word arts didn't even come out my mouth. I said in the workplace, creativity, entrepreneur. I didn't say nothing about arts, nigga. What are you talking about?
Dude.
Run it back. Somebody run it back. Did anybody hear me say arts? No, nigga.
Hey, Stu P, go back to the YouTube. Hey, Stu,
nigga, what did I say?
Stu P, I need you to go to the YouTube and just find it, because I can't do it right now.
Brass, you heard me when I interrupted him.
Did anybody hear me say arts?
And you laugh.
Did anybody hear me say arts?
You laugh. Let me mute the mic and give me 2 seconds.
Exactly.
Because they're going to come back and they're going to prove you to be a liar. You might not say arts, but you said what
you
used
might not have said arts. Nigga, say what I said, bro.
You said fancy words. You said these Negroes can't sing
out, bro.
You're a bunch of dancing and singing Negroes. That's what it is.
Got you. You an old nigga that's about to be out of here, so fuck out of here.
Yeah. You're sort of the white man dick. I'm bald.
Got you.
Here we go.
You see? He threw his gun.
No. When he's throwing his gun. When he's throwing his gun.
Hey, anybody else got no thought on it? Y'all two niggas, I know where y'all going when y'all start talking.
It happens every time, bro. These niggas.
Yeah, I already know. That's why I'm trying to stop it. Somebody else talk about this.
No.
Somebody else.
We ain't got to talk about it, bro.
He's acting like he's not throwing shade, bro. And that he's acting like a white woman.
Oh, now he's acting like a white woman.
No.
Why do you somehow think that that's better? Like, that's not.
No. He cries, I'm the victim here. See, I'm the victim.
I'm just saying, yo, black eye, it happens every. It ain't about no crime. I'm just saying it's kind of pathetic, actually.
All of a sudden, you're not the victim. All of a sudden,
did you hear me say? Have I been crying about being a victim? I'm just telling you about yourself. I know what you're gonna do before you do it.
And then turned around and said, "You know what? I apologize. You act like a white woman. Like that was wild as hell."
Well, what does that make you if you had a homeland majority like what 90% of your people? What made you come here? So what are you?
Now we swearing illegal immigration.
No.
I'm just saying he talked. I mean, you not in Jamaica running nothing. You came here. You had to run to the white man for your American dream. So I'm confused. Why like you got this mentality like you a Jamaican that stayed in your homeland and you building something? You ain't building nothing. What are you doing?
Hey,
you ain't doing nothing in real life. You ain't helping no black people. What are you doing?
Y'all don't really want to talk about this. That's what's going on.
Because I'm tired of niggas like Stu P's walking around like he can. This Negro, what are you? What are you?
Let me finish. Because, dude, you lie until you can't lie.
Hey, if y'all got a question, if y'all got a comment in the chat, just type brass and I'll read the comment on the show. Hold on real quick. I like that idea. Hold Wyasa. So type brass, I'll read it, so at least you could participate in the show if you're not in the Discord. Benjamin Banneker sent his handwritten almanac to Thomas Jefferson to challenge Jefferson's belief on CPT. I didn't know that either. I'm starting to feel a little shame right now. Domo, what up? Domo, they telling me that you're really intelligent, Domo, but the fact that you don't know how to use a Discord, I got questions. I got some questions about your level of technological intelligence. Get in the Discord. Y'all go ahead and go back to this colored people time. I didn't know Banneker attacked Jefferson on that CPT. I didn't know
because I can read the European people.
Clothes on here, bro, with white and black, like, come on, bro. They're just saying that they're talking.
Y'all both sound like y'all arguing on the balcony. Come back to the microphone.
The whole white man, you're trying to establish doubt within certain fields and act like they have this conspiracy to do.
Who the fuck is talking? Oh, he watching the video. No, he watching the video. Our niggas is not even. Y'all told me to start this fucking show, and ain't nobody.
My apologies to the people. My apologies to the people because I'm watching the video. I'm trying to find when Freddie said polyculture is good at arts. These Negroes can sing and dance.
Okay, yeah, find that for me.
Yeah.
It says they want me to ask Fetty. Fetty not in here. Logic, if you could, can you talk or no? It says the question from Contrarian is who ask Fetty, who is he talking about? Who are they talking? Brass asked Fetty, who is, man, you gotta rewrite that shit. I ain't breaking down that ignorant shit. Contrarian, you an old ass Marine that can't type. Tony Lightword, with immigration, the country will be more polychronic. So is it good or bad? Jesus Christ. Y'all niggas will find a way to be racist as soon as y'all get the opportunity. We ain't fucking English, Contrarian. Brass asked Fetty, who is we? Oh, okay. Who is we if they are not talking about race? I think that's where Logic is at with it. When they keep saying we, and we, I'm assuming that's where the racial connotation is. It's like, well, then who are you talking about? This ain't racial. You got to be talking about somebody. What up, Ricardo? Ricardo's so cool that I got to date the shows by Ricardo's name. So you got to meet yourself. We can hear what you're doing. Contrarian, what was your MO? Oh yeah, they doing some Marine shit. Brass grabbed the source in the Discord. Pure Black, I question. I got you, Contrarian. He says, Pure Black says, I question if Fetty even think white people are racist. Do y'all think Fetty is a racist of some kind or some shit? Is that what this is? I don't think Fetty did the study. Hey, Stupies, mute yourself. I'll help you out.
In reality, I gave you an example of people.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, source. The letters of Benjamin Banneker and hold on. The letters of Benjamin Banneker. Okay, so there's a source called The Letters of Benjamin Banneker. Oui is French. Facts shout to you, Reggie. The Letters of Benjamin Banneker and Thomas Jefferson, August 1791. Reggie, do you know anything about this field of chronemics or chronomics or something? I'm trying to follow.
My bad to cut you, Brass. But the crazy part is that in like DEI series that educators like make lectures on, they talk about the importance of cultural differences and creating classrooms that addresses all of them.
Oh yeah, they do.
Like, come on,
they
bro.
do. They definitely do. They're trying to figure out how to accommodate I told you in Ohio, there was a before they changed it, they had to accommodate all the kids that were living on farms with the kids that weren't, because those kids had to get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning and work in the fields beforehand. And what was happening was a lot of the parents weren't sending their kids to school because they were like, shit, it's the only field hand, sad to say, that I got. So when y'all trying to send them to I need them here. So they adjusted the school schedule. There are some kids that get to come to school a little bit later, and they get to leave a little bit earlier so that they could deal with the and still go to school. So I understand the conflict. I get that part. I'm just saying it does feel, even though they're not saying genetic, conversations like this are always going to feel racial. That's what I'm trying to get. Somebody asked a good question they wanted me to ask you, Fetty, if you're still here. They said, who is we if they're not talking about black folk? So I
don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
I don't know. Contrarian, you in here, you might have to explain. This contrarian thinker, he's saying in that conversation. So let me ask a question. When you read that, the only thing you got from that is science? When you first read that article, you just immediately just understood like there's no racial connotation to that conversation at all?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Already, the reason why I brought up the race thing is because I'm saying within our own community, we acknowledge what black people time is and how there's a stereotype that we accept in our culture, right? And I was showing how Africans, right, and they wherever they at, they feel the same way. So I'm just saying, like, the racial thing, I'm not making a racial argument. I'm just saying, like, in this phenomenon we talking about regarding time, do we recognize how much we even acknowledge that as a culture, whether it's in a joke or whatever? That's the only reason I brought up the racial thing. But I was more so talking about worldwide cultures, because you have white people that are polychronic, or white population, ancestral population. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a clear-cut white versus black thing. But in America, due to it being heavily racial, I can see how one can jump to that conclusion. But I'm just looking at it like it's amazing because, like I said, I've been looking at these DEI lectures, and they acknowledge the fact, is there any implications of different cultures of people being under one umbrella of how to act as a society? Whether it's word, you know what I'm saying? We can't act like there are no implications for that. And experts are doing a good job on how to create classrooms, create better multicultural communication, and all of that, versus saying these Negroes are late without a racial stereotype. But the thing is, with this information, if you hear a white racist giving negative stereotypes, you can actually talk to that white supremacist and kill them with facts. Saying, nah, it ain't necessarily that, bro. It's more so that we're just a polychronic culture. And if your dumb ass was in a polychronic culture majority-wise, you wouldn't know how to move neither. So it's not a superior or the other type of thing, as to how a lot of racists would say, or it's not a superiority type of thing. It's just more so it is what it is.
But see, now here's the danger though. Being polychronic, if you're not the dominant person in this society per se, or you're not the dominant demographic in power or in numbers, when you try, and the system and the actual system of how things work is probably like, if you're late for work, no matter whether that's your culture or not, you get fired. If you're late on your bills, no matter when you want to pay them, you get fired. So how does being what are you saying, polynomic, right? How does being polynomic in the United States help us? If that's who we actually are, wouldn't that actually be a detriment? With us being American, wouldn't that actually be like a hindrance? That would be almost, if we accepted the fact that we was polynomic, wouldn't that, or if that was scientifically true, not just a joke. I look at color people time as people make that as like a joke. You know, we always late and all that. I don't really look at that as like a serious.
No, it's just pointing to a phenomena that you can't really pinpoint.
No. But answer that other question though. if this is actually something that we can't get around and it's just who we are, then in this society that is not polynomial, if you're late, you lose your job. If you're late on your bills, you lose your house. So if we're just have this culture of just doing shit at our time or on our own time, I think that might be why people are getting the racial aspect, because if that's the case, then we're fucked in the United States of America. If we just doing shit like black people can do shit whenever they want to do shit and it's usually late, that's about as racial as it gets. So I don't know if I want to, I don't even know if this is something that we want to be proven or even to be looked at. Because if you could, I'm pretty sure they could find a way to prove it. But if this is something that's proven, we're gonna look crazy.
It's just I feel you. I mean, that doesn't.
But do you understand where I'm coming from, right? You understand?
Yeah, the social implications.
Yeah,
of accepting that, but we already accept it within our own culture.
Yeah,
like,
but no, not all of us though.
I feel you. If a race,
we don't all accept. Like when if Chef is late on a show or Logic or Hits or me or some shit like that, we be on each other about that shit. That shit we don't accept. Everybody don't accept CPT time.
No, I'm saying we all have acknowledged a person being late, and we say, "Damn niggas." Let's not act like all of us haven't experienced that once. Whether we felt that way or we heard it from another person we was around. Yo, I'll be there around the corner. Man, that nigga ain't gonna be here. So I'm saying we may
that. Buddy, I've experienced, but I never experienced it where it was like put like this. I've experienced it as a joke. I've experienced it in jest or in like a thing that we talk about. Mm-hmm. I have never said, like, I've never got on a motherfucker that was late for a business meeting for me with me, and then that motherfucker, if he ever was to say CPT time, that'd be the last date of our business. We would do no more business. If you ever use that as a serious excuse, you can't do business with me on that.
But that's the same thing with the whole bell curve thing. You can't use group data to stereotype one individual. Does that make sense? So he could have showed up late.
I mean, lost in that bell curve.
He could have. Oh, no, I'm just saying, like, just because a person says African Americans have a polychronic culture doesn't mean also that African Americans, all African Americans, gonna show up to work late. Or even if they show up to work late, it's because they come from a polychronic culture. Like, every situation is anecdotal and different. But they're just talking about generalized groups of people and what they value. And we do value communion and interpersonal relationships more than other groups.
But we also value being professional. We value being.
I agree. I agree.
We value, like me. It's very important to me to start things on time. But time is very important. Because the thing is, time actually. What I've been taught in business is time is the thing that I see before I see you. So if you're late to a meeting, I could spend literally you could say the greatest idea ever. But if I think that that's how this relationship is gonna go, that's a good semblance of time of that for me at least. I don't know how that works for everybody else.
But let
me read some of these comments real quick. And then we'll get back to the panel because y'all wasn't here for a long time and we had to hold it down. So hold on. So Vyasa says brass for fun, fashionably late is a Eurocentric scapegoat for explaining their version of time. I agree with that. Brad, I agree with that. I like that. 1 second. Brass, unmute me. Oh, okay. That's stupid. Well, you wouldn't stop watching the video, brother. You're trying to get somewhere. My brother Thunder, what's going on, big fella? Welcome.
Hey, man.
Welcome. Don't worry about it, bro. We ain't gonna kick you out in the back chat, bro. 1 second, Stu. I gotta recognize the chat. They're watching us, bro. Give me 1 second. What's up, Didi? Polychronic, Samurai, yeah. Didi arguing with somebody in the chat. Leave Didi alone. Vyasa says American public education is 100% based around the agricultural family, spring break to plant, fall break to harvest. Even the hours are centered around it. Yeah. I'm not talking about the full school year. I'm talking about the actual school day. When I was in school in Ohio, there was a time when they didn't adjust for kids who worked on farms. So you would have kids that had been up since 4 o'clock in the morning and then getting to school at 9 a.m. and then getting out of school at 3 p.m., having to go back to the fields. It was detrimental to their grades. You could actually follow it in their grades. So they began to adjust almost a separate school schedule just for the kids who had to work on the farms for their parents, because their parents, they needed their help all year round. Okay, let's get back to the conversation, Stu. Before you go, let's move it around the panel, see if somebody want to go, and then you see right. Can go back into it. Go ahead, Thunder.
Right. So, Fetty, you doing a decent job.
Don't talk about before me, and I'm waiting to just finish my point. Please let me finish my point.
Thunder, let him finish. Thunder, let him finish his point, because he did go back and find the video. Let him finish his point. Go right back to you, Thunder.
Okay.
But you gotta sounding like you underneath water, Stu. You gotta pick up the microphone.
Yeah. I'm picking up the microphone.
Go ahead.
Say there are pros and cons, right? Don't look at polychronic cultures as inferior and all of that compared to monochronic cultures. Both sides have pros and cons, and they actually say that mono or polychronic people bring more creativity into the workplace and all other things.
What Fetty said is that they said that polychronic people bring more creativity to the workplace.
I said that. I acknowledged I said that. What are you talking about?
Let me finish.
You didn't prove anything with that clip.
No. Let me finish. When the word creativity is used, and I wish that Mujasi was here.
Wrong. You said arts. Can you admit that you was wrong?
What?
No. Admit, in the comments, you said that I used art. Say you was wrong, nigga.
I'm wrong for saying that you used
okay.
Word.
Thank you. So you're now about to spin what I meant regarding creativity to save face. But I'm going to let you finish. I'm going to let you finish.
Brass, can I speak? Can I speak, Brass?
Go ahead.
Because
I'm just exposing you.
I need everybody in here. I need everybody in here who have children. Sunder, Brass, Corey, and if you have children, answer this question. When you go in front of that teacher...
Now he about to move the goal.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost.
I gotta mute you, bro. Stop, Freddie.
No,
The
everybody...
nigga was wrong. He was wrong.
That's fine, but you gotta let him have the ability to be wrong.
You're right. Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking to people with children who go in front of the child teacher. When the teacher used the word, you have a very creative child, right? And I'm asking you this directly. I don't know if the teacher ever said this to you. When the teacher said to you, you have a very creative child. Thunder, you can answer this. What is the teacher making reference to? What is the teacher? Thunder, go ahead. If a teacher said to you that you have a very creative child, what is the teacher saying?
Creative may have reference to imagination, maybe a scattered brain or whatever, just all into everything, right? You got it's several ways to do creative, but I understand the art aspect as well.
Son Brass, when the teacher said to you that
further away from the original.
No. Can you mute him, Brass? If you have to mute me, can
I'm
you
not
do
saying
me
I'm going to mute you.
I'm muting. I mute him.
You moving further and further away from the original point.
Freddie, okay, 1 second. Freddie, y'all gonna get mad when you get muted, but then you force niggas to mute you. You force niggas to do it.
No, Brass, you have been into PTA meetings and teachers conference meetings. When a teacher said to you, and let's be honest, you have a very creative child. What's the teacher saying to you? What does the teacher say?
It could be a shot at the intelligence. This child is more about arts and dancing and shit like that. You might want to look into art school or something. This educational shit might not be. She's stronger in being creative and that type of shit than she is in education. I get that.
So when a scientific paper is being written, and he says it's a scientific paper, and I can read scientific paper. I'm great at that, trust me. And I pick it up fast because there are certain keywords I use, right? Example, when they're talking about this field of study, they make no mention of race. It is totally eliminated. It's talked about culture, but geographic area. So how is it culture and geographic, but not race? Why are you eliminating race? It's because you understand how pseudo it would sound if you include race. But no, you use jobs like how he uses jobs. Oh, polychronistic cultures bring creativity to the workplace. They don't bring seriousness to the workplace. Those niggers can skip and dance and sing and play basketball. Those niggers need to shut up and dribble because they're polychronistic. Don't let anybody fucking fool you. Sorry to use the curse word because the show is live. Don't let anybody fool you with fancy words. Don't let a dumb fool like Cedric use a lot of big words and change your mind. Because that is what he's doing. He's talking about poly and mono. Oh, the Germans have mastery over time. They're goal-oriented. That's what the paper says, that monochronistic people are goal-oriented, while polychronistic
bring it home, Stu, as people want to get in there.
Yeah. Well, polychronistic people are easily distracted. I'm done. You can't say anything you want to say. You can't walk up for the white.
I had Fetty on mute. Thunder. Yeah. I want to give you your time interrupted. I just want to see if you want to say something before you start. Go ahead, Fetty. You got anything?
Notice how he didn't address anything that I was saying. He attached a stereotype by asking y'all questions. What did your teacher? So the fact that he tried to show a clip in a got you moment just exposed again further how people like Stu Pease, who have so much like racial trauma and want to compete with the white man psychologically, he can't even look at a paper. He's now promoting that certain fields by experts are now BSing it now that they're racist. So he's attaching
there you go.
He's attaching conspiracy theories. He's attaching all of these things to make his point sound better, and he failed miserably.
There you go. Now, Fetty, you ended right where I wanted you to end, because I wanted you to start there. You were getting flustered. Stu Pease got you out your bag a little bit. I wish you would have stayed right with the definition, number one. So we can look on Wikipedia, right? But if you just look at what it is, chronemics, right? It's anthropological, philosophical, and linguistic subdiscipline that describes how time is perceived, coded, and communicated across a given culture, right? If you stay right there and don't let them get you into race, that's not that, because they gonna drag you there. You can't let them drag you. You got to drag them, nigga. And you tried. You tried. You did try, Fed. I ain't gonna say you didn't. You did try to say, man, I ain't talking about no damn race. I'm talking about, but you gotta stay consistent. Don't let them drag you. Number one, when we talking about anything chronic, when we talking about science, we're talking about observation. This is what is observed by said scientists. These scientists or society as a whole has observed these people being monochronic, and they've observed the United States. So let's look at what is a monochronic system. A monochronic time system means that things are done one at a time, and time is segmented into small, precise units. So usually the American time system is usually around 8 to 5. Well, let's just say an 8-hour day, 40 hours a week. That's monochronic. When you get into that, that is a part of our society. But what they're saying is later on down, they said the culture of African Americans might also be seen as polychronic. So they're saying that we have a blend of monochronic and polychronic, right? And polychronic means that several things can be done at once. That's polychronic. So what they're doing is not saying black people, white people, whoever. They're saying that what has been observed in these countries and in these cultures is this. This is what we observe scientifically. We have data. I'm sure they have some sort of data that they've pulled from. Now, if you're going to make the scientific racism argument, you can make that, but you're going to have to prove it, right? So you can't let them be lazy, Fetty. Tell them to prove what they're saying, because we can read.
I prove it?
Hold on one second. So when they say some per some authors, examples of polychronic cultures are Latin America, African, Arab, South Asian, Mediterranean, and Native American, amongst others, right?
What you said, read that again?
I said all that. I said all that earlier.
Read that again. Read that again.
Steve, you got to stop, man. You've been talking at least 20, 30 minutes. Relax, man. Examples of polychronic cultures are Latin American.
Okay, color.
African.
Color.
That's not okay. Latin American.
No, go ahead.
African.
I'm gonna stop you when you don't reach your people of color.
Latin American, African, Arab, South Asian, Mediterranean, and Native American.
So where are the white people?
Those are.
That's a question. I'm not trying to cut you.
They acknowledge, and that same thing, they acknowledge European populations that are.
No.
I would put,
talking about
hey, Brass.
Go ahead.
Yo, Brass. I would put Spain in that Mediterranean thing there. Europe, Spain be in that Mediterranean.
Okay, so you would say
there you go.
How would
what?
How come I ask a question? Y'all get on.
I find it.
Just answer the question.
I find it though funny. I find it funny they didn't exactly say Spain. I think they're trying to hide it under the Mediterranean label.
Let Thunder finish. I just asked him a question. I didn't want him to stop talking.
Good. So you asking me where were the white people?
Like that don't strike you as kind of like.
Right. So if you're making the claim that there's a bunch of racists that made this,
I'm not making.
I asked you a question.
Okay,
so if you're making the claim that these scientists that observe this are racist, then you can make that claim. But now,
no. That's not what I'm doing. Let me ask you a question really quickly. I'm saying that what you just read.
Yes.
With like when you're trying to show within that statement, I'm not talking about the science right now. I'm talking about that Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
Everything that Wikipedia article explained, technically, I guess, except Italy or Mediterranean, but that could even be people of color. I just don't find it just seemed that sentence, not the statement. Just that sentence. But okay, you said Italy was the white people. So okay.
So what we're gonna do is allow you to argue with the science. I'm not gonna do
that. I'm learning. I don't have the ability to argue with the science because I don't understand the conversation yet. So
no problem. So I think once we started, and I'm glad that Fetty introduced this or whoever it was. Because it's Chef, right? So it's something that we can kind of look at and study. Hopefully, we can study scientifically and not racially. Thank you, Fetty, and thank you, Chef. This is good. I like this. So if we stick with the science, if we stick with what the research says, this is going to challenge our discipline, right? It's going to challenge us now. So we cannot keep saying.
Can I say something? Can I say something? You just describing now. No, you're
Stupid.
just describing
I
now.
know, but stupid.
Why can you not mute Stupies? Stupies has been talking.
I'm trying to give my brother grace. I'm trying to show him grace. I don't mute everybody first. I'm showing grace. What I'm saying is, Stu, and this is to you, Thunder, and then Stu, go ahead. You keep saying it's going to challenge us scientifically, but the reason why you like this argument is because of the race aspect.
No, I don't.
You're trying to
like
see,
it because...
wait, let me finish. You're trying to see if a bunch of black people are going to admit that if the science says CPT time is scientific, are we going to be able to accept that?
All right.
And tell me that's where you're at. That's where you're at. Okay, go ahead, Stu. I'm just telling you. Go ahead, Stu.
What this said, there's not. No, let me finish, and then Stu Pease can go. I ain't gonna say nothing else.
Okay.
So nigga. What? Hey, DQ. What? You hear what he did, right?
No, DQ turned that camera on because I was cooking with grease before you threw the powder on it or something.
What? Now, what I'm saying is the reason why I like it is, like I already said it, but I'll restate it. The reason why I like the conversation is it's going to challenge us to let the science speak and we shut the fuck up, right? That's what I like, number one. Then number two, I want to see who all is about to, I agree kind of in a sense. Are we going to accept the science for what it is, or are we going to argue against the science and the data that's been collected, and we're going to sit there and act like we ain't reading what we're reading? This is a great field. This is a great scientific field that we can get into that's going to challenge us to keep our discipline, keep our self-control, and stay focused on wherever the science go. That's where we need to go. This is a good one. Okay, let's take advantage of it.
I like the way you explain that. Go ahead.
Can I say something? And I appreciate how you ended that a while ago, Thunder. And we are going to agree with the science. And Fetty has introduced this as a science. And this science, the first thing this science said about America, and I'm going to accept it as a science, that America is a monochronistic state. Do we agree on that? Yes. That is what the science said.
It's monochronic.
Yes, but monochronic.
Yeah.
But so the science says America is a monochronic state. However, African Americans are a mixture between poly and mono. They don't say African Americans are mono. So if America is mono, but African Americans are not mono, are African Americans, according to the science first says to you what America is, and then it tells you what African American isn't. So I'm going to agree with the science, because the science says African Americans aren't Americans because they're not monochronistic. So tell me now, Thunder, is that not what the science said? That America is mono. So if you're not mono, how are you American?
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So yes, you're correct. It did state that the United States is considered a monochronistic society. Yes, it does say that. But they're also a subculture that they make I don't want to say they also acknowledge at the same time, they acknowledge that
they made a distinction.
They are
use the word distinction. Did they make a distinction? They made a distinction.
That's the word.
That's the word. So they separated African Americans from America. Right?
So what?
They separated?
What they say,
yes.
No, what they said was that African Americans have both of these qualities. They contain both. They did not say that they are not monochronistic. They said they are monochronistic. But
what did they say about the white people?
They also can be considered. And that's good, Brad. See, Brad,
this is how I am. You're doing the same thing I do all the time, right? So you got to have that sort of aspect. I like it. You're doing a good job.
I'm just saying, like, okay, they keep. I heard what y'all said. They told us, but if they're saying America is a monochronic country, and they're saying black people, I don't know if y'all keep adding the istic correctly. Let's get the English on that so we move forward correctly. But if it's a monochronic or monochronistic, but monochronic. Okay, so here's my question: if they're saying that America is monochronic, but they're saying that black people are polychronic and monochronic, and need to know what white people are. That's all I'm just saying. I'm just blackology. I'm about to open up my beer of blackology.
This is how you can do it.
About white people. That's all I want to know.
You can say that you can view it as African Americans and niggers. That's kind of where I think that's kind of where they are, right? You're gonna have some black people that acknowledge the monochronistic and live monochronic. And
that's fine, but you're not answering my question. And now I'm starting to think you're pissing on the head and you're calling it rain. I need to know what this scientific, because see, Reggie just made a great point. See, we've been having this argument about ancient science, early science. I'm so glad we done with that shit. Whatever. But modern science and the scientific method, part of the reason the scientific method was refined and formalized, one of the things in it is that they it's something to address the biases in science, and that's supposed to be the difference between modern science and what we would call just science. So sounds to me that we are smack in the middle of modern science.
It sounds to me that you are trying to
they having some bias. And wait.
It sounds to me that you're trying to dispute the science. That's what it sounds like.
No. I'm not trying to dispute the science.
Are you refuting? No, I'm
not refuting the science.
Are you refuting the fact that we are monochronic and polychronic?
If the science says it, I'm not going to. That's not something that I'm necessarily going to fight. But hold on.
All right.
Hold on. I do understand that there is still scientific racism today. So I can question the integrity. Hold on, Thunder. I can question the integrity of the report. Now, if the numbers are the numbers, no matter who they come from, then it is what it is. But scientific racism didn't disappear. And the fact that I keep asking you when they keep saying that America is monochronic, and you won't answer to me, that you told me what the black people was. And then you separated them out. Some people's niggas, some people black. I ain't comfortable with it, but if that's how you want to rock, cool. But I'm gonna say this to you. Yeah. What in that report did they say the other races of people in the United States were? Because if they never brought up no other race, y'all can't keep telling me that this ain't racial at this point. Because if it's a scientific study on America and Americans, why are they only talking about us?
It's cultural.
Okay, then why are they only talking about our culture? What about the other cultures? Do they rate them too? Do they say what they are? Somebody read that report, because if you do this shit and you start talking about people being laid or people's culture and all this, that, and the other, if you only talk about the black culture in the report, you can't tell me this ain't racial, because we ain't the only people that live here. We're only 12, 13% of the population. What about everybody else? Because now what you're saying is if everybody else is monochronic, then based on the integrity of the report, what I might end that, Thunder, right? Just based off my own silly deduction. What I might end that, I'm gonna let you go. Okay. What I might end that, Thunder, real quick, is that if you say America is monochronic, somebody got mute out. If America's monochronic and we're polychronic and monochronic, you got mute out, Bias. We're polychronic and monochronic. then if they never mention what everybody else is, if the rest of them people are just considered monochronic, you damn near saying we ain't American.
No, you're saying that we are a distinct culture in America, and we are the only culture that seems to be both monochronic and polychronic. That's all you're saying.
Meaning, right. But so what is everybody else?
You're the only culture that seem to be late all the time.
Well, it don't say nothing about late. It don't say nothing about late.
We running our own schedule. It ain't late all the time. You're right.
It didn't say that. It didn't say that. It said that we monochronic. That's why you're messing up. Monochronic just means
right there. Because you ain't answering my original question.
Monochronic means that things are done one at a time. Things are done one at a time.
Since you're saying one at a time, answer the first question.
Being monochronic means things are done one at a time, right? And the time is segmented into small, precise units. That's being monochronic. Being polychronic means you're able to do more than one thing at a time. That's all it's saying. It's not saying that you're late. Y'all have introduced that.
That's fine. Do not let Thunder get out of this. No, Thunder. Since you're being so informative. No.
Hey, Brad.
No, you can't finish.
And what happened? I just got back. What happened?
No, you can't finish your point.
So what they're doing is trying to.
No, I'm not. I just need you to answer my original question. I've been asking for 10 minutes. Now I'm starting to think you dodging me. My original question is, what does that report say about the other races in the United States of America? That's all I want to know. And then y'all can talk about whatever. Go ahead.
About a race, it said the cultures. So it's what it's saying about.
What does it say about the other cultures? You're correct.
What it's saying about the other cultures is that they are widely considered monochronic. That's what it's saying about the other cultures. Our culture in particular, they're saying is both monochronic and polychronic. That's all it's saying. It's not reference to what you're doing is trying to niggify the conversation and instead of keeping it scientific. So if you stick,
that's strike one.
That's fine. So what we're doing is I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to Logic, whoever said something about the color people time.
Oh, okay.
So,
I mean, I guess because it's Thunder, I'm supposed to take that, as him being graceful to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At least he used the A word.
Y'all talking about me? Y'all talking about
niggerize. Instead of trying to niggerize the
Logic talking about what I'm saying when I left.
Because look, he started. I gotta cut you off because you acting crazy right now. Because you started your comment. You started your comment off with. He said the way that he would describe it is, they got niggas and niggers, right? So at least he trying to still, he keeps me in the nigga camp, and I ain't trying to nigger.
He got you square.
Let's get back. Doing it about being monochronic,
conversation.
Hold on.
That wasn't.
Hold on, Brad. You just
told me what.
All right. Hold on, Logic. Hold on.
Monochronic or whatever.
Hold on. So what we're doing is, you introduce being late. So black people don't want to late. That's what I mean by you trying to niggify the conversation. So that's an explanation. So now they're not saying that black people are late. They ain't nowhere in this article said that we consider black people polychronic because they late all the damn time. That ain't what it say. It said that we are able, as a culture, we are able to do more than one thing at a time. That is what polychronic means. Poly, more than one thing at a time. So it's actually complementary. It's actually complementary of our culture and what you're doing.
It's
trying to make that.
It's not. Can I say something? It's not.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me tell you, it's not. Because the workplace view has changed over the last couple of years. where people used to believe that people can multitask. Now people will tell you that there's no strength in somebody multitasking. You must finish one task completely and move on to the other. Because when you attempt to do several things at the same time, you end up not doing them to the best of your ability. So when somebody say, oh, it is advantage because we are we have poly, when they are themselves moving away from that state of mind to more a task-oriented, monotheistic approach to things. So what they're saying is that these Negroes are easily distracted. That's what poly means. They don't see time as we see time, as task-oriented mono. But somebody's going to say stupid don't know what I'm talking about. And I'll agree with you. I don't know shit. But I know that when you read the thing earlier, the scientific paper said America is mono, but black people aren't. Black people is a mixture. It's either is or you're not. And somebody saying that, oh, that is to our advantage to describe us that we can multitask. We can be mono when we're ready, and we can be poly at another time. Nope. But for nobody else to say that, they're not calling the white people a mixture. So therefore, however mean I am separating the sheep from the goat.
But what research have you done to even look into it?
Let me finish. Allow me my assumption. But that's basically saying is that goat and sheep produce mutton. But only one of those animals have the capability of producing wool. And America is a wool-driven economy. We rely on wool, right? However, black people can't produce wool. America is a money-chronistic society. However, black people can produce money. They have separated us in the first paragraph. And if you don't see that separation instantaneously, by the time they carry you down in the second chapter, you already drown like Fetty. Don't drown like Fetty, Thunder. You're brighter than that. And I know you're brighter than that. But guess what? You love the argument because you're going to use this. You argue like me. You're going to use this argument.
You already admitted your opinion is based off emotion.
Let me finish.
What you mean?
Let me finish.
No, nigga, you talk a lot. You saying everything you saying is based off of emotion and going back to a time.
Everything you were saying is based on coonery.
No. You're creating a conspiracy within the field. In 2026.
You're carrying water for the white man. That's what you do. That's what you're good at. You're a water carrier.
I think he looked at the article or listened to the article being read, and his conclusion, I kind of come up with the same conclusion that they are making a separation, saying Americans this, these niggas do this. I'm just saying that's what it seemed like to me.
You know what? That's fine. That's fine, bro.
It doesn't seem like that to you, Fatty.
Well,
what they doing, Fatty?
I ain't about to keep saying
doing blackology on you, Fatty, or what? Let me know what they doing.
No, it's confusing, right? Because a nigga like Stu Pease will acknowledge differences between white and black people all the time, right? But you notice how when a field is producing certain differences within cultures, he's acting like it's a conspiracy and all of this. So I'm just confused on like where Stu Pease.
You know that black people had to deal with scientific racism. Did you
I agree with that? Yes,
okay.
I said in the beginning of the convo. That's why I didn't want to have it. Let me finish, bro. Let me just finish this statement, please. You can go right after. Okay. I'm just saying. I said in the beginning that these topics have a lot of historical baggage to it. So I get why a motherfucker gonna go to, well, the experts, they really saying this. You can't trust what they saying in the paper. But however, it's 2026, and I acknowledge that the same people who are trying to help black people, these DEI programs, have lecture series all on YouTube and in real life dealing with cultural differences of people in monochronic and polychronic.
What is DEI?
Can I? Oh my God, bro.
Because you're a dumb fuck.
Diversity.
Because you use DEI.
How was that wait. How was that a dumb statement? Acknowledge what I'm saying regarding DEI programs, acknowledging in the classroom, in the workforce and all of that, we have to acknowledge cultural differences and create a better communication. So you saying that is that bad?
So I didn't understand what you said. You said DEI. Okay, go ahead. I'll let y'all get it.
What is DEI?
I'll send you the video. I'll send you the video, Corey, or the lecture series.
DEI is DEI about aptitude of black people.
I'm not about to have a DEI comp. See, like you love moving the goalposts. That's the blackology.
I'm not moving it. Is you throwing DEI in there?
No. I said no. The reason why I brought up DEI is because they have a series of lectures talking about monochronic and polychronic cultures. Would you call them people coons and all of that when they're trying to obviously find a middle ground and understand all cultures? So it's their job.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. When Corey hear DEI, when Corey hear the word DEI and Brad hear the word DEI, are they hearing the same thing? Are they assimilating the same concept? Corey, when you hear the word DEI and Brad hear the word DEI, do you believe that Brad and you have the same concept of what DEI is based on all of the information that has come to you?
I'm just saying what I said regarding DEI and the correlation to this conversation that we have.
What DEI
go off the rails. You love going off the rails.
No. I'm not going off the rails.
I'm not going off the rails. Hey, right here, bro.
I'm right here in the pocket with you. I'm
I
right here
will
in the
say
pocket
though,
with you.
Brad usually is not as well informed as I am, though. Also, I will say
is
that.
DEI about is DEI about the ability or opportunity? What is DEI about? The ability to do the job.
Opportunity.
Right. When Brad hears the word DEI, does he think it's an opportunity, or does he think that black people lack the ability and we're making a space for them unqualified black people?
Yeah, it's basically what Brad thinks is it's an unqualified black woman who's getting a job that she shouldn't have.
Wait, are y'all saying brass? Wait, are y'all saying brass?
Brad,
no,
a white boy.
Brad.
Oh,
okay. Jeremy. We'll use Jeremy instead.
Nah, they saying Brad. They saying Brad.
They saying Brad, but they using Brad. That's the code word for Brad.
Yeah,
that's a code word. It's like no Brandon Brad. It really means Brad.
I'm sitting here I'm sitting here like, hey, why the fuck y'all doing this to me in my face like this? Paul, go ahead.
Yeah. Right? No, so when somebody bring up somebody bring up the word DEI to justify them argument, them don't even
Brad, did you understand what I meant regarding DEI, acknowledging cultural differences?
No, because I've had the conversation with you before.
Okay, thank you. This nigga about to say some whole other
No, it's just I've had the conversation. It ain't because I understand why Stu is saying what he's saying because he didn't have the conversation.
Exactly, bro. This nigga just be yapping. He yapping and be uninformed. Like, you not trying to hear that shit, old nigga. Take that shit somewhere else, nigga. Nigga, I made, bro. You notice how he's switching the art. Now I don't know what DEI is. When we've been in this bitch talking about inclusive excellence, the frame. Now I don't know what DEI. Like, this nigga's a clown, bro. Like, this nigga.
All right, let me ask you this question.
Clown that. I'm not answering shit, bro. Let's stay where we at, bro. You off the rails, bro. You're off the rails, my nigga.
Hope y'all doing and be like, yo, he's throwing a shot. You know what I mean? Like, no, y'all can't do that. Both of y'all throwing shots now.
All right, let's stay where
let's rewind.
Nothing he's saying is from an informed perspective. It's emotions and blackology. That's it.
Hey, can we get some other voices? These two niggas can't talk to each other. For real.
Nigga goofy, and I'm on that nigga.
Look,
bro.
y'all,
that nigga he acting like he B-boy or something. Nigga, every time I come around, he be quiet. What you talking about? He be talking all that shit. But you tuck your tail when I talk to you.
Every article you
You be calling niggas coons, water carriers, nigga. You left Jamaica. You left our homeland where it was mostly y'all, and you came here.
Let me answer that. I've answered that question before. No,
you call niggas Negro pins. You're a cool. What are you, nigga? What are you? You left. You left our homeland. Oh,
I'm the first person to say I'm a Negropean. When I gave the definition of Negropean, I am the first person to say I am a Negropean because I'm culturally influenced by the European. Many persons here wanted to push back on it, and when they recognize that your culture, more than 50% of my culture is influenced by the European.
Yep.
I call myself that. That was the first person. not say everybody
before you call the other niggas thing, just look in the mirror. You may be the most potent one out of us all.
No, I don't
That'll
bring
be the
IQ
first month
article.
of the day.
I don't bring IQ article. I don't bring IQ articles written by racists. I don't bring.
It's more so.
I don't bring this stupid.
Hey, Thunder, you still ain't gave me that article, brother. I'm starting to think you running.
Hey, Brian.
I need this article. Somebody give me the article. I need, because I don't think we know. I think we've been talking about the wrong shit. If Thunder is saying that's what that is, the one you was reading with the polynomial. You said you was reading from the report or whatever. Where I kept asking you, where's the white people, or where's the other cultures in? You was reading from something, wasn't you?
Yeah, it's Wikipedia.
Oh, Wikipedia. Oh, I thought you were reading the report. You kept saying the report. Okay, yeah. Okay.
No, I didn't say about no report.
Hey, Brad.
Okay.
I'm saying that
you can hear me? You can hear me?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let Thunder get his sentence out. Go ahead, Contrarian.
Yeah, so
go ahead, Thunder.
I wanted you to get back.
Go ahead, Thunder. Let Contrarian get his thought out. Y'all got me all fucked up.
I want you to ask who was the other
You're sitting right there. You can ask Thunder.
Who is the other Americans they talking about?
Everybody else.
Who is everybody
White
else?
Americans and black Americans.
No,
we know they're talking about black Americans, but it said Americans. Well, Brass was asking you. You never answered that question.
It said the United States. It said the United States. It didn't say about America.
It said Americans, man.
I'm saying the United. Okay, let me read it for you. The United States considers itself a monochronic society. This perception came about during the Industrial Revolution. Many Americans think of time.
If America considers itself monochronic and they consider us polychronic, what that's saying?
Many Americans think of time as a precious resource, not to be wasted or taken lightly. As communication scholar Edward T. Hall wrote regarding the Americans' viewpoint of time in the business world, the schedule is sacred. What are you talking about then?
I'm talking about the first thing you read.
The first thing you read.
Please stop.
The first thing you read when it said American.
The first thing I read was what?
American. And then it started talking about black Americans.
The Americans are monochronic.
And
then you said that black people are considered polychronic and monochronic.
And
I just said that. What did it say about the other race?
My mic on too? I said the United States. This man is talking to me, and I got 5 other niggas trying to chime in.
You just trying to figure out if his microphone works, bro. Relax.
The United States considers itself a monochronic society. That is what the article says. You can pull up on Wikipedia or Chronemics rather, and it will tell you. You can read it for yourself. I wish I could share the screen.
Let me pull this shit up.
Well, you read it.
Is DQ in here? DQ, do that mean
it's actually kind of amazing how we found ourselves.
One strand of weed.
That's it. Hey, you know I'm over here thinking of rhymes. I'm over here thinking of rhymes already. Monochronic.
In just the strangest random ass conversation that's got something to do with racism. That's got something to do with racism every day. It's the craziest thing, man. Look, what you looking up, bro?
What else you got?
I'm trying to find this.
Niggas ain't got that fortitude.
Race.
Okay, so it's chronemics. Just so we're clear, it's called chronemics.
Yes, that's what it's called.
We've been fucking up the word of this shit the entire
time.
No,
we haven't. That is
niggerizing the word.
No, because if it's chronemics, then it would be poly. Wouldn't it be? Okay, forget it.
Let's read.
No. Okay, so hey, I ain't no fucking Hebrew Israelite. That's Kyle.
Stop, bro.
So it's monochronic time.
Y'all been monochronic.
Y'all been niggerizing the conversation the whole time.
This monochronic time system means that things are done one at a time, and time is segmented into small, precise units.
Everybody mute out.
Under this system,
you mute out, nigga.
Time is scheduled. Yo, this is an insane asylum. Under this system, time is scheduled, arranged, and managed. The United States considers itself a monochronic society. This perception came about during the Industrial Revolution. Many Americans think of time as a precious resource not to be wasted or taken lightly. Okay. So scholar Edward Hall wrote regarding Americans' viewpoint of time in the business world that the schedule is sacred. He wrote that for monochronic cultures, such as the American culture, time is tangible and viewed as a commodity where time is money or time is wasted. Okay, we get that. So, for example, if a business person from the United... Okay, so monochronic time orientation, thank you. It did. Here's the part I was looking for, contrarian. Monochronic time orientation is very prominent in core Germanic-speaking countries, Finland, France, Japan, and the Asian economic tigers. So if a business person from the United States has a meeting scheduled, they may grow frustrated if they are required to wait an hour for their partner to arrive. This is an example of a monochronic time-oriented individual running into conflict with a polychronic time-oriented individual. Okay, so now polychronic time means several things can be done at once. In polychronic time systems, a wider view of time is exhibited.
No, you skip the African Americans. You don't skip the African American thing.
No, oh, okay, yeah. The culture of African Americans might also be seen as polychronic. So, per some authors, examples of polychronic cultures are Latin American, African, Arab, South Asian, Mediterranean, and Native American cultures. Although others have described this, this categorization is exoticizing and misleading. Supposedly, these cultures' view on time can be connected to natural rhythms, the earth, and the seasons. These analogies can be understood and compared because natural events can occur spontaneously and sporadically, like polychronic time-oriented people and polychronic time-oriented cultures. Hold on one second. A scenario would be...
Niggas be late.
Hold on, bro.
Niggas late.
Yeah, they talk about us, bro. They talk about niggas. Chill out.
Late ass niggas.
Wait.
We fucking got him.
We fucking got him. Hold on. Wait a second.
Keep reading. It's gonna talk about the Inuit. Keep going.
No. I'm gonna go to the Inuit, but this is the part that bothers me in this conversation. The other part.
They talking about
I'm gonna go into the Inuit, but I want to say this though. So if we are not considered monochronic, this is what monochronic people do, though. This is the
that's what Americans do according to the article. They're taking a step further.
Yeah. Wait. America is monochronic, and to be monochronic, you have to believe that time is a precious resource, not to be wasted or taken lightly. So here's my question. If we are considered monochronic and polychronic, then you mean that there is no segment, there's a segment of our population, specifically just us, that believes time is not a precious resource, and we could just waste that shit and take it not serious at all.
Yeah, we ain't trying.
Y'all done got so in the science that y'all
trying to keep the buck
articles
out
to
here,
find out why niggas late work.
You see how logic created that scenario as to why we bring.
No, I didn't create the scenario. Thunder came in here and said that there's a difference between niggas and niggers, and we sitting up here trying to find the scientific.
Okay, so wait. Let's see how they got to it, though. Let's see how they got to it. It says measuring polychronicity is Blue Dorn, Felker Kaufman, Paul Lane, concluded that developing an understanding of the monochronic polychronic continuum will not only result in a better self-management, but will also allow more rewarding job performances, and relationships with people from different cultures and traditions.
How is that funny though? That's what initiative is about. Like understanding cultural differences.
Researchers, hold on. We're reading from the actual article. I really don't care what y'all saying. Right? I'm reading from what the people who did this study said. Researchers have examined that predicting someone's polychronicity plays an important role in productivity and individual well-being. Researchers have developed the following questionnaires to measure polychronicity. It says a 10. Okay, so in inventory, so IPV, inventory of polychronic values. It was developed by Blue Dawn, which is a 10-item scale designed to assess the extent to which people and culture prefer to be engaged in 2 or more tasks or events simultaneously and believe their preference is the best way to do things. So they call it the Polychronic Attitude Index. It was developed by Kaufman, Scarborough, and Lindquist. This is in 1991. I want to see if they got some new work on this.
Ain't that when the bell curve? Hold up. Ain't that when the bell curve came out?
Man, we gotta stop, bro. That came out in 96.
It just could be a coincidence.
My bad.
Man, this is nasty.
So Fetty,
you can't say the G word. That's like saying the G word.
Hey, Fetty,
we'll go right to
let him a little bit, and then we're gonna bring it right back to science.
All right, so which is the 4? Hold on. So it's not gonna be long. It's just we be talking about stuff we don't really. No, we wasn't even saying this shit right. So, which is a 4-item scale measuring individual preference for polychronicity in the following statements. 1, I do not like to juggle several activities at the same time. 2, people should not try to do many things at once. 3, when I sit down at my desk, I work on one project at a time. 4, I am comfortable doing several things at the same time.
Shit, I'm working right now. Niggas working right now and talking to this voice chat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing like 7 things right now, but go ahead, Truls.
Because you're a nigga.
I was gonna ask, so the theory in all of this is that.
Hey, Juan, what up, G? My bad, Truls.
What's up, man? Yeah. The theory is that we African Americans have this kind of thinking or remnants of this thinking due to our indigenous ancestry. Is that the theory? That's kind of what I'm gathering.
People have different theories, but yeah, that could be said. Africans who came from a broad ancestral group, and that's why they point to like certain countries. Or whatever.
And it's that ancestral group that is being suggested to have this kind of concept of time, and it's leaving remnants in what we see in African American behavior. That's the theory, right?
Corey, like you about to
I think they have a direct African American theory regarding to African Americans, but
yeah, as long as you stay, as long as you stay within the culture is the predominant reason.
Wait. But the point is that what I'm gathering is they're saying this isn't coming from nowhere. This is coming from more ancient cultural behavior and practices that we still have remnants of, right?
No. Okay. All right.
They're not making an epigenetic. They're not necessarily making an epigenetic argument.
That's what I'm hearing.
Hey, come on, Truist. You got to start.
Wait. Because Fetty is saying it's not. Wait.
No,
Fetty is saying it's not.
I'm not. I'm not going to wait. You can't keep asking questions.
I've been quiet the whole time.
You cannot keep asking questions, and when people get ready to answer, you keep running your mouth.
But I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Fetty.
He was talking to Fetty.
Now listen, you ask.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Fetty. Fetty is making an argument about culture. He's not making a fucking genetic argument.
That's what the convo has been about, is culture, though. Nobody has talked about.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking the question clearly. This is about culture. Wait.
I'm trying to answer your question. If you stop talking, man.
He don't want you to. Thunder, why are you going to force?
The question was not directed to you, Thunder.
Thunder, he don't want you to.
The question was directed to Thunder.
He asked the question. He didn't ask the Fetty. He asked
what I did though. I asked Fetty. I didn't ask the panel. I'm talking to Fetty because a few people got a few different arguments.
You know what? Hold on, Truls. Thunder wants smoke. No. Thunder wants smoke. Let him answer.
All right, thank you. So you asked a question about the overarching. The overarching, if you read that if you would have finished reading the article, it would have showed you how Latin Americans, go to polychronic. Go to polychronic and read those cultures. Just hold on for 2 seconds, Truth.
I already understand the argument. That's why my question is in line with the argument.
Just hold on,
and
man.
And the same thing for the Hispanic community. You're
doing this on purpose now. All you gotta do is stop.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. It's different than my question.
Hold on. He wants smoke, though.
Can you read?
He wants smoke. Just let him have it. He wants smoke. I'm about to read.
I'm right now. I'm being polychronistic right now. I can't. I'm not going.
I'm gonna read it as soon as y'all two humble out. I'm not gonna make y'all humble.
Thank you, Brad. You gotta
humble out.
I'm asked you to read it 2 minutes ago.
I gotta humble out. Somebody gotta humble out.
I'm asking Brad
to please. I'm about to start muting. Fuck it.
Can you please,
let me know when I can talk uninterrupted, please.
Can you please read?
I will. Let me just read this.
This is sad. Yeah, go ahead. Please read it.
I'm gonna read it and then just a Thunder. That stuff you be doing on them other panels don't work over here.
When you read it,
I feel like you know what CE means. Yeah, you about to start doing that. 1 second. A polychronic time system means several things can be done at once. In polychronic time systems, a wider view of time is exhibited and time is perceived in large fluid sections. Per some authors, examples of polychronic cultures are Latin American, African, Arab, South Asian, Mediterranean, and Native American cultures.
All right, thank you. That's all I need. So when you hear,
tell me they tied us in. No. Stop, because that was a comma. Let me at least read to the period, which is important. After that comma of saying it's Latin American, African, Arab, South Asian, Mediterranean, Native American cultures. After the comma, it says, although others have described this categorization as exoticizing and misleading.
Yeah. All right. Now, so you have the Africans involved in that.
They tied us in with the Mediterranean.
Come on, man. You have this article stating that Africans are in that mix of being polychronic. You also have the article also saying that the United States considers itself monochronic.
Yes.
So to me, it's saying that that's where you get that we have some aspects from what we've learned here and how we adapted here to being monochronic, but we also, to speak to what you're saying.
I get your connection.
Okay, so now, Thunder, I heard you.
Before you do this,
wait. Let's be fair. I heard you. Now, I need anybody that was listening to my question to Fetty. How is what Thunder just said in contention to my question so much that he needed to interrupt me?
It wasn't. He just wanted to interrupt you. We all know the answer.
Thank you. Like, I don't know why the hell we needed to do that. My question was in line with what the hell you said.
It was. But my question, when we was both reading it is where is African American in that? So when they're saying African, what I'm gathering, they're talking about Africans in Africa, obviously. But when they're talking about American, they never say African American in none of this. So when they're talking about American, are they just assuming that we're like we're Americans?
African American in the monochronic.
They put us in. No, but do you understand what I'm saying, Thunder?
You literally just read it and you said they ain't said it. Yes, they did say it.
Thunder. I know you want to fight, but I ain't even got gloves on. I'm just making a statement. No. I know y'all used to fighting. I'm not fighting with you.
Are you going to correct?
I'm making an observation. No.
Are you going to correct what you said?
I'm making an observation.
The observation is clearly
incorrect. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna help you out. No. You're right. You're 100% right.
In
but apparently, you got a bee up your behind or something. You won't be quiet. 1 second, brother. 1 second. There you go. 1 second. You won't shut the fuck up. God damn, Thunder. You choosing violence. You might be overcompensating for something. I'm not sure. My only statement so I can get it out and I'll go back on mute. My only statement was, when they were saying Africans, I thought that the shit said African American. So when they're saying that Americans and America is largely mono, I forgot already.
Yeah.
Right. If they're saying that America is mainly monochronic, they're actually talking about us in that. And they're saying that the Africans are polychronic. It's funny that they're not giving our culture African American separate from America, but that's neither here nor there. But the African part seems to be the polychronic side. I'm assuming there. I don't know. This Wikipedia article.
Can you drop the link in the chat?
It was a clue. It's just Wikipedia. It's a clue in. It's a context.
Ain't that the A1? Ain't that the truth?
Can I get back to my question, please? Now that we see,
hey, Brad, y'all missed the context clue, and I mentioned it. Y'all understand when they mentioned Africa, right? They started mentioning Mediterranean, Asia. Yeah, so they weren't talking about African Americans when they talked about that. African Americans were included in the American thing. Yes. Yeah.
That's what I got.
It's the context clue when they started naming Mediterranean.
Thunder would be right in that aspect. This can't be no colored people time because they're not even talking about us. They're considering us Americans. But the fact that they didn't separate African American culture is a little disturbing, but it is what it is.
No, Brad, because
you can be in the dominant.
Brad, you gotta understand that it's a trope. Black people ain't late for work. You know why? Because black people gonna be the first motherfucker to get fired for being late. Again, we're held the most accountable. Any Americans, again, out of any group of Americans on this goddamn continent, African Americans are held the most.
Get your mic, G, or you sleep.
I forgot something going on in the background.
So wait, I just wanted to get back to what I was saying. Effect.
How he reading out loud and shit. You know, he got to run his finger across the words to understand that shit.
So Fetty, I've been listening. I've been listening to the entire argument. I understand it, and what I'm hearing, right, is that the polychronistic behaviors you might see in spurts among African Americans here may have traces back to what our ancestral indigenous African cultures practice and thought of time, right? Hold on 1 second. Malcolm, right? Malcolm? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it traces back to that. Now, when it comes to...
I don't believe that.
No, I'm saying that's the theory I'm hearing. I don't agree with it.
That's what I'm saying. The theory isn't worded that way. They're not making a direct... Because, like, again, like...
So wait.
Wait, let me... Damn. I'm saying...
I wasn't even done.
Oh, I thought you was done. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, from everything I'm gathering from the videos you said, from some of the arguments I'm hearing you make, you aren't making the genetic argument. You're making a cultural argument. And if that's the case, culture doesn't spring up out of anywhere. It would have had to come to us from somewhere. What I'm hearing is the suggestion is that it came with us on the boat. Like there's traces of it from...
Yeah, cultural transmission. Yeah.
All right, there you go. So what I'm saying is this. If that is the argument, right, we see with a lot of these Western Europeans that came over here, right, I put a list in this voice chat. These are all groups that can be considered polychronic that are indigenous Europeans. You have the Gaels. They're from Ireland and Scotland. You have the Britons from Britain. You have the Gauls. You have the Franks. You have the Nords. You have Norwegians, early Icelanders, Danes, Finns, Balts. Like you have all of these indigenous groups that didn't have a monochronistic idea of time either. Not even just in other, like in Western Europe, where a lot of these Anglo-Saxons and Celtic and Nordic descendant people here are from, right? But we don't make the argument that the Irish that are here in America are have polychronistic ways because they have they're of Celtic descent, and the Celts were polychronistic people. You see what I'm saying? Like when it comes to
they wouldn't have no other choice but to assimilate by the time we got.
Now I hear what you're saying, Truist, but experts don't word it in a way to say African Americans are polychronic due to their African customs being brought. Like they don't even word it that way.
Okay, so where does it come from? So my question is, if it's not, wait, because I've been hearing all back and forth. Let me just say, if it's not from cultural transmission, right, then you would have to be suggesting it's just something genetic.
No. I'm saying you can word it. I got you. But you can word it in a way regarding cultural transmission, but to make it say that hey, this group, these Africans bought these specific things, they can't really pinpoint that because we had certain customs and traditions in slavery that we learned in America, and then we attached to that. So they can't give a full.
Yeah, but in the article y'all just read. Wait,
I'm missing something from the article.
Y'all been arguing.
No, let me just
please.
Obviously, this is a passionate subject.
No, what it is we need to be on. We actually need to be on streaming.
Go, Truist. Go, Truist.
Please, Stu. I'm gonna let you have it. I just want a very brief back and forth. So the article and everything y'all been pulling up has been pointing to the spiritual and polychronistic thinking of continental Africans, right? When it's making its arguments, right, and making its theories, it's pointing to continental Africa. It's pointing to indigenous America.
Yeah.
It's even pointed to indigenous Asia. So it's clearly trying to indicate this is the origins of the thinking we find in African Americans.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
This is the origin of the thinking we find in Latin and Hispanic and Latin Americans here. So what I'm saying is I don't see that same logic being applied to the Western indigenous European groups we know also had polychronistic thinking. Even if I went to Mediterranean groups, the Spartans were polychronistic for sure. They weren't monochronistic. The Spartans.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
You're proving that it's not a racial argument.
I know, but what I'm saying is the way the conversation is had and framed, we don't focus on those groups. Even in the article you named, it didn't name. I'm black. Wait, please. Even in the article you just read, even in the article you just read, it didn't name any of the indigenous groups I just named. It didn't like have a racially equal conversation. You see what I'm saying?
In that same wiki article, they talk about European groups and polychronistic.
Let me just say this, please, because none of you read the article. The article says that African
Where is this fucking article? I'm about to go live.
Go into the chat. Go into the chat. I just clicked up into the article and put in the chat. And at the end of it, it said, let me read it verbatim. At the end of it said, the culture of African Americans might also be seen as polychronic. And it have an 18 beside it, means it's source. Right? Got here. It starts with southern states can be similar compared to northern ones. Right? But at the end, they did call African American. So what Sunday's saying in the article.
Well, they're talking about countries, bro. You got subcultures within a country. Y'all don't get that?
Yeah, but they did say African American. Is that means you're agreeing with me?
I think we're having a comprehension.
It's a subculture. It's a subculture of America. So African Americans aren't culturally American. Because when they start using the word like subculture, but they did say that America is a monochronic country. United States is a monochronic
due to the Industrial Revolution.
No, that started with that. But then they ended 2 paragraphs later, hidden down at the bottom, the culture of African Americans might also be seen as polychronistic. So there was a distinct separation between what United States is and what African Americans are. Didn't they do that? But they waited.
Or do you disagree with that?
No, let me
Or do you
finish.
agree with that?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree
I
with
thought
it.
we live in a white man world and this ain't for it, bro. So I thought
No. I'm gaslighting. I'm gaslighting. Because
that's
all
what
you're
you
doing is
just saying.
gaslighting. No, you're gaslighting now. Because what happened is that Thunder came in and said, oh, they said United States. They weren't separating us. They were calling us a part of the United States. But then they went 3-4 paragraphs later and put it at the bottom of
You're
a
talking
paragraph.
about the structure of America and the
No.
society.
They put a
They're
3
talking
car
about the
money on
people.
it, homie. It was
They're
3
talking
car
about the
money.
people. That's not the code. They're talking about the people. That's
Hey,
the
Brian,
culture of
can you go
African
to Wiki and
American.
look up African time? I think that's on Wiki too.
Don't look up that racist fucker. Don't listen to that
And I
racist.
want to bring up that book from John and Beatty in 1969.
Don't
We complain about white scholars, right? But when a black scholar in 1969 bring up this same phenomenon, how can you say that's
one day
real
you're
central?
going to write a book. One day you're going to write a book. But that don't change what you are. We have black people there that dressing, we have white people that dress in
I'm
black
talking about John and Beatty, though. You know who John and Beatty is?
It don't matter. It can be a black man dressing, a white man dressing
He
black.
one of them niggas in Sorry Host that be talking to.
Really? Damn. Nigga compared him to us. Yeah. I'm about to check it out. I'm checking out.
Hey, he always
no,
got one of them weird ass Africans, like.
Yeah.
Bro, you don't even know who John and BT is, though. Y'all niggas, man. Y'all would say anything. Niggas be saying anything. At least look it up first, bro. Like, before comparing a nigga to a song.
Corey, would you say that they separated? Corey, would you agree that they separated African American culture from American culture by saying African American?
You do it all the time, Stoopies. You do it. You do it. You do it.
You're breaking up, Corey. You're breaking up.
So they about the nigga fight argument, bro. Don't even do it. Let them nigga fight argument.
All right.
And then
Okay.
All right.
Sunday, I didn't know that you were.
Stoopies is the main nigga saying this world ain't for us, the white man, and all that. And then when experts validate his theory, it's
find the
crazy,
argument.
bro.
You're a nigga find the argument. Let me ask Thunder.
We Negropeans. We in the Western world.
Thunder.
You say that shit every day.
Thunder. Didn't the article that you just read say the culture of African American might also be seen as polychronistic? Polychronic,
yes.
Did the article say that?
Yes.
Did the article also say that the United States of America is a monochronic society?
No, it says United States considers itself a monochronic society.
All right.
That's what he just
article
asked.
Say? Didn't the article said the United States considered itself a monochronic society?
Yes, it did.
And then the article also said that African Americans are. What did it say about African Americans? What did it say we are?
Let's make a distinction between a culture and a society. Can we do that?
Hold on. Did they say?
He ain't even interpreting what he reading.
No.
It
Did they say some
African Americans? It said African Americans can be considered. African American culture can be considered polychronic.
African American culture might also be seen as. I'm looking at the article.
Okay, go. What did it say?
I was in the back track. It said the culture of African Americans, the culture of African Americans might also be seen
as polychronic.
But wait, wouldn't Latin Americans that live in America and the United States of America, wouldn't that same thing apply to them?
Hold on, stop. Did they separate the wheat from the sheep?
We ain't talking about them. We talking about niggas right now.
Well, we do that. You do that all the time, Stoopies. You acknowledge a Western society and people living within it that don't.
We're talking about
come on, bro. That's crazy.
No, we're talking about this time. I'm asking Thunder this time. Thunder, did they just separate the sheep from the goat? You understand that reference? They didn't.
No, they said our culture. No, it didn't. It said our culture can also be considered polychronic.
No, that's
also.
You use the word.
Use the word also there.
Also,
yes,
right.
Also, what that word means to you? Don't tell me that you go to uncomprehension class. Are you telling me that you went to Uncle?
It has some aspects of politics. It has some aspects of
no. It don't say some. It don't say some. No. It don't say some. Sonder, it don't say some. Sonder, you're sounding like you're going to uncomprehension class. You sound like you're going to
read again.
It said the culture of African Americans might also be seen as. It didn't say it have some. It didn't say a part of the culture. Are you culturally African American, Thunder?
Yes.
So are you polychronic?
Yes.
Hey, hold on real quick. Let me a point of clarification to me. When they say also, right, they're not meaning they can be monochronistic and polychronistic. They're not saying also in that way. What they're saying is they can be also included in the polychronistic. They are also
right. Due to us being Americans, we have to adhere to the monocrotic society. We do what we are doing. Exactly, they're talking about culture. Like that's what I'm saying. They say America is a monochronic society. Oh my God.
Yeah, but
Stupide's point is that they separate us. Yeah, they separate.
They grouped us in polychronic. When they said also, they mean that this is likewise to other polychronic countries.
They're saying that our culture is the only one. They're saying that our culture is the only one in this country that could be considered polychronic.
No, they didn't say that. They said that you are polychronic. They separated you.
You're also polychronic. Included with the rest of the other.
Two things can be true, bro. Two things can be true.
No, two things can be true. Culturally,
you live in a monochronic society, but you come from a polychronic culture.
Yes, that is true.
Yes,
that is true. But what they're saying is that you, Thunder, are not culturally American. That's what they say. You are not culturally American. Because to be culturally American, you have to be mono. But you're
I'm not culturally American.
So you're not culturally American. So
I'm culturally African American.
You're culturally what?
African American.
So is an African American not American?
It's African American, not American.
No. So is medieval science not science?
No. Okay, good.
No.
Come on, stupid. Let's not go down that route.
No, we use
You don't fuck that all the way up. Stupid.
Yes, because we're using unk.
Relax, stupid.
You are not American, according to the definition. No,
so this is what we got.
Yes.
So this So we have in our country. I know you're from Jamaica, right? So this I'm not even really talking to you. I'm talking past you. In this country,
out of many one people. That's our motto. Out of many one people. So it can be Chinese Jamaican, it's still Jamaican. It can be European Jamaican, it's still Jamaican. Out of many one people.
We have a culture here in America, right, that celebrates the 4th of July and wave the flags and all the stuff. That's part of our culture. Yes, it is 100%. We got the people who celebrate Christmas and shooting fireworks and all that shit. That's a part of American culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
But African Americans have our own culture. If you don't know, that's cool. You're Jamaican, no problem. We have our culture that has dress. It includes dress. It's pretty basically hip hop, right? When you do art, dress.
Sunday, you're dancing. It don't take that long time to Sunday.
We have all. We have our own.
We have our own.
Sunday, let's go back to the dancing. Sunday, let's go back to the question. Let me ask you a question again. Let me ask you a question. Sunday, because you're dancing. Let me ask you a question again.
Let me finish up.
No,
don't worry about it.
Let me ask you with the question.
Please, you're doing this on purpose. Stop now. All you gotta do is let me finish up. We have our own culture. It's our the way we dress, the way we talk, the way we walk, the way we act. where we go, what we do for fun, what we do, we have our own culture, right? So part of our culture is monochronic. Part of our culture is polychronic. That's all it's saying. I'm not sure what
okay.
is.
All right, thanks. Let me go back to the article again. The article states in the first paragraph, not the first paragraph, at the beginning of one of the paragraphs, it says the United States of America. Is the United States of America a place?
Yes.
And what it says about this place and the people in this place. The first, the article we're dealing with, because I'm not rebutting you anymore, and I'm not rebutting Fedi. I'm rebutting the article. The article said the United States of America, that this place is.
No,
What does it about this place?
It considers itself.
What the word considered mean? Right. Is. Take out consider and put is. Same thing.
No, it didn't say is. It says this is this.
What consider mean?
The United States considers itself monochronic.
Stop there, sir. No. Yeah. Read what them say about African American.
African American culture might also be considered polychronic.
Right. No, does those two things match? Let's look at it. Does the shirt go with the suit?
The United States as a whole considers itself monochronic, but the culture of African Americans might be considered polychronic.
It's saying might be. Like I said, it's all theoretic. Everything that you posted, that I listened to from your videos and the sources you get, these are all theoretic. This is what I'm saying. This is something that isn't codified.
I am done. If you can't see what they just did, if you think that shirt match that shoes, go ahead.
There is powerful niggardry at work.
Yes, powerful niggardry at work. That the nigger can't see the obvious.
What the brother was saying was absolutely true, bro. African Americans have their own culture. Hey, yo, where did Stu? You from Jamaica? Where did Elephant Man and Sean Paul? Where they get their style from? Is that something that's over there in Jamaica? Did they develop that from Jamaica, or did they develop that? I need to know, because I don't understand why they keep saying, oh, well, all of this is American code. No, it's not. With my man, we was on a live the other day. My man OTK had his hat backward, right? Show me anybody that was doing that before we was doing that.
Listen, I'm going to use Reggie. I'm going to use Reggie approach to or Reggie would answer this question. You lack comprehension.
What about
I'm surprised you making this stance, because you distinctions all the time.
The reason why I'm making this stance. Let me tell you, Fedi, why I'm making this stance. Fedi, let me tell you why I'm making this stance. Because somehow the poly is associated with non-European people. And when we look at poly and things like people better in the arts, we perform better in the arts, is a different way to say we are not intellectually structured enough to be task-oriented. Let me finish speaking, and then you can answer me. Let me finish speaking. It's me and Fedi having a conversation. Fedi, my thing is that I defend black people from... No, Fedi, understand what I'm saying. I defend black people from less than. So anytime a less than argument showing its head, I tend to get very defensive, right? You might say, oh, that's different when I talk about other things. But because I know what they lean into is that we are some singing and dancing Negroes who are good in the arts, and we can't focus. Because more than mean that you're task-oriented, that you can focus. They can focus at a job from the beginning to end. But Negroes, you can't give them a task to complete. Because because they're poly, as soon as they're halfway through,
Says
they
we
get
can complete
distracted.
one task at a time.
Yeah, hey,
We
Supies,
can
they're
complete
not.
one
Yeah, you got this paranoia as if these experts have like a hidden agenda, but really they're trying to.
But they do. Why would you research? They do. They do. My blackology run deep at it. I understand where you're coming with this, but you need to understand that don't let people piss on you and call it rain. Because what they're doing is
goal of
playing words
equity
game.
and equality and all of that was
Here's
understand.
a Stupies. Hold on, I got a way to kind of synergize what you're saying to make it clear. In the article, right? Hold on. In the article, it mentioned African Americans specifically as the subgroup it wanted to talk about that could be seen as polychronistic out of all Americans. Are there other groups of Americans? Are there other subgroups in America that could also be seen as polychronistic? Or is it only African Americans?
Latin Americans.
Wait. Yeah, okay, so Latin Americans. Wait, hold on. Latin Americans, right? Could we also say Native Americans? Wait. Could we also say Native Americans?
Yeah, people or people who descend from polychronic cultures across the world and come here.
Can we say Arab? Can we say Arab Americans?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's multiple groups that might be seen, because that was the word it used for African Americans, might be seen as polychronistic, but it only decided to highlight the African American subgroup.
You know why?
And what I'm saying is, I'm not even going to say that they're incorrect for doing so. But what I am saying is, it is interesting that there always seems to be a spotlight on African Americans when it comes to these kind of behaviors.
You know why? I'm gonna answer your question because, like, and I agree with you. It could, like, one could draw the conclusion that why they point us out, but when you go to African Time on Wiki, again, they have sources and references from shows, works that we've done as African Americans, documentaries, comedies, or whatever, to say how we acknowledge this phenomena. That's why we as a culture have basically said, yes, Black people time is a real thing. So the way they word it, damn, let me finish. I'm saying,
go ahead. My apology.
I'm saying other groups, and I feel you, other groups are polychronic, but do you see them expressing how much they are polychronic when it comes to time as a cultural joke or a cultural whatever?
Not really, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, Black people, we're always the butt of the fucking joke. And some of us are tired of being the butt of the fucking joke.
But a polychronic culture shouldn't automatically be looked at as less than, or that's my point.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is the evidence that it is seen that way. Like, I agree with you. It shouldn't be seen that way, but it is. And the evidence that it is what you just said. Other groups know that some of them display polychronistic behaviors, but they never highlight it. They never make it the butt of their fucking jokes. We make it the butt of our jokes because we understand, and other groups understand, that it's not an ideal way to be in a country like America that champions being monochronistic.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, I'm with you.
Thank you, Chewy. You have a way to.
But I already said that though. I said, like, whether we like it or not, there's a subgroup, right? A polychronic culture that, for one, is the minority in the country, right? I think it's an inevitable observation that different cultures of people who are under one umbrella of a monochronic culture got the same jobs, doing the same task. I'm just saying, when you have different cultures of people and the diversity here in America, based off, like you said, an Arab coming here or Latin American person or whatever.
Why the Latin American? Because they have a bigger population, and the Latin Americans would have been a better example because we are just 13%. They're almost 30, right? They should have been the group that is used. Because when you're writing a paper, you don't go for the most, you don't go for the minority explain situations. You go for the population that has the most within it. And it would be the Latin Americans. But that's the singled us out. And they know why they did it. It's to justify us as being late.
All right. So look up this article, Stupies. Wait. It's from the University of Miami. It's about transcultural perceptions of time and the role of polychronism in Latin American legal systems. So they talk about it. They talk about the different countries. Like, they got shit talking about Jamaica.
Yeah, but Wiki never talk about it. And Wiki is
one of the presentation of it. The presentation of it.
Yeah, it's a presentation of a problem with it. Of course, we're a bunch. We can sing and dance. There's no doubt about it. We're good at the arts. There's no doubt about that. But we're also scientists. We're also brain surgeons. We're also inventors.
But you know what's so crazy, those two P's? Have you ever acknowledged the fact that we as say black people, right, and the way we express ourselves musically, you haven't told people about certain stereotypes you have regarding why certain people can't do or do what we do and all of that?
No, I say my blackology go deep, and I have no apology for it. And you know that. So I don't apologize for it. I say black people genetically superior because we come from the source. And if we follow the source, from the source you have more diversity. That's an argument that can be made. But other people will say, oh, that's blackology. But we're the source. All things come from us. Our box of crayons.
This is the thing I want to say though, Truist, in regards to the genetic thing. I'm not going to make that genetic argument, but there is research regarding, like, if you're an ancestral group and you have certain customs that you've passed down for generations, they've said that the culture affects your brain. That doesn't necessarily have to do with, like, go ahead.
So I'll say this, Eddie. That's why I said earlier in the chat, I'm not going to argue that ancestry affects brain function. I agree with that. Ancestry, I got you. That's the biological aspect. But I don't think race and ancestry is a clean one-to-one. You see what I'm saying?
For sure. It's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not. Oh, yeah, we on the same thing.
Trust me. Part of it racial. Trust me. They might not come out and say it. It's because of the problem that made me very suspicious is because they wasn't saying it and they wasn't denying it. When you read the article, especially the one that you posted, they wasn't saying race and they wasn't denying race. And the emphasis on culture, they overemphasize culture too much. So once you read
the race thing is tricky though, because I never understood the whole complexion thing. Because I could get a sample of 100 light-skinned African Americans and still understand that they black. But the whole racial thing of your skin tone, I never understood why people make that argument. I don't know. It's like we clearly ain't talking about skin tone.
Right. But they do, because mentally, them still have the one drop rule. We might not believe it, but mentally they still have the one drop. And they might not, when people write paper, if they wrote in that paper that you presented that race plays no part in whether somebody mono or chronic or poly, I would take the paper more seriously. But the mere fact that this paper, from somebody who's reading it, will it point out to people that are other than European, especially, and you might say, well, they show 1 or 2 Europeans, but the majority of Europeans, no, right? I would automatically, in my paper, dismiss the argument of race, but they didn't. All they did was culture, 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 culture. You read in every paragraph, culture, 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 culture. So why are you overemphasizing culture when most cultures have a distinct race attached to it?
When your culture has been taken, right, and you're amongst a group of people,
you don't understand what you're saying. Listen and learn more. Listen and learn more. Listen more and learn. Listen to Freddy talking. Listen to True talking. Don't just come in here and talk. Listen and learn. You don't reach this level of the conversation. You don't reach this level of the conversation.
Let him finish your thought. Go ahead.
Oh, y'all wait for me to finish? Well, I land my plane. You can't get mad at like someone like myself. I always talk about the culture. I always talk about us. I talk about us elevating. I talk about us getting back to our roots. Why do I do that? Because so many of us don't know what that is. So many of us don't know what our history is. They don't know. Some people don't. There's people in this world, in this day and age, who literally do not know that Metal Nature is a script and not a language. That's sad, bro. That's sad. So when I'm talking culture, I need us to know the roots that we come from. So when we out here, right, and that's the other thing, bro, we got to stop acting like just because it's not the 1960s, right, that Eurocentric mindset is not thick in the air. We know there's still a them and a us. although it's not publicly said. You know, they trying to, okay, we're going to fake integrate it, but we know it's still a them and a us. So when we separate ourselves from American culture, it's because we got our own culture. It's not because, oh, we're so different and y'all just don't want to be Americans. And no. And something that really pissed me off
is the African American culture an American culture.
Stu, stay out of it, Stu. Let Fetty deal with it. That's his generation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna land my point.
Hey, Chef, you gotta stop with that.
No, because Stu always in every conversation.
Yeah, I feel
and sometimes the younger generation gotta have these conversations.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're right. But Fetty don't want to have it with him. But Fetty don't want to be him.
And so what really make me mad is that there are people out here who are literally practicing our culture and then will turn a finger at us and say we don't have a culture.
That's true.
I land my plane.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with you, bro.
Hey, I kind of like where you went right there.
Yeah.
I gotta say that. Now that was sensible. I've been listening to y'all yell and scream. I haven't really wanted to share too much.
So you agree with us then now, Brad? You on the team?
What you just called me, bro?
I said Brad. I said you on the same team as us, right?
What is your team? Let me see if I want to put y'all jersey on. What you saying?
Team Article. That's what team I'm on.
Team Article. No, I mean, like Thunder, I will say this. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I mean, if that's what the science says, I just don't deny that scientific racism exists. So I got to look for it because you can't just accept everything specifically when it comes to us. You can't just accept it immediately. Now, you don't automatically have to reject it immediately, but you do have to at least scrutinize it because some of these things are directed towards Black people's demise, not Black people's health. So that's all I'm saying. So if the science says that and we can make some sense of it, then cool. I'm all for it.
Yeah, and look, it's not even really worded problematic. It said might be seen as. You see what I'm saying? Like it's saying this is a proposed theory. You know what I'm saying? Like when we're talking about comprehending what it's saying this is something that's proposed. You can see it this way. Right? It's not saying this is the objective truth. So that I don't have a problem with what it's saying. I'm just highlighting what it's not saying, that it could be saying, but it's choosing to highlight on a specific subgroup.
Yeah. Joyce, you're a creative Negro. All right. I appreciate you. You brought
I didn't feel offended when reading it though.
And then your children are very
I get it.
You're all creative.
I get it. No. I was about to take that personally, but then I understood where he was going with the creative Negro. That's that shit.
You're a very creative Negro.
Yeah, that's the shit he said.
Very creative Negro.
No, I got you. No. I try to. You got to remember, hey, Stupies, I don't have the luxury. That y'all have of just every time I want to start yelling and screaming and getting pissed off, I could just go crazy because then I wouldn't be a moderator. Like, I will allow y'all some levity to go crazy, but don't fuck up the whole conversation.
I want going to my son, and my teacher tell me, say my son is a creative.
No, I might punch him in the face.
Yeah, no, I mean, Stu, I just try to say things in a way.
No, Stu, you know I ain't capping. I might punch him in the face.
Yeah,
if a person, if with all the money that we spend to send our kids to school and teach them, if I go up there and I say, give me an assessment, and this motherfucker start talking about, well, he's creative, I might swing because now I'm starting to think. So this is the whole. Jesus was a carpenter. Carpenter is a good. Carpentry is a good.
You got more.
Stu, you don't even know. You literally just called me polychronistic. God damn.
But I'm saying, how is that a bad thing? Like, I'm saying, like, if you're able to be flexible in a lot of stuff in your environment, that could be looked at as
Yeah, no,
superior.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But what I
But
am
I'm saying
saying
Stupes is attaching the racial negative stereotypes.
But hear what I'm saying, Fetty. I get Stupes' perspective because I feel it a little bit where it might not be a bad thing, but I am very suspicious that they always want to only highlight one subgroup in America as being that when it's very clear African Americans are not the only subgroup in this country that display those characteristics. There are other subgroups that they can highlight in this country, and they always choose to only talk about African Americans.
That's not the truth, though. That's not true, though, because I showed y'all examples of them talking about Latin Americans. Yes, in that specific headline, they talked about us, but we can't give a generalized sweeping statement in the whole field because they definitely.
Okay, all right. So let me take that back. I'll be fair. Maybe not in every source, but in that source, that was something that raised a red flag for me. And when I say American subgroups, I mean in the United States. So even if you see something talking about Latin America, I want to see it talking about Latin Americans in America. So Hispanic Americans.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like I when we talk about the United States and the subgroups here, I tend to mostly only hear these conversations based around African American behavior.
Latin America has its own culture, man.
No, but hear what I'm saying. When we discuss the cultures,
that's actually a good point.
When we talk about the cultures here in the United States, right? I'm saying I do notice that out of all the cultures that can be painted as polychronistic, the conversation tends to only stay at African Americans. But I could see Hispanic, Native, and Arab Americans displaying a lot of the same characteristics in certain subgroups of white Americans as well.
You are only upset because you view polychronic as a negative.
No, I literally.
Polychronic as a what? He says a negative.
As a negative.
No, y'all strong. So y'all calling me a liar then? I just said like 3 times. I don't see it as a negative.
I said I got you.
No, I'm talking about Thunder.
You're a bunch of singing and dancing and very creative.
Very creative.
You might want to, you might want to separate your views with Stu Pieces because that's what he's definitely saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Not what me saying, is what them saying. They're calling my son a very. I went to the PTA meeting and the teacher looked at my son and said, "What a creative Negro you have." If anybody who have a child and they're going to the classroom and this teacher's supposed to be teaching my son and say he's not task oriented, he doesn't finish his homework, but on the bright side, he's creative. Because that's what they're saying to you. You might not want to hear it.
They didn't say it like that, my God. They
didn't say it like that. I agree with you that they didn't say it like that. But we know what they mean. That he's not task oriented. He's not. He doesn't finish one thing and move on.
If we can acknowledge the United States.
And why we acting like the field is dominated by all white people?
I'm not saying white people. I'm not saying white people.
I'm sure you got black people in that field giving.
I'm not saying white people. I'm not saying what this report is saying. His 2B's question was about a teacher, white, black, or otherwise. If I go up there and ask you about his educational assessment, and it begins and ends with creative, somebody getting fired, or I got to pull him out of that. I ain't buying up this bitch to see if he creative or not. Where is he at?
That's what I'm saying. In your mind, creative is a bad thing. You just admitted it.
I said,
and in reality, what if a person is describing your creativeness as more neural connections in the brain? Like, why is creative so?
Bro. You don't have kids, so you don't know what I'm saying. You're not listening. You're just talking. You don't have kids.
Niggas be pulling the wildest cards.
No, but this ain't disrespect. It's just a fact. This ain't disrespect. If you're going to a parent-teacher assessment as a parent, and he's in school, if I'm going there to a parent-teacher assessment to get an assessment on how he's doing in school, And the conversation begins at, well, he's creative. And it ends at, well, he's creative.
Teachers don't even talk like that at parent-teacher conversations.
So you just don't want to listen to shit I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying, how did that get into this conversation dealing with what
because that's what Snoopy's asked.
I'm telling you, he's moving the goal. I'm telling you what he's doing.
But whether he's moving the goalposts or not, if I go up there to his school where he's supposed to be getting taught and learning shit, and the best is fucking teacher, who the fuck is? You gotta mute out. If that teacher, if the only thing he got from me is I'm talking about a 16-year-old kid. Well, you know, he can draw. He's a really good actor. He's a great athlete. No, I'm asking you about his education. Where is he at in his schooling? And they just keep saying, well, you know, he's creative. They trying to say he's damn near dumb. They trying to say that like
that's anecdotal, bro. That's anecdotal,
man. Why are you saying this and you don't? So do you need another father to say this to you so you don't understand?
I don't think you know what I'm trying to say. I'm saying these situations are anecdotal and we're acting like creative has this negative connotation, bro. But in reality, that child may be creative.
Who else has children?
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Children? Okay, Spetty, understand. Who else has children in here?
We doing the children thing. But
we're talking about a question that involves children. So I just want you to hear it from somebody else.
What age group? Because if anything, I have a larger sample size of dealing with different kids before they went to college and parent teacher. I'm saying we have unique perspectives, right? Usually parents focus on their said child versus looking at a large sample size of kid. So I'm saying yes, being a parent definitely you definitely have a perspective that I can't understand right now. And I'm not undermining that. I'm just saying the whole creative thing or a teacher saying that your child is creative, that's not all negative connotations to it.
Okay, I'm not saying that it's all hold on. I'm not saying that it's all negative. What I'm saying is I'm there to hear about his educational assessment. If the conversation about his educational assessment, you start talking about him being he can act, he can draw, he's creative, and it ends at that, and you're not at no point discussing, does he understand history? Does he understand science? Does he understand math?
Right. I was gonna say, what age group are we talking about? Because teachers don't even give statements like, well, he's creative in a high school environment. That sounds like
Have you ever seen a child's progress report?
I've heard about it. Talked to different kids when I was coaching about parent-teacher conversations. I had to be the ones there because their parents ain't show up. I remember them days.
No. On progress reports, they say things like, he's very talkative, he's very creative, he's a joy to have. Yeah. And I'm literally that parent. Well, I know I'm my son's teachers, but I'm literally the parent that would always say, how is he doing in the class? Mm-hmm. Like, okay, yes, he's a joy. And yes, he's bubbly and this, that, and the other. Like now here's the other side of it, Fetty. On that same progress report, it can also say he's a leader. The students follow he's a good example for the other students. So if they're not saying that, right. They can say he's task oriented also. But if they don't say those things and they only say he's creative, they're telling you your son is a problem.
I don't see teachers saying that. I don't see
teachers want to look into a technical school or an art school, not this school.
I don't see teachers in high school giving a generalized statement like that. I feel you. If a parent generally wants to get an idea of how their child is doing, the teacher will show you, he's not doing this on a particular test or on the pop quiz. Like they'll give you certain answers you're looking for. They ain't gonna just say, well, he's creative and try to be politically correct.
I don't think Gullah and Samurai, I don't know if y'all 100% know what we're talking about. We're talking about a hypothetical situation, not this conversation.
Okay.
We're talking about how
I see what you're saying, though, Brad. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we're actually talking about, and this was because Gullah said you can be creative in science and literature, not just art. No, what we're saying is we're talking about how creative, we've already discussed how creative can be used positively. What we're trying to show you is how they can use the same word and being completely condescending and negative too. So it's not that we're being condescending and negative. We're just saying how the word can be used in a way to where it can be taken.
Sometimes it's used to highlight being informal, right? You don't have formal structure or organization in a lot of instances. But we're talking about America that champions monochronistic behaviors. America looks at polychronistic behaviors as informal, right? It does not, in the institutions of higher learning and even high school and stuff like that, these are seen as informal behaviors, right? When you call someone a creative, you're saying pretty much they're not like a professional to a degree, right? So when you have a society that champions monochronistic thought, right? By nature, by proxy, polychronistic thought is going to be seen as the lesser way of thinking. It's just the nature of how America looks at the two visions of time.
I got a good one, a truest. I got a good one. How the word proto in science can be used to describe early science, or you could be denigrating the people and calling what they were doing sticks and stones, rather than just. I mean, I hate to, you know. I figured you get that connection, right? I don't want to go off into that, but because in Wikipedia, when we were having this conversation, everybody kept saying, "Why y'all keep saying proto-science is savage?" Because in that same Wikipedia article, similar to this Wikipedia article said that this can be exoticized and misleading.
Yeah.
When you use these terms polychronic. So even Wikipedia understands that it could be exoticized and misleading.
Yeah, and I mean the minute you say America is monochronistic, you have to acknowledge that if you're polychronistic, you are behaving in a way that America sees as the least positive way to go about it.
Yeah, logic.
You know what I'm saying? Like the minute you acknowledge that.
Logic called that out earlier. If you're saying that the United States of America is monochronic, then and you're saying that we're polychronic and monochronic, and we seem to be the only ones that are in that unique position, it's almost like a way to disqualify us from or judge us in America. Like we have traits that are damn near anti-American.
I said that. I think it's a catch-22 because I think it's a catch-22 because if you had experts that lumped all people together, we would be crying about acknowledging differences, and then when they acknowledge, it's a catch-22, bro.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, hold on. We acknowledge that America. We acknowledge America.
When it's true, you can go in, Thunder.
We acknowledge that America. America has monochronistic thinking and it champions that. And then we also acknowledge how even within our own culture, we clown it. Like we all agree that in our own culture, we clown that behavior. So if we're clowning it, we don't even think it's right. We make fun of it, right? So if you guys can understand those two things, then I don't even know how, like, why this is an issue at that point. You already acknowledge America prefers monochronistic thought, and you already acknowledge that within our culture that uses polychronistic thought, that we clown it.
Okay. So, okay, good.
I didn't argue any of those points. I was just arguing. Oh, go ahead.
So the thing is, the definitions got to start. That's why I'm gonna be team. I'm starting my own. Matter of fact, let me make the declaration. What's the day? The 22nd. On the 22nd of April, I'm starting my own group. It's called Team Article.
You not join?
That's what we. You know what I'm saying? Just talking about
I'm your first member, bro. I'm your first member. Leave me, Thunder.
Team, leave me.
As long as you spell that shit correctly.
Now you did give me a pretty good shot there, Brad. You've been going in on a little rough call. When you said I was taking it out on you, what you say? I was taking it out on you. What Sarah did last night. That's what you
displaced aggression.
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
Displaced aggression, bro. misplaced, displaced, however you want to do it, but whatever they did to you, they did. That wasn't us. That was them.
You thought I didn't hear them. I ain't said nothing about it.
Bro, I get the highlights. I don't get the full game that you go over there and play. I just get the highlights, and based on the highlights, you were being gaslit.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
And I feel like you probably was just taking a little bit out of that. I don't know. That's all.
No. So monochronic, we got to stick with the definitions, man. We can't just niggify these definitions as well. We got to stick with the definition. Monochronic equaling somebody who can do something one at a time. That's the only thing they can do. They are not good at doing more than one thing at a time. They're better at doing one thing at a time. That is what the United States has tried to embed in us. They tried to make us only do or be good at only one thing at a time.
Yep,
or be able to
just picking cotton, nothing else. Just pick
there you
cotton.
go.
Don't do shit else. Just pick the cotton. You ain't gotta weigh it. You ain't gotta sell it. You ain't gotta even maintain it.
Brad, don't sing while you picking it. Don't sing.
Yeah, don't sing.
Yeah,
Too much singing.
Yeah, don't sing while you picking it.
Yeah,
I just want you to pick.
All you got to do. Nothing else. Just pick the
Don't get distracted. Yeah, don't get distracted.
And don't you dare get distracted by freedom. Them abolitionists out there, they don't know what the fuck they talking about. Just
there you go.
Big cotton.
And polychronic refers to anybody that can do more than one thing at a time. That's it. So they say
dance and play an instrument like Prince.
There you go.
You can dance and play an instrument. You can sing, dance, and play an instrument.
And you know what's funny though? You know it's funny that these topics come up all the time. Remember when LeBron, the white reporter, was like, "We don't care what you say. Just shut up and dribble." Shut your black ass up and dribble. You think we care what you think? Dribble. That's all we care. Put the basket, and when you're done dribbling, put that basket and that fucking rim up there. And when you're done with that, focus on defense. One at a time, LeBron. We don't give a shit about what you think about Trayvon Martin. Just shut up and fucking dribble. They still doing this monochronic bullshit now. They're still doing it right now. They're still doing monochronic. It's like, you know what it reminds me of? How you could only be a natural philosopher, not a scientist. Nigga, you're just a natural philosopher. You can't do shit else. You know, I know you believe in God. Don't try to do science too. You monochronic. Just believe in God. See how that works? It's easy.
I like how you tie. Okay, good. Now that's
it's easy.
Yeah, that's good.
You couldn't possibly believe in God and motherfucking, understand gravity. You can't do both of them. So that's heresy.
Hey, Thunder, where'd you get your definition for polychronic from? Where'd you get your definition?
Well, it was from Wikipedia.
I'm looking at.
And by the way, don't bring up Britannica and no more arguments, bro. Don't bring it up because apparently I don't even feel like hearing Sosa fucking mouth with this fucking Britannica shit. Because at this point we can't trust Britannica, Cambridge, or Oxford. So let's just use. I think they use Merriam-Webster's dictionary or some shit.
So when I'm on Wikipedia right now, I'm looking at the Wikipedia article for Chronemics, and I see polychronic time. And it says, a polychronic time system means several things can be done at once. In polychronic time systems, a wider view of time is exhibited, and time is perceived in large fluid sections.
So you saying that I ain't...
No, I'm saying what you said is correct. What I'm saying is what you said is correct. But that last bit is kind of more specific about more than just being a person that multitasks. It also has to do with how you view time and chronology. That's why the word chronic is in it, because it's dealing with chronology as well. It's not just about multitasking.
Let's read the definition from Mono now. Read the definition.
Well, it does say one at a time or multiple things at a time, so it's still in that definition of Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying it's not just about multitasking.
Yeah,
like,
it's about in a time frame. But hold on. Under Intruist,
you would have crazy. Oh, go ahead.
Under Intruist, real quick. I want y'all to speak to Stu P's point, and I'd like for somebody. And there's the Discord link. If y'all want to join the conversation, we're in the Discord. We're not in StreamYard. So you got to join the Discord, or just put brass in front of your question or brass in front of your statement, and I'll read it. Or you can put any of our names in front of it. It don't got to be brass.
Brad.
Hold on, wait. No. Y'all Brad shit. I can't believe y'all consider Brad a white name. I got so many friends named Brad. It's crazy. But that's neither here nor there. So, Now, Stu, this is the truest Fetty and Thunder. And Humble if he's there. So the question that Stu made a statement earlier that actually, even though the United States considers itself monochronic, right?
Monochronistic. Yeah.
Okay, monochronic or monochronistic, right? So if the United States feels like that, Stu supposited that the United States is actually, while you can say doing multiple tasks at once would actually be like a super skill, that the United States is actually moving towards a world where we're not really interested in that, where the United States is not interested in that. They really want somebody that's focused on one task. Now, I heard something a while ago, about a year ago, you know if y'all heard the same thing, that they were saying that based on studies that they had done, that technically multitasking ain't even real. Like you're not technically doing multiple things at once. You're doing one thing, then another thing, and you're doing all of them at less capacity if you're doing too much at once. So he's saying that the United States is moving more towards focusing on a task and getting it done. Now, how do you view this article if the United States is moving towards that? Do you even look at, and this is to y'all, it's not racial, but it's a question. Would we look at our ability to multitask? Would that actually become a weakness?
Or like
that they could deem it? Huh?
I disagree with the premise. I don't
disagree with the premise. Okay.
When you look at America's not going to no monolithic way of thinking or a monochronic way of thinking. They're saying that we are a giga well, yeah, we giga niggas now.
We giga niggas. I was just going ahead and finish it off for you.
We some giga niggas. We gotta get a stag in. You know what I'm saying? No, they ain't telling you to do one job or think one way.
How many people want to sit in a cubicle for 10 hours versus having multiple side hustles and being able to work outside of you? Like, so it's pros and cons. So it ain't just a one good or bad thing. Like, if anything, you being flexible can indicate that you have more brain power.
When you go to business class now, there's no such thing as
economy. America is promoting the giga economy by leaps and bounds. Giga economy and also multi ways of earning income. So yeah, no, hell no, it ain't my. I don't.
Listen to this. So multitasking is not the same thing as being polychronic. In this framework, monochronic means a culture tends to organize life around schedules, sequencing, punctuality, appointments, and treating time as a resource to manage. Polychronic means people are more comfortable with multiple overlapping interactions, flexible schedules, interruptions, and prioritizing relationships over the clock.
Yeah, interpersonal relationships, yep.
right? Several teaching sources that summarize Hall make this exact distinction and explicitly note that North America is commonly treated as monochronic. So this is what I'm saying. Like being polychronic isn't simply just multitasking. It deals with how you conceptualize time and scheduling.
And value is what you value.
So let me ask you this. And then Freddie, you can jump right in there. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. It almost seems like the way I'm kind of receiving this, and I am being very polychronic right now. I'm doing like 8 things. So,
right.
But listening to what you just said, right? It seems, this is for conversational purpose too. Yeah. Are they almost saying that we don't? A portion of our population does not have the ability to work on one task, finish that task, and move on to the next.
No, it's not about ability.
It's about doing it on like a set schedule and organizing and arranging like
time. Like you can show up to work every day. You can show up to work every day on time. It just may be tough for you because you come from that doesn't mean you're incapable of doing it.
It's about like punctuality.
Or that it's a challenge per se. That it's a challenge to do that for us.
Yeah, for certain people.
For certain segments of our people, because it does say that we're monochronic and polychronic.
Right. So polychronic people, they're not punctual fucking people. They're not punctual people.
They don't say that.
Hey, Logic, you
My
know
bad. The fucking ambulance going crazy.
I'm trying to get to the niggas in the shit part and get it out the way.
Yeah, pretty much. Multitasking ain't the end all be all.
It's either G did or
Logic. Microphone. Logic. Yeah, microphone.
What's wrong with my microphone?
It's can y'all describe it? It's like I don't know, like you out of
Yeah, poly. When you talk about polybrows, you're easily distracted, Negro. Because if you were doing what you're supposed to, making it a month, you'd have done it.
That's what I'm hearing, though. But they keep telling me that I'm just saying that that's not what they're saying, but that's what I'm hearing. Though. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that we can't sit still. And focus.
Yeah, we need to go and jog.
Maybe I'm just feeling that way.
You wouldn't be polychronic for doing what you're doing if you understand the multiple things you're doing has a set time for it to be done. Like, you're doing multiple things, right? But you know those multiple things.
For example, one of these things was done 10 minutes ago, had to be done an hour ago. The other thing, I got like 6 things I'm doing right now, but they all will be done before roughly 4:30, which they got to be.
Right. And you recognizing that they have to be done in a set schedule at a set time on a time clock, that's you being monochronistic. Because you acknowledge.
Polychronic person to talk about Egypt for 10 hours and be like, damn, it's 10 o'clock. I was supposed to go to work.
As long as Thunder can't call me no bigger nigga, I'm good. Cause that nigga,
you say what?
I want to say, I said, as long as Thunder can't call me no giga nigga, because that just sound crazy. Ain't no giga nigga. Your microphone is up, Logic.
Hey, Logic, just give it up, bro. Just give it up. Don't worry about it today. You said ain't never gonna be no giga nigga, bro. I'm a giga nigga.
What is a giga nigga to you? Why do we?
The giga economy. You don't know what the giga economy is?
Yeah, I know, but what is a giga nigga in the giga?
I'm going off what you said. I'm just bouncing off of you, bro. Pause.
No pause. I understand what you're saying.
I paused that shit on my bad.
That sounds crazy. But, you know, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. I think this is a good conversation. But I think this might be a better conversation done on StreamYard. So, like right now, we are just having just a regular conversation. We're not really getting to the point. We're trying to figure out.
Why are you calling him Thunder? Last night he was baptized and given a new name.
What you talking about?
Last night Thunder was baptized and given a new name. He's that money stealing nigga from the wire.
What'd you say they said us too? That he robbed dice games or some weird shit?
Yeah, he robs dice games and run. That's what Thunder is now. What's the name of that nigga, Thunder?
Lumpy. They call him Lumpy.
Lumpy, yeah, they call that nigga Lumpy.
Yeah, Thunder. You're Lumpy. I don't know why
Yeah.
we're calling you Thunder anymore. Your name going forward is Lumpy.
I saw the clip. I saw a clip in here where you joining panels was compared to a nigga that got killed robbing dice games in Baltimore. Bunch of dumbass Baltimore drug deal shit again. And that
So Lumpy,
they gotta keep you around. You don't kill a nigga like you don't kill Lumpy because that's his job to rob the dice game. I never this Baltimore drug deal shit gotta stop.
Okay, I got what you're saying now. Yeah. Like I said, man, I know y'all don't believe me, man, but I really be like zoned out on a lot of that shit.
No, I fully believe you. I fully
what the hell be going on?
It's the only way that you can do that. That's how I know you zoned out, because no sane human being could join a panel like that and motherfucking expect any form of compromise, resolution, or getting to a goddamn point. At some point, you're gonna be a moron, an idiot, a fucking whatever, wild as hell. Wild as hell. But they for the people. Shouts to them niggas. They for the people.
Your name was baptized by Dr. York Disciple. So it's going forward. Thunder, otherwise known as Lumpy.
Thunder just muted his mic. He can't participate in that part. I already know that. I know he ain't even hear that. All he heard was Disciple. He ain't hear the rest of that shit. He ain't going for
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. I understand where you're coming.
No, I like, listen. And the funniest part about it, Thunder, right, is that when people send me clips, I usually look at the chat because I don't get a chance to watch the full show, so I get a chance to see it. Do you know that they actually believe that we send you to them panels? And the funny part about it is, forget what you think about us, that we would send a nigga to somebody panel to fuck it up, as if the shit is like the parliament or something. And then part two, the fact that Thunder would be a sucker enough to allow one of us to call him and say, "Hey, Thunder, we got a job. We got a job for you. It's free. It don't pay nothing. I want you to go fuck up another nigga." See the mindset of a nigga, bro? It ain't what niggas think about us. It's what niggas think about these people. Funny as fuck.
No, I just jumped up and down. It's funny to me, man. Yeah,
that's
it's
just
like
what you do. That's just what you do.
So I don't mind.
Last night I see that you're trying. Last night I see that you're trying. You tried and you tried and you tried. Last night you was on your underground railway shit. What's her name? You're trying to get these Negroes to freedom. You can't save these Negroes, Thunder. You cannot save these Negroes. No, you cannot.
What they're doing is still doing see, this is what I'm doing, bro. Honestly, this is what I'm doing. When you get to sit there and admit, yeah, you know what, I do need to stop. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he said, yeah, I'm gonna stop doing that, right? He actually conceded on a couple of things.
So you do remember. So you do remember him saying that then.
Yeah, he do. Yeah, he did.
When he said, "I ain't gonna say it no more." He's
right.
What he said.
So
no more. Okay.
What I'm doing to see what they're doing is still doing the science. So what I got them to say yesterday was, and they stood on it. I don't know how. Astronomy. That was a point of contention that we had, and they're still saying that astronomy is not science, right? They say it wasn't a science. It's not a science until modern time. It ain't shit science before modern science. That is their argument, and it's dumb as shit. They don't understand that.
That's what they said they weren't gonna say no more, though, Thunder.
That might have been. I can't remember what it was, but it might have been.
That's exactly what it was.
Hey, Thunder. Hey, Thunder. So that Preem dude you was talking to, he kept trying to get you to focus on first definition of science, right? And Merriam-Webster, because Merriam-Webster is an authority to that, right? You should have asked him on Merriam-Webster, to search Sir Isaac Newton. Because if he did that, Merriam-Webster calls Sir Isaac Newton a physicist. Merriam-Webster.
Nah, but that don't work either though, because all they're gonna do is call in the motherfucking
Scott. Oh, Scott.
No. They're gonna call in Sosa. So he could just chat GPT and then tell you Merriam-Webster.
You know what?
Kareem was trying to all come down to Merriam-Webster. So I'm like, all right, what Merriam-Webster calls Galileo?
No. Sosa done said. Sosa said is retrofit and is and his historiography.
He don't mind. Sosa don't mind if you say it.
Yeah. Sosa, but Sosa
As
literally was the first
person.
Sosa in that conversation was the first person. I think it was almost day one that literally told me, I don't care if you call Newton a scientist. And I said, okay, Sosa, then we're not talking to you. And I've watched him move his fucking stance. Every time they change their stance, he changes shit. And then he'll go back. And then at the end, he finally said, no, yes, he's a scientist, but let me tell you why that's why I don't want to talk about that shit no more. Let's talk about something.
I'm glad I heard your voice, Corey.
So disingenuous. So disingenuous.
I'm glad I heard your voice, Corey. So, Mrs. Pemberton. Pemberton.
Who I love dearly.
I don't even know her.
I love her. But she's failed us all. But go ahead.
I'll give her. You know what? I would give her a hug today because I didn't know what you were saying when you brought her up. But last night it made perfect sense, right?
Shit.
So I'm looking at these niggas tell me that astronomy didn't start until modern science, right? I said, okay, when did science? So it wasn't no prehistoric science, no none of that stuff before the 1600s, right? That what y'all saying? Yeah, that's what we're saying. Good.
I thought they said the 1800s at first, but go ahead. I hear you.
What is ancient? What y'all call ancient science then? It ain't ancient science ain't a science.
There's no ancient science.
All right, so
science ain't science. Have you ever heard Ong say that before?
When Mrs. Pemberton was telling you the answer is in the question, right?
Context
I'm like, nigga, I am telling you ancient science. Why you keep saying it's not science? Because it ain't have no peer review, blah, blah, blah. That's modern science. We're talking about ancient science.
They don't believe
in that. We're talking about modern science and we talking about ancient science.
They don't believe it.
I say, yeah, you don't even know what the hell you
They pull some shit out of their ass and talk about, well, when I say science, I mean modern science. But the thing is, the conversation been about three different kind of sciences here, right? Or three different time periods of science, right? We talked about modern science, right? And we talked about pre-modern science, right? It's all science, though.
It's all science.
Again, the context clue is in the question, like you said, Thunder, right? Every time you say one of those compound words, science is part of that compound word.
No,
pre-modern science.
Word can't use that neither. That's Reggie's argument. So apparently we just fucking up. Just let it go, bro. If you look up in Merriam, hold on, hey Corey. If you look up in Merriam-Webster's dictionary, it says Newton, biographical name. It tells you how to pronounce it. It says Sir Isaac, 1642 to 1727, English mathematician and physicist. And then it says last updated April 15th, 2026. So the same Merriam-Webster that they're going to accept the number one in that definition of science, cool. But if you scroll down and ask them what Newton is, in that same shit, that they agree with, it's gonna say Newton was a physicist, bro.
Hey,
That's why the conversation. We don't need to have this conversation anymore. It's a wrap. We don't need that.
And it calls Galileo. It calls Galileo a physicist in Merriam-Webster as well.
It doesn't.
They don't got any fucking leg to stand on.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter.
Brad, can you do me a favor, Brad? Can you look up the what is it called when you starts with it? I think it starts with an E. When you look up the history of a word, what is it called?
The etymology.
You're talking about the etymology.
Can you look
that
up the
means
etymology?
knowledge. That's knowledge.
Can you look up the etymology of physics? Like when did it start?
Oh,
I think Brad, Truist did one on methodological naturalism. That was 1930s. When did physics come out?
Okay,
It came
so
around the same time as science in like 1830s, 1830-ish. For what I
it's
understand.
even early. It's earlier than that. Hold on. It's even earlier than that. I just pulled it up. Give me one second. Okay, so online etymology dictionary.
Yeah, but the way we use it is a lot more. It's a lot later than the etymology, I'm sure. So Webster would have later date in the etymological word. Go ahead, Brad. Sorry.
It says the word physics originates from the Greek physis, nature, and physica, natural things, referring to the study of nature. Emerging in the 1580s, it originally. Wow. I don't want to.
That's crazy.
I know y'all want to have this conversation. I'm just reading. I'm no longer into shit. I don't want nothing to do with it. The word physics originates from the Greek physis, nature, and physica, natural things, referring to the study of nature. Emerging in the 1580s. Emerging in the 1580s, it originally meant the natural science of principles in organic nature.
Oh no! Oh no!
Your microphone, Corey. You don't have a good. You don't have a good signal.
Okay, you good?
Well, it says emerging in the 1580s.
I want to know now. Am I good now?
Yeah, you good now.
Am I good now? He said in the what? What? I want you to repeat that date one more time for me.
Okay, emerging in the 1580s. It originally meant the natural science of principles in organic principles in organic nature derived from Aristotle's work. It evolved from ancient Greek to Latin, which is physica, and Middle English, which is physique, before adopting its modern meaning of matter and energy in the early 18th century.
Oh, no.
So there y'all go. This is what I talk about when people get into the etymology, right? So the etymology ain't necessarily the way we use it. That's why I was talking about how they was getting y'all with the whole science. They was going to the etymology. You know what I'm saying? So it was a little bit of a gray area in there for y'all. And I didn't like that. So that's why I was telling y'all about the whole etymological thing, right? It's not in the way we use it today. You know what I'm saying? It's simply just the study of nature. Same thing with physics, right? So you got the etymology meaning nature, the study of nature and all of this, right? Physica, I guess, is the way the Greeks would say it. But that's not how we use it today. You know what I'm saying? So when you look in Webster has something different and a different date. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but even with the different, just like what Truist was saying, let's just go with the 1800s. We can go with that. I don't care. Let's go with the 1800s. You still backdating Newton. You still backdating. So either way you go on, if you want to give it to the 1580s or the 1800s, I mean, if you stick to the 1580s, they had physics in the 1580s before this nigga was even born. So
But this is it.
Wait. Go back.
How did they come up with the word?
Wait. Go backwards though. Hold on. It says the origin in the 1580s. But my question to you, Thunder, they didn't have. You're saying they had physics in 1580?
No, I'm saying they.
No, that was just the way they was saying nature, describing nature.
No,
okay. I was going to say. Okay.
They were using that to describe the study of nature, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm asking you.
I'm saying. Wait a second.
I would agree to that. I would agree to that.
I'm saying Galileo Galilei was alive during that period, and he was a physicist.
Right, but I'm saying terminology.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Galileo. Wait. Galileo Galilei was alive in that period, and he's considered a physicist.
Okay. We got you. Now I'm asking you, what's the definition back in 1580? What was it again?
That was the etymological definition back in 1580s. The study of nature.
I'm saying by the modern definition of physicist, the way we understand the word and how we retro the word today, academia calls Galileo Galilei a physicist.
Yes, they do. So when we hear the word when we hear people describe physicists today, like let's say Neil deGrasse Tyson is describing Galileo. That's a good point, Truist, right? When Neil deGrasse Tyson describes Galileo today, he describes him as a physicist in the way we use the word physicist today, not in the antiquity, not in the etymological way. You understand that, right? Do y'all understand what I'm picking up there? It's basically what Truist is. I'm answering Truist's question there.
Yeah, basically. I understand why Corey, you're absolutely right. But this is 2 minutes. This is something I learned. My uncles, I'm old enough that my uncles, when they went to high school, they were learning Latin. Because Latin was important. Because when you go into medicine, you have to know Latin for the names of those bacteria and the names of many diseases. When you go into law, you have to learn Latin.
Etymology again. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Scientists learn Latin. When a scientist heard natural whatever I want to say, they heard scientists. It's like
natural philosopher. That's a job.
When they spoke to one scientist speaking to the next scientist, and one scientist said to one, he's a natural philosopher. The other scientist is here, the other scientist is here. You're saying that he's a scientist. The problem is that single language people, monolanguage, when they hear certain words, they don't believe that it can have different meanings. But if you're speaking to somebody in Spanish and you say, they don't say small girl. They normally say girl small, like Nino, something, right?
Backwards,
but so they hear the same thing. But these Negroes, because they only speak one language, when they're reading scientific papers from the past, they're saying that he couldn't be a scientist. But what they're actually saying to you, the reason why bacteria have Latin is that in order for nobody to misunderstand it. In order for people to speak Latin, and Latin was a predominant language of science at the time, was that the world saw it as a way to have no people no misinterpretation. But as superpower rising, as England rose, and they want to say that their language is the dominant language, as America rose, they started to use less and less Latin and look at the Latin as less than, right? Not the persons who were at that time, but the language sometimes. But now these persons taking it a step forward and don't understand why the Latin, that the word that you're using to say, what word is actually a Latin statement. But I stopped talking to them when I realized that them can't multitask and they're not logical. Because
this ain't about, like, bro, y'all.
So they're not polyphonistic.
They're not. This ain't
about the niggas, though. Let's not. I don't want.
No, it ain't. I
understand. Yeah. Yeah, my apology. My apology.
A whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
This ain't got
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
to do with it.
This is about the conversation. No.
You were told.
Y'all niggas
want to argue
just
a good opportunity.
No.
Let's go back.
Let me finish.
Shout to you. Do them damn sad talks. That shit works for you. People watch it. If people are entertained, just keep doing that shit. But I'm not going back and forth with these niggas. Stop that shit, please.
Wait,
y'all understand my stance.
I want to say this.
Speaking for everybody.
Yeah.
I want to say this real quick. This is a general statement. This ain't targeted at them. So, Thunder, what I was hearing is modern science starts in the they said the 1700s, right? 17 CE, scientific revolution, Enlightenment era. The question is, right? If that's what it starts. What were the people that used modern science called? What were the people that were using modern science called?
English.
No, what were they called? What was the name of their role? If I was using modern science,
They weren't scientists. They weren't scientists.
Hold on. I'm getting to the bottom of something. What did you call a person that was using modern science in the 1700s and in the 1800s?
A natural philosopher.
A natural philosopher.
Yeah, because the word scientist wasn't introduced.
If you were using modern science, because according to them, modern science starts 1700 CE. So if I'm using modern science from 1700 CE all the way to the 1830s when we get the word scientist, before 1830, you are called a natural philosopher.
Well, no, they're saying that there was no modern science because they weren't peer reviewed and there was no institution.
Okay, but wait. What I'm saying is, wait, hold on, Soupies. What I'm saying is that's double speech because you can't say that it's the scientific revolution is the start of modern science in the 1700 CE, right? And then say in another breath they weren't practicing modern science. So when does modern science begin? And when it begins,
what's the etymology of modernity? I'd like to know that.
If once we pin,
look up modernity in the etymological.
Once you pin a person down to a date, right? The date was 1700 CE. The next question should be, okay, the people using this, what did we call them?
Natural philosophy.
The
people using
what y'all ain't helping me understand. Y'all help me understand this, Truist, real quick, because I'll be on the periphery a little bit of the conversation.
Okay.
Right? How is the date study moving? How did we get to the 16th century now? Right? Or how do we get to, well, obviously we in the 18th century now, right?
Yeah,
but how did we get there when we were started out in 1850 something?
Because
how we get all the way there?
They realized that they started disqualifying people from the scientific revolution with their original stance, right? So they had to move it to 1700 CE. But what I'm saying is,
okay.
Now, if you move it to 1700 CE,
that was a move that everybody was aware of. That was above the board move. Is that what you're saying?
They tried to do it in secret, but like Thunder called out them changing their slide.
Oh, okay, that was okay. I got you.
So I'm saying, even where they at now, if you're saying modern science begins in 1700 CE, right? We have to describe what the people that were using it from 1700 to 1830, what were they called?
No, they're going to say the scientific revolution. That's what Corey was showing yesterday when he showed how Unc changed the slide. He went from modern science to scientific revolution.
Okay,
Right,
so
right,
is
right.
he?
Yeah.
So are they saying that during
So
the
the
scientific?
first,
Wait! Watch this! Watch this.
let me acknowledge that y'all won the first argument then, right?
Yeah,
And then now y'all done moved on to a different argument.
Yeah,
I
but
just be
now,
wanting to keep track of what's going on here.
now
You know what I'm saying?
here, just follow the deductive reasoning here. So, if there's the scientific revolution isn't modern science begins, right? And if modern science is the only science, and if it's not modern science, it's not science, are they saying that all the people during the scientific revolution were using proto-science? All the people in the Enlightenment are all the people in the Enlightenment using proto-science according to them?
I believe so, but I don't know how you.
How ridiculous that is.
I don't even know how you can say it's proto at that point. But they probably.
I see what they did. I see what.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's ridiculous.
I see the whole thing now. I even see why they said what they said now.
In the scientific revolution, if they're no longer that's what modern science is.
Logic, stop talking, bro.
Yeah, Logic, you in the underwater or something.
Stop, man.
No, I think it's hey, Logic. Hold on. I don't think it's your connection. I think whatever you're talking on might be fucked up. It really do sound fucked up. If you go watch it on YouTube and go listen to yourself when you talk.
Yeah, ain't about lying, bro. Your mic messed up. For real.
Like you're underwater. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, dude. It sounds like you're talking up from underwater. So it might not be like your connection. It might be whatever you're talking on.
Yeah, it's a shortage in that earbud. You done dropped that earbud one too many times.
Yeah, it's a shortage in your biomechanic.
This ain't working either.
Your biomechanic reactor ain't reacting.
Right. It's a piston.
You gotta call that nigga. You gotta call dude and have him fix your motherfucking biomechanic.
Absolutely. The only one that can.
On the planet.
On the planet.
Hey, you know what's funny about that? The nigga I pictured all these SUVs pulling up and shit. And motherfuckers like, where is he? The goddamn biomechanic reactor that went out again.
The private jets, goddamn, and helicopters.
What is a biomechanical reactor? I want to answer the question.
Hey, Corey, the motherfucker be like, we tried to get Elon Musk. He said, I had no idea what to do. You know who to call.
Fly out to his motherfucking hut.
No, but what is a biomechanical reactor? I don't know. I'm ignorant.
Some dumb shit Kyle said, bro. Some stupid ass shit. So Kyle, whatever he was doing, that LinkedIn page, motherfucking
yeah, it's fun. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a good day. That was funny as hell that day. Oh shit! Nigga said based on this,
come back, man. I miss you already, Kyle. I already miss you. Come back. No.
Right. He probably still in here with his rat ass. Right. He probably still here. He probably listening to this shit in the Discord. He probably an admin in this motherfucker.
We gotta have the politics conversation again, Kyle. We wasn't done.
Hell no, I don't believe
done, Kyle.
I don't believe none of it. I don't believe it. Where I'm at with Kyle is fuck them kids, bro. That's the last thing I'm gonna remember is fuck them kids.
He really a egalitarian.
Yeah, that's the extent of his motherfucking political knowledge. Fuck them kids.
Yeah, go ahead,
you
man.
can't talk me down off this one, brother. You can't talk me down off this one. You don't know. We talk about it another time. If you don't know, you have no idea. You have no idea. Literally, what niggas think we pay you to do, he did. Literally, I mean, like you. I mean, down to the fucking T. What they pay, what they think that we pay you to do, he did it for free.
Don't take it personal though.
Yeah, no. It's gonna take me about 3 more days to get the personal part of it, and then I move forward. You know how I am. I'm not going. Bro, listen. If I don't at this point hate Cedric or have no malice towards him, it ain't no fucking way I'm ever gonna be able to stay mad at Kyle. I just need about 5-6 days. I need about 5-6 days.
No problem.
Say man, that's Cedric.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't even hate the nigga. I know he hate me. I get it, but that ain't a two-way street. He need to get that shit off his heart. But yeah, shout to y'all. I guess. Listen, y'all can go back down that conversation. I have decided to exit that science conversation because if I can't trust in Thunder, just so you understand my stance, because everybody's stance is important. This ain't no monolith. As soon as you start saying that motherfucking what is it? That Britannica don't count, you can count me out the conversation. There's nothing there. I can't even, because now you basically effectively said, go get a source, we go and get it, and then now we can't use Britannica. Come on.
It's a part of the conversation that y'all ain't addressing.
That ain't throwing your gun. If that's not throwing your gun, I don't know what throwing your gun is.
I think y'all scared. I think it's a part of the conversation I think y'all scared to address.
I ain't got no tools. You've taken out the tool. It's like saying, what's 2 + 2 is 4, but you can't use mathematics. You can't possibly use mathematics. You got to show me we're gonna listen, we're gonna play basketball 1 to 5. But I need both your feet and both your wrists. Like, what are we doing? Because see, you know what's gonna happen, Corey? Because then when I just start telling you some shit, you're gonna ask me for a source. And then it's gonna be, well, you just telling me what you think. Show a source. And when I pull up Britannica, it's gonna be, well, no. We've already decided. See, then that's where the contention starts. And that's when everybody start calling each other bitches and dumb niggas. That's where it starts going back and forth. So we don't need to be into that with nobody. Not even just discussing them. We don't need to be into that kind of conversation with nobody. Yesterday, y'all was trying to have a conversation with Humble. Shouts to him. He had a good show last night. And on his channel. Shout to Titans Debate League. Yeah. They usually rock late night. Pause. I saw Humble and I think Truist went up there and shit. They was talking about
I went up there and I was talking to them for a while.
Yeah, shouts to them niggas. But I don't I think when you boil a conversation down to just, because I think that's where it went with the Egypt shit. Once Smashing them started pulling shit off the walls, and then the argument switched to, well, what's a primary, what's a secondary, what's a tertiary, like once you at that, at some point somebody gonna be a bitch. Trust me, because there's nowhere else to go. It ain't really nowhere else to go. If I go get an expert and he say what I'm saying, and you go get an expert and he go say what it's the same shit. Then all of a sudden you putting experts in microwaves, Chinese food and shit like that. It's just that it's dishonest, and that's why I kept saying I think we having more of a semantic conversation, because now we're boiling Merriam-Webster down to now the number one definition is the only, not the most common. I mean, I think we all know that it's the most common in nomenclature. Okay, cool, but it doesn't say it's the only definition. So, because if you keep going further down, you get to something. But it's not. It's almost like this number one. Fuck the rest of it. But Britannica, fuck that shit too. Even if you go to Merriam-Webster and look up Isaac Newton, the shit says mathematician and physicist. But that don't count either. So we just gonna be arguing. That's all that it's gonna be. And if niggas want to argue, we ain't gotta make up if we don't like each other and we just want to argue, we don't gotta hide it in a science conversation. Let's just get on a panel and just fucking cuss each other out. We don't gotta use Isaac Newton to do that.
Hey, Braz, listen. I think it's a part of. Where's Stu P? Stu P's on here? Where you at, Stu
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
I gotta call you out, Stu P's. I think you scared. I think you scared, Stu P's.
Scared of who?
You scared of it because they called you out on your argument, and I think I don't know if you switched up or you just backed off.
It's a lot of niggas. Hey, Corey, hold on, Stu P, before you answer. It's a lot of niggas in prison right now doing life Stu P's for a motherfucker walking up to them saying, I think you scared, nigga, and then you go out and do something. So that's all I'm gonna exit the conversation right there. There's a lot of niggas on death row right now. Because of a nigga like what Corey doing right now. Go ahead.
No, yes, sir. I want to tell you an example.
You know what I mean? Just from a looker's on perspective. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
It just looks like it's a bit of nervousness there.
And the nigga that's saying it while you on death row, hey, wait, I'm gonna add this piece, Corey. The nigga that's telling you this, right, while you on death row, he is knee deep with dick in your girl right now while you on death row. I just want you to be clear. He is 3 legs deep in your girl while he done talked you into a prison sentence and ain't sending you shit. Go ahead. He patting your son on the head.
I got some zoom to wham whams. I definitely got some zoom to wham whams.
Listen. Ramen tastes good to me. Ramen tastes good to me. I love that fucking shit. Ramen and honey boy. No, scared no, because what happened with them is that honestly, I realize what they're doing. What they're doing is that if you ask them a simple question, convoluted with a lot of 3-syllable words, and hide the response. And that is what they do. Both of them do. They swing you around the world and you say, stop that bullshit. What are you actually saying? They're not saying anything. And I come to that decision. I realize that like when I ask a question, when I tell them, science don't seek the why. Everybody push back. Science seek the why.
That's what I'm talking about, Stu P's. It seemed like you had backed off of that because they called you out. That's why I brought that up yesterday. But go ahead, let me hear you.
But the thing about it, why I laugh, is that when somebody push back at me, it means that they have never written a paper. As I said, I don't have a master, but I've wrote several masters.
I'm talking about you trying it up, not them.
Right? No. The why.
No, you sound like Reggie with that, though. You know that's a Reggie line. But go ahead. I'm going to let you keep going.
Yeah. But the why, scientists don't seek the why. Because the why always come back to the alchemist way of thinking, and the why always lead back to some other being. Because why was there nothing in the beginning? But when people talk about it and they say, yes, scientists sometimes seek the why. Why bacteria work this way? No. Your understanding the question lead you to say why. But they're actually asking what, how, and what are the factors. They ask how and what are the factors, never the why. But your simple mind, when you mistake how and why as the same thing. So when I realize that they're simple Simon, I'm not the Simon that they're going to meet. Right? So those simple Simons, I'm leaving them alone. I just go in there sometimes to agitate the fuck out of them and then jump off and call some of them incest-loving cousin fuck and call one of them crackhead. I just go in there sometimes to just agitate them and jump off because I realize that they don't understand what they're reading. They don't comprehend what they're reading. They don't understand when people say that. When you're reading a paper, and you say, are they answering the question that they asked in the beginning? And how they choose to answer the question this way? What is their intention? Right? Because many questions, I like to use simple things that people can relate to, like teachers. When I'm writing a paper, I write it as if the teacher is reading it. What would the teacher get from this? What would they say? What question they'll be asking? How should I approach my arguments? That's why when with Brass a while ago, I said, imagine you go in front of a teacher and a teacher said to you, your child is creative. Because that is our reason, that is our do. And when Brass think about it, because Brass have, and you have children too, Corey. If you go to a parent-teacher meeting with your wife, and the teacher said, oh, Corey, your daughter is very creative. What is she telling you, Corey? You're here.
She said my daughter's what? I couldn't hear you.
Your daughter is very creative.
Uh-huh.
What is she saying?
She doing something wrong. I don't know what it is, but that lady trying to tell me my daughter fucking up, right?
No, you understand.
I don't know. I didn't send her to art school, goddammit. She come to this motherfucker to learn math.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't it be a good thing, like if it was an early on thing, like kindergarten or first grade or second grade?
Hey, Corey, that's where you stand up. Hey, Corey, that's where you stand up and say, bitch, is this a museum? What the fuck is that? Are y'all in this motherfucker building Mona Lisa's? How is she doing in social studies?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Right.
Yeah. And let me just finish this. Let me just finish by saying, because I found a new way. Pseudo killer is a very creative. How could they come up with that? That science is not science unless they're very creative. Those niggers are extremely creative.
Hey, Stoopies, get it right. You mean the Olympians? The Olympians.
Yeah,
not
the Olympians. Yeah,
right?
the Olympians are very creative. That's what I write on the report. All right. They're very creative. Take it what it may. Take it what you see. They're very creative. Yeah. Yeah. So So uncanny creative self. Because what disillusionment. You in your bed and you come up with that.
I take pride in my creativity, by the way, Stu.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that.
Yeah, but if I call you, you can call yourself. But when another nigger look at you and say, Corey, you know that you're very creative.
Right.
Bro, if we was in here, that's like me and hey, you know what's funny, Stoopies? Y'all want to admit that the creative shit is a diss, right? But or it could be taken as a diss, right? It could be positive or it could be taken as a diss. But if we was in this motherfucker having a scientific conversation, say we was having like an in-depth conversation, everybody paying attention, and then a motherfucker say, let me respond to what you just said. And the only thing he say is, I just got one sentence, you're very creative. And then don't say nothing else. What the fuck is you gonna think about what he?
I'm cussing his ass out.
When do teachers usually don't just leave it there too?
I ain't no voodoo.
No, they don't. They go into what the problem is after they say she's creative. But it's the language. You know what I mean? Like you got to understand the language that people is using when they say certain things. That was the point.
And if the teacher right, are you mad at the teacher or your seed?
No. I'm not mad at
the teacher. We mad at the seed, but that was we were having a bigger point. That was a sidebar.
I got you.
I'm not mad at the teacher. I'm saying, but if we're here for an assessment of their education and how they're doing in school, I want to know how many don't stop at creative and don't start at even if you want to start at creative, you need to finish on homework assignments, test grades, quizzes. Is she a logical thinker?
Don't use the word parent-teacher conference and I hear the word creative at the parent-teachers conference. Oh, I'm pissed.
Yeah,
I'm pissed. The teacher. It might be. It depends on the circumstances, but mostly I'm pissed at my kid. Absolutely.
Right, and I'm not trying to say, my thing is, Fetty, and I wasn't trying to slander you when I said you don't have kids, but the thing is, if a teacher tells you that your child is creative and it's true, if you the parent, 9 times out of 10, you already know that. Like, cool, I know that. She ain't no more creative.
Right. That's what I was saying. Right. Like, y'all see them behaviors and whatever. at an early age.
Yeah, I'm not paying for this fucking work. And in my case, I'm not paying for this private school that every time I gotta pay for it, whether I can afford it or not. It's a number, and I'm sitting here like to write the shit. I gotta write it slow, or press the button slow because it's hurting my soul. But I know the end game or what the benefit is, and then I show up, and the best you got is creative. And then I can pull out.
Yeah, that teacher need to get fired. Yeah, that teacher need to get fired.
Yeah, like you know how much this costs for you to tell me she's creative? You better come up with something better than that, a better description than that for how much this shit costs. So yeah, no, I guess in a public school maybe, but it is what it is. The level of people just coming into the chat just hating is hilarious. Shouts to you, Sunchild. He said, no topic. What is the Willie? Because somebody look at what is Willie? That's the second person I've seen say that. Is Willie Bobo like a derogatory term or something?
I don't know. Never heard it.
Yeah, what the hell does that mean? Somebody else said the Willie Bobo. It sound like soft shoeing. I don't know what it means, but I'm about to look it up. And Sunchild, if I find out that it's some kind of soft shoeing type shit, I'm gonna cuss you out the next time I'm in the same place as you. We probably will never be in the same place, but I'm about to look up the Willie Bobo. The fuck is the Willie Bobo? Let me see. Willie. My ChatGPT is probably pissed off at me, Thunder. Yeah. Damn, Willie Bobo. Willie Bobo.
A Latin jazz musician.
Yeah, but why they keep? He said Sunchild said we ain't here doing the Willie Bobo. That sounds like soft shoeing.
I think I got a Willie Bobo record. Actually,
that's a person.
That's a person.
Yeah, that's a person.
Why they keep fucking with his name?
Let me see if I got his. I think I got a record of his. Let me see. He looked like Andre. He looked like Andre 2000.
Okay, then maybe that's not disrespectful. Doing the Willie Bobo. Let me Google this shit and get my Google ban. 1 second. Doing the Willie Bobo.
Maybe he's saying somebody in here singing or something. Maybe he was referring to when you brought up rats. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, bro, after you left A1 show last night, matter of fact, y'all got to follow Titans Debate League, bro.
Yeah, shout out to A1.
Yeah, that was. Sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning, you just want to have a good conversation if you can't sleep. They was having a conversation about what is it, hominidae or whatever, the monkey shit.
Hominidae, yeah.
Yo, after you left though, right?
Yeah.
The nigga Roy Chess, after you left, and anathema, you sound like an uninvolved parent, bro.
Yeah, here he is right here. I got it right here. Hold on.
Oh shit, who said that? That's crazy.
I'm praying that you. I'm praying as a joke, and I'm reading that wrong. I'm praying as a joke, and I'm just reading that shit wrong.
This has been a crazy little conversation. It's been kind of interesting.
Niggas, I wish my mic was working. Their fingers and your shit sound right now. Whatever.
I'm on my headset now. I mean, I wish my mic was working when I had my thought, and then Thunder threw me the hell off with a crazy ass. But this is an interesting little conversation. But you're right, somewhere in the root of the conversation, it definitely is niggas ain't shit. Now, whether it's cultural or whether it's bro, just being honest, bro. Because at this point, only thing we did discussing is what the reason is. Like we trying to.
You really got the Willie Bobo.
This nigga got a Willie Bobo record for real.
I told you that, dog.
Back up, Paul, so we can see it. The whole
name alone, I'm not buying that shit.
Get off the rip. I'm not buying
this nigga Willie.
That nigga look like anathema.
That's 2 words I don't ever really want to put together in those sentences.
That nigga got Drake Daddy mustache.
That nigga got the wild mustache. That nigga got the.
Is that 3 Stacks? Yes or no?
Yeah, he do kind of look like 3 Stacks. He look like his middle name Serious Business. That's what his middle. That's what he looked like. Man, why they keep throwing pejoratives on Willie Bobo? What the fuck he do?
I don't know. Yeah, that's him, bro.
Look at Willie Bobo. Okay. Hey, it ain't that bad. Willie Bobo, sound like a cool nigga. All right, we doing the Willie Bobo.
Yeah, I got tons of records.
His crimes is more on the violent side.
He got that Drake daddy.
He wasn't trying to rob no ATM. He might have held the nigga up at gunpoint.
This nigga Egg Beat said he sold out Black Americans. He said Willie Bobo sold out Black Americans.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm saying he's Puerto Rican. He's from Spanish Harlem. He's Puerto Rican.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just mess. Okay, so yeah, we actually had the actual conversation earlier, Sunchild. Y'all catching the end of it. We usually have these conversations until somebody in here finally admits we trying to figure out if niggas ain't shit or not. That's usually the length of these conversations is like, so you ain't saying niggas ain't shit, and not 9 times, let's say 7 times out of 10, by the time we get to the end, somebody was trying to insinuate, they was using science to insinuate niggas ain't shit. And then,
you know what? I gotta stop fucking it up because at the same time, we gotta spend more time debating whether it's genetic or cultural or
hey, that's another one.
The mononucleide or the polynucleide. We gotta stay there before we you know what I'm saying, get to the nitty gritty of.
I will give Freddie gonna do a show. Freddie gonna do a show.
Crazy part is a lot of us complain about our circumstance in America, but we aren't willing to really see it fix what's going on.
We scarred, dog. We scarred from our trauma, and it messed us up. And we trying to figure out how to properly you know, like pinpoint. Okay, we can see the results of us being fucked up right here. Well, we ain't gonna debate if we fucked up or not, right? That's beyond the question. We just gonna assume that we fucked up, and we're gonna look for it every other day.
I'm also thought it was cool looking at Mbedi's book talking about West African cultures and how our ancestors more so produced time versus looking at it linear. I thought that was cool, to be honest. And how,
yeah, but that's why you gotta. But see, now the conversation. How long is it gonna take you to put that show together, though, Freddie?
What that means?
Produced. Because the good thing about it, it's a good. I agree with Thunder on this stance. It's a very good conversation, right? Because for all the people that talk about science and accepting science and all this shit we've been talking about science, when the science says something that's not necessarily complementary to you, your culture, and your race, can you still accept that it's the science and agree with it?
Do you think niggas would be outraged if they found the article that black people dance better or certain things that we already stereotypically use against? Do you think we'll be like, hey, that's wrong? Niggas gonna use that and say how we superior. Like, come on, half of these niggas like stew peas and all of that. If there was any scientific findings to show how we are actually superior in a certain aspect to other groups, niggas would eat that shit up.
Of course I would, and I tell you that. I told you that day one. If it's black people, I say yes, but anything that look like is a minus. Anything it look like is a minus. No, I count the tickets.
It's like being the coach and looking at advanced analytics that only support how you're good versus looking at analytics to show that how you can do better.
No, is that I have LeBron and Jordan on the same team, and I win in the game. And somebody come and say, but you need a center. I don't need a fucking center if I have LeBron and Jordan. Why you have to bring up the center? Why all of a sudden now you have a problem with me being poly? And why poly sound like bullshit? And why you emphasizing it? Because you put up a map a while ago and I saw the map. And the red areas, you have 2 colors. And the mono is Australia, Europe, and North America. And the poly is everywhere else. Are you telling me that no other people can operate as a singularity, as goal-oriented and focused?
I'm asking a question. You know what I'm crazy though? That finding kind of supports what you're saying though, if you look into it, not fully, but right. You know how certain blackologists say we're more communal and we have more empathy, and you know all the stuff people say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not saying this is
Hey, Elijah.
Yeah. We less scientific and more spiritual. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah. All of
we more communal, one with nature. This shit that blackologists say.
Like Logic, real quick. I ain't trying to change it. I just saw something. I thought this Michael Jackson movie was cap. Since we kicking the Willy Bobo, we could just talk about it.
No, it's real.
So it's real, right? So I just saw the Michael Jackson premiere. I mean, they took a picture of the Jacksons that showed up to the fucking premiere.
Right.
I'm sure Joe Jackson and his wife, or the ancestors before Joe Jackson, are looking at this fucking photo of the Jacksons in front of the Jackson premiere, and all of these fucking white people. Yo, you can't tell me that the Jacksons are effectively, and in 100 years they will be known as the greatest white singing family in history.
Thank you.
That Michael Jackson movie was from Flex Washington. Niggas remember Flex Washington for 101.
Bro, do you see this fucking picture?
That was the funniest Michael. That nigga, bro. That was the funniest Michael Jackson movie ever, bro.
Yeah, put the photo in the back chat. Because people need to see it.
Michael Jackson's whole legacy, all the money went to just gonna go to
white people.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And people say
Jackson. Fucking white people.
Listen, only one
that'd be kind of even worse if it. I ain't gonna say it's worse, but like maybe even unfortunate in a different way of all the talent.
Listen, only one Jackson.
It's in the general chat because they were trying to. The picture actually, they were trying to say that they were trying to say, who do you notice that Rebe and Janet wasn't in the picture? So then I look and I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck, bro. This is like a white family, bro. This is a white. It look like a large.
I ain't gonna lie, my family don't look like this, brass, but you got a lot of African American families that's becoming more. What's the word?
Diluted. Becoming monochronic. That's what it's
monochronic.
A lot of families is becoming monochronic.
Monochronic, less sub-Saharan.
Less sub-Saharan, whatever you want to call it.
However you want to call it.
Hey, Pure Black. That started my little, because I am a little bit of a racist, so it is what it is. I have said many times, 100 years from now, one of the reasons I love the color in our family and I protect it, but 100 years from now, if I was to look down and see a family, my family from me, my family tree, like what I produce, grandkids, nieces, nephews, this, that, and other. If it was all white, I would be actually mad. I'd be happy I'm in heaven.
No. I think that's ultimately inevitable, though, unfortunately.
But no, but he said, did you see Muhammad Ali's grandson? That's how we started the conversation. I was like, bro, Muhammad Ali's grandson is effectively a white man. Muhammad, the greatest. You got like
scientists. You got scientists theorizing that humans' next step is going to be like the whole racial shit we talking about and all of that. They saying it may be a time to where, like you said, our black people, like our bloodlines or what we deem as black or not, there may be a group or larger human population that has a lighter skin or just a generic look, so you're not going to see as much of the distinct differences as even we may see now. Like a lot of scientists say we're at that next possible step with human evolution. That's scary, bro. That's scary.
The second greatest boxer of all time.
The greatest.
100 years from now, 100 years from now, based on his grandson is a white man. 100 years from now, the Ali name, that when they take a family photo, it will be a bunch of white people, and the second greatest, and they're gonna be telling people that Muhammad Ali was black and one of the greatest fighters of all time. However they do it, however they rank them. But when you look at the fucking picture, it's gonna be a white man. Michael Jackson is the greatest pop star in the history of music, black, white, or otherwise. But it's gonna say this black man. Now, when you look at Michael, you see like, damn. he looked white, but you study, you read down in the Wikipedia, you see he had issues with his skin, the burn with the Pepsi commercial, so it almost makes sense. But when you scroll forward, in 100 years, the Michael Jackson family tree will just be white people. Is that like it'll be ridiculous?
Why not? Why not?
Shit is ridiculous. Shit is, but that's the listen. Y'all call me whatever you want. I'll take Egg Beats. He said I'm a proud Black American. I'll take that.
No,
I don't think it's wrong to want your family to have golden brown, honey brown, I wish it's night, Batman black, or the blue, purple. I don't give a fuck what it is. But I do not want my name to be. Don't you say it, Stu. Stu. You said it last time, and I kicked you out. Don't say that shit because you keep saying it and you're trying to talk it up. And you know that's a sore subject for me. Don't try to. Wait, you get one time. You get one time. Say that shit one time. And then don't say that shit again. Because you said that shit last time.
Gonna be Steph Curry's brass in about 100 years. Straight
that nigga said, no, Stu B's about a month ago said, I wish you white grandchildren. And he couldn't have hurt me more than when he said that shit. He couldn't have hurt me more. He could not have hurt me more with that statement. Lord.
You don't want some white grandchildren?
Y'all don't love y'all skin, bro. I know I ain't trying to diss y'all, but y'all don't like think of skin in that way? Like that it's important to you? That yes, they black and whatever, yes, they're healthy and successful, but y'all don't like look at it that way? Am I just like, that's just me being racist or whatever I am? Proud Black American? Y'all don't want y'all bloodline, y'all family photos.
So one person like a chef or somebody else will make. Because I heard him make this point before. He's saying like it's nothing wrong with being proud to be African American, but if you're applying a colorism within the African American group by saying I prefer a dark skinned woman, it's all preference to me, bro.
Brass. How many mothers have told their daughters that listen? You need to find a man with pretty hair because I'm tired to comb these nappy-headed children. No, don't bring any nappy-headed children inside here.
Before.
A lot of dark-skinned men get joked on. That's why they want to be with a light-skinned woman too.
Yeah, but how can
Kodak Black said, I'm already black. I don't need a black bitch. I'm like, that nigga wild.
Hey, listen. When you look at this picture with the Jackson.
Wait, what the fuck did Kodak Black say?
In the joint Snap shit, in the song Snap shit, he was like, I'm already black. I don't need no black bitch. So Vlad, DJ Vlad interviewed. No. DJ Vlad interviewed the nigga.
That's what he said?
Yeah. But when you because Vlad did an interview with Boosie, right? And I don't know if you remember the Miami rapper Glock 9.
Yeah, I remember him.
Vlad interviewed Glock 9, right, and was like, so you're dark-skinned. Do you have dark-skinned children? He was like, I want to be with a light-skinned girl because I was getting joked on about being black. So Vlad then shows those two clips to Boosie, and he was like, them young niggas just basically, they're not proud to be black. But for me, Boosie said, I love the fact that when I look at my sons, they look just like me, and they got the same complexion and all of that. So Boosie was acknowledging like a lot of even black rappers who got joked on about their complexion. That's why they go to the light-skinned woman psychological.
Man, let me tell you something about, hey, I need a second, bro. Now, let me tell you, I love my wife for a myriad of reasons, right? I've known her damn near my whole life, but I love my wife for a myriad of reasons. But let me tell you one of the most beautiful things that I love about my wife without being too erotic. My wife is her skin is so, she's black, right? She's black, but she wouldn't be considered like whatever. But we have an idea of, she knows, for example, one of the most important, not the most important, one of the things that I love most about her, outside of her mind, how she thinks, how she talks, her worldview, the things that we share in our children, is the color of her beautiful black skin. I mean, she is from her bloodline is Selma, Alabama, right outside Edmund Pettus Bridge black. motherfucking Marion County black. Like she's that, and I love that part of her. It's the first. Oh man, ain't nothing like black skin. I'm gonna tell you. And then you niggas can say whatever they want about they was getting shamed for their skin, this, that, and the other. I've seen them models that they try to do on Fashion Week in New York, and every now and then they'll have a model that is so dark that like it almost don't look real. You ever seen them models like that?
Hell yeah.
They get them from like this. I don't know where I don't
like
know if it's from America or from outside of America. I'm talking about the ones where you put glitter on them, it look like the stars shining at night or some shit like that.
Yeah.
That even I would even love that black. I know I'm in love with black skin because even that, the darkest night of that black, I would even accept that. I would not accept. I would worship adore that level of skin. Oh my God,
666 goddess. I feel.
Oh Lord, my wife.
Triple blackness in space.
Oh my God, that shit is important to me.
Let me ask you a question, man. Do you respect the Ku Klux Klan and their position?
I don't know the Ku Klux Klan's position. I don't know why we just got ready to talk about my wife's skin and you about to start talking about the Klan.
Bro, I'm not going to speak to your wife, man. I don't even know why you can boss her up. But
I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about your wife, bro.
I know. I got you, brother. We just talk.
So their argument is it's not really they hate black people. They just don't want their women intermixing with others. They want to keep their bloodline pure and stuff like that. Would you agree with?
Yeah, I might be there.
Yeah, I am there.
Yeah,
I respect the Ku Klux Klan.
I might be there. I don't know. Wait. I don't know.
All groups should be like that.
Hold on, real quick. I don't know if I go so far as keeping the bloodline pure. Mine is purely from an aesthetic and a preference for the darkest skin possible. So because even if my son was to have a child, or my children were to date white people, if it was, I would still pray that it was dark. If that makes sense, Thunder. Like I don't really care about the purity of that ain't where I'm talking about. I'm talking about pure aesthetic and what I see. Not from
expression. Even if he had a child with a white woman, if the gene expression still somehow produced a darker skinned child, you'd be fine.
Impossible.
Yeah,
It's not impossible, Thunder. What do you mean?
We can create all colors. We can create all colors.
Yeah, I got a cousin that like both parents dark as hell, and the son is dark too, but the daughter is light skinned as hell.
Yeah, we can create all colors. If my son, this is why I know it's aesthetic. If my son, I'm sure some of them Jacksons, the two parents was probably dark, but they created a lighter, a lighter type child. But I see where you at, Thunder. All I'm saying is I'm not at Aryan Nation levels of bloodline. But even then, but I will say this, hold on, I'm gonna land my plane. But I will say this to answer your question with honesty, not just being technically right. I would prefer that my children marry and have children with other black people rather than white people. So I will say that. And my children.
Nobody's never.
Yeah, my children know this. I grew up in a home of a bunch of black people, all my sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, all saying, if they cannot use your comb, do not bring them home. Like we believe it. We believe it's not just me. Our family is like that. So yes, I don't have a problem saying that. And if that makes me racist or a bigot or whatever, then I'll live with that. But that's how I operate. And if other people disagree, that's just how they feel.
I think Thunder made a good point though, because that means we also have to be respectful of other people's groups and ethnocentricity and what they prefer as well.
No, I don't really care what they. I don't really care. But now, Thunder. Now, my question to you though, Thunder. Now, with me saying I prefer my children to date black people, so we're clear. I'm also not going to ostracize them and kill them if they do something else. I would assume a Klan member, their children don't even have the option of it. My children definitely have the option to fall in love with and do what they want, but they know my preference, if that makes sense. So I don't think that makes me fully Klan, but I can see where you're doing some similarities. But I'm not. That's what I mean by I'm not at the Aryan level, where it's like if you do it, you're ostracized. I ain't gonna kiss the grandbaby, and they can't come home. I'm gonna love that same grandbaby the same way I would love a darker skinned grandbaby because that came from me. So just so we're clear, but go ahead.
Okay. I respect the Klan.
Where do you stand? Where do you stand on that? Where do you stand on that?
I'm saying right now. I respect the Klan. I agree with them. I would shake their hand. If I
want
shake
you
their
to
hand
say
on
that again with a straight face.
I respect the Klan and their stance as far as
Hold on, y'all dropped the bomb and fucked this connection up. We didn't hear nothing you said, bro.
I respect the Klan and as far as them not wanting their women to not intermingle with black people. I feel the same way about our men. We have that in common. We don't have a lot in common, but we definitely have that in common. We see eye to eye on that. So when you look at the history,
or you would you ostracize your child though?
When you look at no, I mean I ostracize if he came home gay or something like that. But when you look at
your connection is fucked up. Your connection is fucked up.
Yeah, connection fucked up.
Yo, did you say you're gonna ostracize your child if they come home gay?
Yes.
That's stupid. That's who it is. Somebody else is talking.
No.
A lot of African Americans would. That's how we look at it.
Your connection is actually bad. Just go out and
all
come
right.
back.
So when we looking at the so that right there, whose connection is that? That's not mine. That's somebody else.
You good now, brother. You good.
Okay. When you look at Elijah Muhammad and you look at the Nation of Islam back in those days, they've been confirmed by several people, but definitely in books where they met secretly with the KKK and agreed on certain things and had handshake agreements. You know, they were in alignment. I don't want to be around you. You don't want to be around me. They was cool with segregation, right? And I'm a segregation.
I figured you should have went with that because I was thinking of the correlation of certain black leaders, like you said, who understood that groups of people were racist or whatever. They preferred their own group, but they still, in some way or fashion, was able to collaborate and come to a certain understanding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they came to understand it with the KKK. They actually gave the KKK, and no, they accepted money from the KKK.
Ooh. Remember we was talking about that a couple weeks ago. Garvey, bro, a lot of niggas did. A lot of them.
I know Garvey sat down with him. I didn't know he was accepting finances and stuff like that from him.
Yeah, the Nation of Islam was getting paid off by the. Oh, let me. Where I'm. I can look it up while we're talking.
Are you saying? But when you say paid off, you say. See, I already know Fard Muhammad's a white man. I think that was. I think they was.
Man, yeah, tripping on that.
No, I'm just saying. I think they established that. I don't even think
black nationalists teaming up with people who would, from the outside looking in, would be like, "Why are you collaborating with these people? They're racist." You know what I'm saying?
No, but you saying. Hold on. Are you saying? Oh, hold on. I just want some clarity. You just said Fard Muhammad. Is Fard Muhammad white or black?
Man, I'm not even talking about no Fard Muhammad.
No, it gets to the point. It gets to the point. Hold on. It goes to the point of what you're saying. Because your connection was a little weird. The reason why I'm asking
Fard Muhammad is a white man. 100%.
For real?
Yeah, Chef ain't
from appearances, At worst, he's a white man.
No. I know he looks like a white man, but he's black.
He told you. He said when he found out he was a white man, that shit fucked him up.
Yeah, that's
so,
Chef.
Yeah.
Chef be saying
He a white man. Hey,
You know what? He a white.
Brass, I hate to break it to you, Brass. He is an
he was
entire fucking white man. An entire fucking white man.
I think it's even. I think his wife even said it. That he was
white. The FBI said it. The police said it. He's white. We know it is.
Yep, an entire goddamn.
All right,
white
okay,
man.
all right. So, has it been confirmed that Garvey and Muhammad took? Because Thunder said paid off. I know they met with the Klan, but there was a financial exchange between the Klan and Nation of Islam.
I don't know about that.
I read that shit somewhere, but we could take that off the board. But they definitely
No. Hey, this is where the conversation is going. I'm curious now. I'm curious.
Get back. We ain't gotta go there. I mean, if I find it, we can do it. But I don't want to.
Yeah, I think what Thunder was trying to say, you get two groups who are performing ethnocentrism and prefer whatever for their race.
I need to find this article
under a political.
In Atlanta, they met in Atlanta in 1961. The Nation of Islam held meeting in 1961. Nation of Islam held secret meetings with the KKK in Atlanta to discuss obtaining land for a separate black state. That's what it was. It wasn't money. It was land. So they was going to buy some land from the KKK.
So it wasn't like a. So it was like.
It was a way for them. It was a way for them to try to push towards their black nationalism, to have their own thing. So it kind of like sinners a little bit. I mean, they bought that little house from the fucking Klan. The Nation wanted to buy some land from the Klan.
Yeah, but I don't think they knew when they bought that spot. They didn't know. Didn't they find out later that it was the Klan and the plan was to kill them? I
said you niggas sound like Smoke and Stack when they bought that crib.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I don't think they knew. I don't think they knew that.
Yeah, they didn't know. No, they didn't know.
Yeah, because remember he told them that the vampire was like, what you didn't know was that they was the Klan and they was gonna come here in the morning and kill you anyway. So they didn't know when they bought that spot.
Knew that they were racist though. I think it's the same.
Hey, I ain't trying to be disrespectful and fuck up the conversation. I need somebody to show me a source that Fard Muhammad was white. I'm going there. I don't need to
Brass, listen to this. Listen to this, Brass. Wallace Fard Muhammad.
Source I can show. Put it in the backstab.
I'll get you a source.
Because I ain't trying to be funny, but until I see it, I agree with Egg Beats. I think we might be at slander calling Fard Muhammad a white man. We might be there.
Farad 100% white, John Stockton type shit, man.
Yeah, it had more than 20.
We had slander. And your ass chime in and say he's 100% white, John Stockton type shit. What the fuck, bro? We don't give a damn about nothing.
In January the 28th, 1961, at the home of Atlanta Nation of Islam minister Jeremiah X.
What are you reading?
Featuring Malcolm X and KKK leaders. This is Politico.
Can you put it in the back chat?
There you go. That's another one. That's another one.
Go to his Wikipedia. Go to his Wikipedia article. There's a part in the article that says. Go ahead, Thunder.
Elijah Muhammad owned all black colony. I got you, and was willing to deal with white supremacists to secure it. The outcome, the meeting, which was attended by an FBI informant, left Malcolm X disturbed. Alliances. The period also saw the NOI engaging with other white supremacist groups, such as when George Lincoln Rockwell of the American Nazi Party was invited to a 1961 NOI rally as detailed in his rare historical photos. Let me put this in the back. So yeah.
So wait, so did George Lincoln Rockwell think that the Nation of Islam wasn't? Why the fuck would he meet with them? Was he kind of no? Because I'm thinking the only thing I'm thinking in my head I'm thinking the only thing he could be saying is that y'all don't want to mix with white people, and we don't want to mix with black people, so we kind of like agree with each other, maybe.
No, they wanted to separate black people
Who
from white
keeps saying
people.
fucking bro? Who keeps saying brass? Who is that?
Stupies.
West Side.
No, it wasn't
No,
Stupid. Oh, West Side. What up, West Side? Go ahead.
West Side. Yeah,
Go ahead.
Thunder told you the reason why they met when he first came in.
The land.
He says he agrees with them. You see what I'm saying? The Nation of Islam and those groups, they're separatists, both of them.
Okay.
You see? And that's where the agreement is. So just like you can go back to Garvey and see the same thing, you come to the Nation of Islam meeting George Lincoln Rockwell, who, by the way, ended up getting killed. He was assassinated, too, by one of his former members, by the way. Kind of like a Charlie Kirk type thing, you know? So, but it's the agreement that they have. They're kind of separatists, both groups, you know?
Okay, so it's like, I don't like you, but we kind of want the same end goal. So we can work together on okay, that makes sense to me.
And if you were watching Sarnetta, you would have seen the distortions about Farad being a white man.
Guys, hold up.
Well, hey, Brass, I got a story on Farad and his whiteness.
Look in the chat. I put the Wikipedia article. When you scroll down the Wikipedia article, you'll see it talks about public records of it. Pull up his 1920 census record, and he's called white on the 1920 census.
Also, when they raided early on, when the FBI raided the NOI when he was first starting out, the police took his ass to the side and was like, "What the hell are you doing here?" And kind of took him to the back and were saying that you're white. What the hell are you doing with these people? Also, I heard another story.
That's when he code switched. He was like, "All right, man, look, I'm a white man. I'm just trying to tell these black people real talk." Like that's literally what you say in the story.
He was a con. Also, Elijah Muhammad knew it because he used to. Farad Muhammad used to come to eat and talk to the people like every week. But when he left, no one knew where he went. And one day they followed his ass, and he was staying in a hotel. You got to remember the time. I think it was 30s or some shit. And he was staying in a hotel. He had him. He thought he lost him, and he was staying in a whites only hotel.
Yeah, but black people got away with the look also at that time too.
He was a white man, Brass.
We go by the FBI records.
Yeah, I got it. The FBI said it. They DQ. You already know how I feel about that. If that's what the FBI is with it, I gotta listen. If something, I'm just going for me. Because remember, this is going to be considered. This is going to be considered kind of like, fucked up to the Nation of Islam. So I'm trying to like at least try to exhaust it because I'm reading in this same article. No matter what I accept, I'm reading in the same article. It says efforts to trace the origin and life story of Fard have been extensive, but have yielded only inconclusive, fragmentary results. And not even his date of death is known. Further complicating any efforts is the fact that only an inconclusive handful of pictures of Fard are known to exist, including 4 mugshots. So it says, additionally, Fard is alleged to have used up to 58 different aliases during his life. This is the same article y'all saying that says he's white. In the 1960s, authors Anna Bontemps and Jack Conroy speculated that Fard may have been an African-American from the U.S. South. Carl Evans of the Washington Post submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to the FBI in 1978, requesting its file on Fard. Evans based his account of Fard's life on the declassified portion of the FBI file that he received about a decade after his request. It says Evans detailed the experience of several other authors who also based their accounts of Fard's life on the FBI file. Multiple scholars have suggested that Master Fard's teachings have been tied to the shrine of Le Shabazz, Qalandar, Ceylon, Pakistan. And also in the article, it says that he could have been Indian.
Bro,
it says, hold on. It says in his book, The Messenger, Fard was the son of a Muslim from modern-day Pakistan, then known as East India. He says that in his childhood, Fard spent time at the Ahmadiyya Mosque, a movement prominent in Pakistan, and used translations of the Quran from South Asian Muslims. Fard is a common surname in Pakistan, and interviews with longtime nation figures indicate Fard had Pakistani features.
Okay, Brass, hold up. Look up Wallace Dodd Ford. That's his motherfucking name. Wallace Dodd Ford.
Yeah.
And his prison records
in the
and birth records show that's who the fuck he is.
In the same article with the
Hold on,
1920s.
I wasn't finished. True. I'm just saying that when you look that up, the prison records in his public immigration records and everything, that's his fucking name. Wallace Dodd Ford. That's D-O-C-D.
That's the same name. That's the same name on the 1920 census. It's called Wally D. Ford. They classify him as
Wallace
white.
Dodd Ford, like the car?
Then
like the car?
Then
like the
what's
car?
Up?
You saying like Wallace Ford?
Like the car. Like the car. Yep. And then in that same year, September 1st, 1920, on the birth certificate of his son, it says Wallace Dodd Ford, a 26-year-old white man.
Hey, Garfield killed this shit. Garfield killed this shit years ago, like with primary evidence, all this shit. That's why all of us said he's a white man at once in unison for people who have been in the community, because this shit got bludgeoned a couple years ago.
Right. I put the article in the chat. Now you see the article in the chat, Brad?
What was the other people's argument?
Brad, can you see the article in the chat?
I don't see an article in the chat. No, I don't. You keep going. There's no article in the chat. I was the last person to post in the back chat.
No, the Discord general chat.
I can't open the general chat. That's why I tell you I put it in the back chat. If I open the general chat, they won't hear y'all.
Yeah, you gotta put it. Hey, Thunder, let me tell you, you gotta put it in the general voice chat. Messages, not general chat.
Now,
general
I will
voice.
say this. I agree with Egg Beats on this statement too. That Garfield, while he did
gotta pause that shit. I'm about to start pausing this nigga name.
Garfield also said he was part of an NYPD sting, and that's why he missed the debate. I agree.
Well, we got him on there. That's cool. That's cool. We talking about the presentation that he put together. The information was dope. We not trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater on this one.
I like the way
I shared the chat. I shared the in the chat. You see it?
Okay, you shared it in this chat. Okay. Washington Post, right? Okay. When Malcolm X released, when Malcolm X released, so he did. So he met with the Klan. Okay.
No, pull the article up and then go to it said Payne's second big revelation. You see that?
Hold on. You gotta copy the words of it, because apparently I'm not a member of the Washington Post.
Okay, I'll read it. Payne's second big revelation. Oh, matter of fact, I'll share it.
Yeah, just share it, and then I can that way I can see it.
Oh no, if I share it, you won't be able to hear me.
No, I'm saying just listen. You got the article up. Copy the part you want me to read and put that in the back chat, and they can see that.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense, just copy and paste into the what's the name.
Yeah.
Damn, he's a white man. So DQ, you said they solved this before. What was the? Oh, he left. What was the? Does anybody familiar with what the community was saying? Were there people defending the other side, or did everybody just accept it?
And people were defending it, saying like at worst he had a black parent and a white parent, like he was biracial and yeah.
I shared it up, Brad. You see it?
Okay, let me see it. Give me a second. Okay. So Payne's second big revelation is about a secret meeting that Malcolm had in early 1961 with members of the Ku Klux Klan after he became the top lieutenant to Nation of Islam leader Elijah Muhammad. Because both groups favored separation of the races, the eccentric messenger of Allah, became fixated on the idea that the Klan might help the Nation of Islam secure a large plot of land in his native Georgia to serve as an all-black colony. But when Muhammad instructed Malcolm and an Atlanta-based disciple named Jeremiah X to meet with local Klan leaders, the Klansmen were more interested in enlisting the black Muslims in a joint plot to kill the man they referred to as Martin Luther King. What? Georgia to serve as an all-black colony, but when Muhammad instructed Malcolm and an Atlanta-based disciple named Jeremiah X to meet with local Klan leaders, the Klansmen were more interested in enlisting the black Muslims in a joint plot to kill the man they referred to as Martin Luther King. Recreating the 2-hour kitchen table meeting in vivid detail based on interviews of Jeremiah X, Payne concludes that the episode left Malcolm deeply ashamed and served as a crowbar that began to pry him loose from the fanatical devotion to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. After Malcolm broke with the Nation of Islam for good 3 years later, Payne suggests one reason Muhammad may have wanted his former disciple out of the way was so that he would never make the humiliating outreach to the Klan White Devils public. Man.
That's Washington Post now.
Man, so they tried to work with the Klan, thinking they was about to get some land together, and they was trying to kill Martin Luther King. The Klan wanted to kill Martin Luther King and work with the fucking Nation of Islam to do it. Oh man! Every day I find out some new shit in here.
Some new shit you ain't won't find out. Huh?
Damn.
Then if he a con man and he started it, what I mean, and niggas are still doing that shit, dog.
Yeah, that sounds like street. That sounds like street politics 101 right there.
As 100%
You have to get them up out of there.
I'm not gonna take it as 100% truth, but I can say that is. I will give the Nation of Islam credit because they didn't actually. I mean, I'm assuming it stopped right there, so it's not like they didn't agree or the shit just died, but they didn't. I doubt that they then went on to try to do it. How close was that meeting to the assassination of Martin Luther King?
64.
Huh?
The assassination was 64, right?
64. I thought it was. Hold on. I think it was 65, but I could be wrong.
65.
Dr. King was assassinated in 68. Dr. King was assassinated in 68. Malcolm died in 65. I think that meeting was in 62.
I'm saying how close was this meeting to?
That meeting was in, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
Okay,
that
great,
meeting,
great,
I think, was in 60. That meeting, I think, might have been in 61 or 62.
Well, then that don't make. Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, I got it mixed up. Malcolm X was assassinated in 65. I knew somebody was 65.
Yeah.
And then Kennedy, right, because Kennedy died in 68, and Martin Luther King died like maybe a couple months before that. So JFK died in 63, Malcolm died in 65, and Kennedy and RFK died in 68. A lot of assassinations in the 60s. And that ain't even counting when was Medgar Evers? When was Evers?
Medgar Evers was 65.
Medgar Evers was 63.
63, okay.
Yeah, Medgar Evers was 63. Damn, bro. Back to back to back to back.
Lumumba, the nigga.
You're not gonna bring up a Lumumba in this.
Why not?
We having a serious conversation.
Are you saying that Patricia? Oh, come on, bro.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah. I don't want to add dictators to what we're talking about right now.
No, but Lumumba was not a dictator. He was elected. Okay. He was assassinated by the CIA.
I'm just fucking with Thunder, Steve. You just fucked up.
Okay.
Y'all don't even let me just run the show and drive him crazy.
And God himself crazy enough already.
Yeah.
Remember, no, this is Lumpy.
Yeah, no. Just shouts to Patrice.
Remember, let me shout out to Lumpy. Lumpy go over there every week.
I think they actually did find out that Lumumba. I think they actually did. You know what's funny? When you look up Lumumba's Wikipedia article, go look up his article. Last time I checked, when we did that other show, the shit said it may be too long to read and navigate. I think the shit got like 30, like, oh, not 30. I think like maybe 14, 15,000 words in that shit.
Just on Patrice?
Just on Patrice Lumumba and Wikipedia. Go look it up. I'm still reading this what's the name article. Last time I checked, I mean, it could be changed, but it said the shit was too long to read. There's so many, they put so many words in there on Lumumba.
Brass, we need you to go down the Farad white man.
I can't do it. Listen, once you, if you're saying the FBI said it, if you're saying the census said it, if you're saying that you go look into his prison records and say it, then I gotta believe that they would all be in some kind of conspiracy, and I don't think that would be the case. I don't think the census, the prison records, and the FBI would all be trying to like not. If they're all saying he's a white man, I'm gonna need something substantial on the other side to say that he's not. And then if I'm saying it based on that evidence, now I don't think, I'm not saying I'm slandering the man, but based on prison records, census, and FBI, I think we can comfortably say there's enough evidence on that side to at least substantiate why people say he's a white man.
Hey,
I still haven't heard anything to combat those three levels.
Listen to this, Brass. Hold on. Listen to this,
I don't believe in the moonlight.
Listen to this. Listen to this, Brass.
R.I.P. to Patrice and Lumumba. I agree.
Listen to this, Brass. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and the DQ or somebody on here, I think it was either Farrakhan or Elijah Muhammad that admitted that he was a white man, and that's just the form that Allah decided to come down and give the message to the nation.
I believe part of the teachings, you're correct, was that his appearance had to be the way it was so that black people, so Elijah could believe him. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was either Farrakhan or Elijah.
Hey, Egg Beats, come in the pause. Come in the Discord if you can, because Egg Beats is
nigga said he had to come that way in the fall of Allah.
I don't know if
he had to come in that appearance. He had to come in that appearance because he wouldn't have been seen as valid to the Black American had he came as a Black American.
I don't know if this is slander, but I agree with Egg. This damn show feel like slander. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, what the hell are these niggas talking about, dog?
Yeah, this
ain't
shit,
no
this
way
dude,
niggas was going for this, yo.
This nigga don't listen to anybody who's poly.
Don't tell me niggas was going for this shit, dog.
Going
for what, Logic?
Say that again about Farad, that he had to come back in white man.
He had to come in the appearance he came
so
in.
if he didn't come back in white man form, that he wouldn't have been taken serious. Yeah, that's the story
shit I ever heard.
Yes, that's exactly what was said. And I can go find. I can go find.
I hate to say it, Truist. I'm gonna need you to. I need a source on that.
I got you. You know me. Come on.
I know.
Hold on, Brass. How do me and Truist
extra wild records?
How do me and Truist come up with almost the same? How do we almost come up with the same?
Are we live? Hold on. 1 second. Are we live?
Yes, we're live right now.
Oh my God, dog! What is Shaka?
This getting out to the world. Brad,
I ain't trying to get out of it, but come on,
separately.
Man. I guess I can't do no more silly than any other thing that you would say is religious. So
why are you saying this is silly?
Because the fact that you got a bunch of black people sitting around discussing how do we deal with him being white, and their response is like the guy had to do that in order for us to take it serious.
No,
That's
I don't
pretty
think
naive right there. Like that's some high level ignorance right there for niggas to be like, you know, even for y'all to come out that huddle and then go tell some other niggas and everybody else was like, yeah, I agree.
Wow.
It's no
No, I
God
don't
said.
think they saying. I don't think they're saying this is their idea. I think they're just saying what their response was to it. Now, hold on, real quick.
That actually sounds like niggas had to be really dumb enough, like to pull a wool over my head.
You have to remember.
That particular
Logic.
comment does sound
Logic. You have to remember you're dealing with people that are in a cult. They're cult-minded, bro. But it was either Elijah or Farrakhan that said that, and I find it funny how me and Truist both come up with a similar story. I don't know Truist from Adam, anybody. So I know I heard it before, and that's what they put out to their people, man.
But the question is, do you believe it though? Do you believe it?
Do I believe it? Hell no, I just believe it.
Okay, I think that's what Logic is speaking more to. Like,
no, but I'm saying
that
it's kind of like amazing that that's some of the details that you would have had to get a whole cult of people to believe in order to run a cult. That sounds pretty damn hard.
Oh, okay, I get you.
You get what I mean? Like, yeah, you got.
That was the only rebuttal they could have, though. Once you corner,
you got a strong grip over niggas if you got them believing that kind of dumbass shit. That shit sound kind of silly.
There's the one day chef doing them damn Jewish tapers when we actually need his motherfucking comment. Because I have heard Chef say that he was white. I have heard Chef say that.
It's true, bro.
But Chef be saying
was
a whole
white
bunch
and that
of
the
shit.
Asiatic man is God. God damn.
Yep. Asiatic black man.
Hold on, did niggas hear what Farrakhan said though? He said, "Why you think black children pull at their hair? Because you want your eyebrows to be the same texture as the same in your hair." I'm like, oh hell no, this nigga wild.
Facts. He did say that shit, bro.
Hey, Beats, I'm where you at right now. Egg Beats.
The hell? Why you think you pull at your hair?
White
I'm
man.
like, yo.
Hey, you want your hair to match the same texture as what's on your head.
Wait, who said that? Who said that?
Farrakhan, bro. When I was a young nigga and I had bros who was listening to Farrakhan, like Savior's Day and all that, I'm like, nigga, this shit look like
is that a certain
the
amount
white
of
church.
I just didn't know.
Yeah, that's a real video. You ain't seen that?
That's a real video, bro. Hey,
that's a real.
When I tell you, I grew up Pan-African. My daddy had me watching Farrakhan tapes, like on some crazy shit. Like, so I kept that same shit. I tried to catch every Savior's Day. When I tell you this nigga said this shit, man.
Hey, I got two different.
Wait. Just so we're clear, because the chat is trying to find something. They said they want clarity on y'all said something about clarify specifically. Somebody I'll read it. Here go Fard.
Pull up the clip. Pull up the clip of Farrakhan.
We can pull up the clip. Type in Farrakhan.
I'm getting the words.
You know what's funny? Hey, Logic. I'm looking at
type Farrakhan and eyebrows. Type Farrakhan and straight eyebrows. It's gonna pop up.
Look, hey, GQ, look at Chef thumbnail. This shit taking on a life of its own.
Hey, y'all ask for the proof. Look in the voice chat.
I'll read it.
Wait, hold on.
Back chat. I'll read
Look in the voice chat. Read the quotes and pull the sources up if you want to.
Where's this from? What sources is this from?
Right there. One is from Final Call.
So this is from their newspaper.
And Final Call, and then the other is from Scribd. It is quoting "The white man still the devil," Dr. Abdul Salam. All right.
Okay. All right. Hold on. And we gotta get the fuck out of here before we get fucking bombed or some crazy shit. Somebody gonna kill us talking this crazy shit. If you saw, who is this saying this?
What's up, bro? Who is Farrakhan?
So this is Farrakhan. Okay.
Yeah.
If you saw a picture of Master Fard Muhammad, he looks like a white man, and you may ask why he could not have come dark-skinned, like a real black man. But if he did, he would not have come without observation. The enemy always knew that one would come to free us, so they were always looking for someone who would come out of the east.
Now read the second.
It was important, said Elijah Muhammad, for Fard Muhammad to look like a white man. That gave Fard the opportunity to walk among both groups. Chef, I got questions, Chef. I got questions.
How you doing? Mm-hmm.
I got questions. Look, now the chat saying there's truth in that.
What I got to do with Farrakhan and fraud? Why are we going against the chat? Why are we going against the chat?
I know
No, so look,
Hey, Chef,
I guess it's really
I
my
know
question,
you fucking
yo.
up English sometimes. Did you say fraud on purpose, or were you trying to say fraud?
Fraud, whatever, fraud. Fraud. Late
Fraud, man, wow. Man, you calling a nigga fraud. That's crazy.
Yeah, wait. Moving forward, Chef.
I got to do with
Are you
crazy?
so Chef, Fard Muhammad was a, what did you read or what did you see that made you say Fard Muhammad was a white man? Yes, sister Sasha. Where did you get DQ? Stop pouring gasoline on the fucking grill. God damn it. He said
well, first off, the FBI investigations, right, tracked his identity, right, and everything was matching up that he was Wallace Dodd Ford.
Yep.
And on his son's death certificate, his son died in World War II. On his son's death certificate, his son was by the military. He was listed as a white man. They had his parents. His mother was listed as a white woman, and his father, Wallace Dodd Ford, was listed as a white man. Then that same man, they tracked down his marriage certificate, and on his marriage certificate, he was listed as a white man.
Don't forget on that same son's birth certificate, he's listed.
Let him finish. Right. Then on that same son's birth certificate, the father, Wallace Dodd Ford, was listed as a white man. That same man, Wallace Dodd Ford, in San Quentin, when he was arrested and sentenced in San Quentin, he was listed as a white man. So every official record had him listed as a fucking white man. Now when he was arrested, right? When he was arrested, and taken in for that Nation of Islam shit, this was back in the day, right? So they didn't have internet. But when they ran his fingerprints, the shit ain't come back from the Midwest yet, right? It didn't come back from California. All the records ain't come back yet. When they let him go, when the FBI got all of the records, the goddamn fingerprints and everything all matched to this same dude, Wallace Dodd Ford. You know what I mean? Same dude, white man. Now, the Nation of Islam denied, right, that this was that dude. Now, they put out $100,000. Elijah Muhammad put out $100,000 bet for anybody that could come forth for proof that Wallace Dodd Ford or Fard Muhammad was a white man in the newspaper, right? And his wife came forward and said, I got proof that that's him and that's a white man, and the Nation of Islam never paid her money. So that's all of the proof I got.
That's
anybody
crazy.
else got it was confirmed basically for anybody that got that
Fard Muhammad was a black man. Fuck y'all.
Not only that, which further evidence corroborates that he was a white man. When the police came to lock him up, right? When the police came to the Nation of Islam mosque or whatever to lock him up, They tracked him down to an apartment building. When they went in the apartment building, he walked right by him. And the police, when the police was interviewed, they said, "How did y'all let him walk by him?" They said, "Because this was a white man. We thought he was the landlord or something. We didn't know that was the motherfucker that we took."
Yeah, I don't like this fucking.
Learn something, Brad. Learn something. Learn something.
Yeah, I feel like y'all holding my face in the trough. Learn, nigga. Learn.
Now, why would the police think it was a white man, but the black people thought it was some what?
Brain configuration.
Thinking logic. Thinking logic. The entire time they thought he was. I mean, oh shit.
Chef, do you want to tell him about what he used to do, how he actually got involved, how he was selling the dresses in Detroit and shit like that?
See, now you just slandering him at this point. Now you just trying to slander Farmer. Now we're talking about you selling dresses. Shit. Come on, bro.
He just gave y'all the reason why it was okay for him to look like that. Elijah Muhammad gave you the reason why it was okay for him to have that appearance. He told you why. He had to look like a white man.
I can't do it. Go and tell, bro.
Brass, don't enter the rabbit hole unless you're ready to
I
eat
know
some
Allah
chicken,
ain't sanctioned no crazy ass shit like that.
So Allah sent a white man to start the Nation of Islam?
Even worse. Farad was Allah in the flesh.
So now you trying to tell me Muhammad that started Islam was a white man.
Farad Muhammad was Allah.
Hell no.
Farad Muhammad was Allah.
Fuck that.
And Elijah Muhammad was his messenger. That's the t-shirt.
Okay, wait. So where's Sister Safa at? That's why Sister Safa was more active in the Nation of Islam. I need to hear her say it. Then maybe I could at least, because this sounds like slander at this point. Because now I know how these conversations go. We start off and acquiesce to one point. Slowly but surely, we gonna have people at prostitutes and they were selling drugs and all kind of wild shit. So, Sister Safa, this is a bat signal for you. I need to know where you stand on this. That's what I need. I need to know if you stand on it. Damn. She not here, so that was calling out to her. I know she watching. This particular.
Yeah, I mean, you could just look on the Wikipedia article. It tells you he was known to be Allah incarnate. And then
I already know you got smoke. I already know, Truist, you got smoke for everything Muslim and Nation of Islam. I'm trying to go to a more
peace, and how are you brothers doing?
There it is. Oh, sister. Now I think we might be at one of the lowest points of slander in the history of these shows on Discord. So they are telling me that Fard Muhammad is a white man, and being that he is the living representation of Muhammad, now Muhammad is now a white man.
Oh, living representation of Allah.
The living representation of Allah.
Yeah.
That Allah is now white. So now my question is, the FBI is saying it, the prison records are saying it, and there was something else that was pretty solid. The census that was saying it. Now, a simple question. Is Fard Muhammad a white man, Sister Safa?
Well, I can only tell you what they teach, and I can tell you what the FBI file supposedly said, and I can also tell you what the belief was, or what you were considered when you came from some of these places. So when you came from North Africa or some of these other places, you were considered white when you came over here if you immigrated back in those days. So that's the first thing I say. And keep this in mind. Like I said, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But they do teach.
He's from New Zealand, though.
They don't teach that he was white. They teach that he was mixed, and there's a reason why, part of their theology, why he was mixed and why he had to appear looking white, and so on and so forth. So that's really all I can say about that, is just tell you what they teach, what the FBI files say, and what some immigrants that came here were classified as. So that's all I can say about that.
Based off what you got in your stance, would you agree that he was white, or would you agree that he was mixed?
It's hard for me to say because I wasn't around back then. I never saw him. So I can only go by what they teach and then contrast it to what the FBI files say. I really don't have an opinion on it because to me, whatever color he was is besides the point to a degree to me. But that's just what it is. Now I will speak to
It sounds like you spinning me. I ain't trying to be funny.
What I'm saying is I wasn't there. I
you
never
have an
seen the
opinion.
man. I really don't have an opinion, to be honest with you, because I feel like the whole philosophy or the whole theology is problematic. So for me to pick out one part of it would be kind of hypocritical when there's so much of it that is problematic. Whether or not he was a white man, you can argue that maybe that's the most problematic. But if you think about the way they teach it and the theology behind why he had to be mixed and why he had to look like a white person and so on and so forth, the whole thing is just a bit much. But I do want to speak to the point about him coming in the person of Allah, or Allah being in the person of Farad Muhammad. So the best way I can explain this to you, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but the best way I can explain it is if you are a Christian or a Catholic and you believe that Jesus was the personification of God here on earth, that's the best way or the closest way I can help you to understand that. I'm not saying I agree, but that's just how it is, what they teach.
Okay. So is saying that he was a white man, is that considered slander?
Well, if you're talking to a person that believes in the theology of the teaching, yes, it would be considered slander to them. Yeah,
sister, does your hair?
Oh, sorry.
Does your hair match your eyebrow?
Oh Lord.
The hair matching the eyebrow. Did you remember Farrakhan saying that you're cursed because you're cursed with kinky hair? That's what Farrakhan taught that season.
Yeah,
we have kinky hair as black people because we're cursed.
I want to say one thing about that, and like I said, I don't agree with any of this. However, I really don't like to repeat that, because if you repeat that, then you got to repeat where he got it from. And the first person who said that was Malcolm. And I don't really like to attach.
Oh, Malcolm said that?
Malcolm X was the first one who said that. As you guys know, Minister Farrakhan was Malcolm was his mentor. So people, they forget. They always saying that Farrakhan said that, but they don't understand where he got it from. So I don't like to get into that conversation, because then you're going to have to talk about, well, why did Malcolm feel that way, and so on and so forth. But getting to your point of, does your hair match your eyebrows? Does your hair on your head match your eyebrows? I think we all can look at each other, look at yourselves, those of us who have nappy coils. Does your hair match your eyebrows? I think the answer would be no. Does that mean it's a bad thing? The answer is no. You're not cursed. You're not whatever. It's just the way our hair on our head may be kinkier than our pubic hairs, the hair under our arms, and our eyebrows. And sometimes even with men, their beard. is a different texture than the hair on their head. That doesn't mean that we're cursed.
They're saying in the chat that Farrakhan was quoting Elijah with the kinky hair.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, if we're gonna go,
where did Malcolm X did say that, but where did he attribute that from coming from, Sister Safa?
If you keep going back, then it probably was Elijah. But like I said, I don't like to mix up. I don't like.
Yeah, but you made it dead end stop at Malcolm X.
No, what I'm saying is, you would have to also throw Malcolm X in that. That's what I'm saying. And I don't necessarily like to I don't necessarily like to throw too much on Malcolm, because he was a part of the cults, and he didn't know no better. Like a lot of people.
But you didn't allude to where he got. Where you should have went to the source of the Nation of Islam teaching.
No, well, I think
instead of saying who was the first. You said who was the first one to say that, and you said Malcolm X.
Well, that was a mistake on my part, but we all know where all the teachings come from, right? If you're familiar with the Nation, you know that. Well, I'm not going to say all, because there's some question as to what came from Master Farad and what came from Elijah. But we know that all of what the pioneers were preaching and stuff, that came from Elijah. I would hope that everybody knows that. That's familiar with the Nation. We know that Elijah is the source.
My worldview has been changed today, Sister Safa. That's all you say.
Well, I've tried to tell you guys before, when we have these conversations, you will not be able to begin to understand this whole theology. You would not understand it at all. It just does, because it doesn't make sense. And I say this with all respect to some of my brothers and sisters and family members that are in the Nation of Islam. I am not in no way trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that if you're coming from a Christian mindset or any sort of mindset, the Nation of Islam theology does not make
too much sense. It makes a Christian could understand the theology of the Nation of Islam perfectly. The theology is consistent with a Christian cult. Yes, it is.
A Christian, Chef, now you're playing games.
Listen to me. Slow down.
Is not going to understand even the point we just mentioned about Master Farrar being a lying person. A Christian is not going to understand that.
Yes, that is the same. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm saying that the theology of the Nation of Islam is consistent with the theology of Christianity. It's just using Arabic terminology. The whole God coming in the flesh, right? All of that is definitely understandable to a Christian. That's why it's dressed that way, because they were going after Black Christians.
Well, hold on a second. When I said that the easiest way for me to compare it, that's how you can compare it. However, that's with me looking at it from the lens of a person who don't believe either one of these things. But if you're talking about a true and tried Christian, they are not going to see the correlation of ideas between nothing that got to do with their lovely Jesus being God in person.
Yes, they did. That's why it was fashioned that way. Remember, this is in the 1920s and 30s. These were Black people coming from the South who were Christian. So he fashioned that a theology that they would understand, right?
But you're talking about a minute. You're talking about a small section of the population, Chef. You're talking about the fringes of Black people who subscribe to this thinking. We're not talking about
I'm saying who he was going after. I'm saying the people that.
I'm talking about what I would consider an average Christian, like a brass. No, they're not gonna. They don't get that. If that was the case, then everybody that was Black or more people that was Black would have been in the nation. But if you got to remember, the Nation of Islam, it was on the fringes, even though they was a very popular group. not a lot of people was down with the religion aspect. They were down with
At what time are you talking, though, sister? What I'm talking about its origin and its inception and who it was going after, right? It was going after those migrant groups of black people that was coming from the south into those northern cities. That's who it was going after.
Did the masses?
The theology makes sense to them.
Did the masses of those migrants join the nation?
No, it wasn't the masses of nothing, but it was who it was actually targeted to.
Yeah, but
no, but what I'm saying
the
is,
concept of God coming in the flesh.
Hold on one second. What I'm saying, the difference is, you're talking about what it was targeted to. I'm talking about, did people accept it? So yes, you had some people that accepted it, but on a whole, Christians, black Christians, no Christians accept that. Yes, some people did, and it was targeted towards them. We know that the nation is a gumbo of Christianity, because it talks with the Bible, Islam, and some other things, right? We know it's a gumbo. So what it was targeted to is not the same as how many people actually accepted that message, if that makes sense. People didn't accept that in masses. You have your fringe people that, those people on the outskirts really of society. Well, I don't want to say that, but it wasn't a lot of people who accepted that, is my point. It's not widely.
Can y'all talk about like the origins of it? Because the only thing I know is that it wasn't far in like Detroit or something like that. Wasn't he like in the Midwest or something?
Yes.
And is that the origins of how, like, what he was basically doing, like, what, fake missionary work in his mind in the Midwest, targeting black people? Is that what y'all saying?
Yes, targeting those black groups that was coming up from the south, right? It was all, targeting those people. They were highly religious. They were Christian. You dig what I'm saying? They wasn't
so far as a missionary, he basically understood he had to get his message across by doing it in a way that most resonates with their pre-thought before.
Exactly. Right. Which, Chef, let me ask you a few questions.
Let me ask Jeff real quick. Was he hooked up with the Moore guy?
The Bible so much
in the beginning, Chef? Was he hooked up with that Moore guy? What's the guy that
Noble Drew Ali? You talking about Noble Drew Ali?
Yeah, there was speculations. There were speculations, right? And when the guy Noble Drew Ali passed away, a lot of his followers went over to the Nation of Islam.
Yeah,
you dig what I'm saying? So they did have communication between the groups, right? But we don't know if Elijah Muhammad or Farad Muhammad was actually
It's not clear. But let me say this, because what you said was pretty on point. Where you said he used a lot of Islamic terminology over things that would be seen as like Christian theologic ideas, right? So we were talking about like God come in the flesh and incarnating, right? That is something that is a Christian and even a Greek idea, because the Greek gods came in the flesh a lot, but more specifically to black people, they got that idea from Christianity, because in Islam, got Allah coming in the flesh, that is a shirk idea.
Crazy.
That is not Islamic in pure
That's
Islam.
why I said it's a hodgepodge of a few different things. It's not just
I'll give another example. So in Christianity, right, you had apostles and people that came after Jesus, right? Now, in Islam, Muhammad is supposed to be the seal of the prophets. So he's supposed to be the final message. There's supposed to be no messengers after Muhammad in Islam. But in the Nation of Islam, Elijah comes after Muhammad as another messenger, right? The messenger for Farad, who is Allah incarnate, right?
Right.
For those two things are non-Islamic perspective. Now, he uses Islamic language to describe these things, but these are things that would resonate more with Christians than
true like Sunni or even Shia Muslims.
Right.
Exactly.
So even if you go to a mosque meeting today, you know, you're going to hear a lot of Bible talk. You're going to hear that sort of stuff. So, it's like I said, it's not strictly one thing. It's like a gumbo of different things, pretty much. So not too long ago, I had put something in the Discord and said that maybe we should have a conversation about it, and that was the Muslim wants and beliefs. So maybe one of these days, after we actually read some of the stuff that they literally believe and want, maybe we can have an informed discussion about it and see, how that would fit today, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and all that stuff. I think that would be interesting and fun discussion.
Yeah, everybody right now, go buy you Message to the Black Man and How to Eat to Live. All right. And then we gonna spin back on this convo and we will discuss it all.
I think before we get into the diet, maybe we can get into the theology. I think maybe that'd be good. And everybody can see that on the back page of Any Final Call, or you can just Google it and you can see what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. And then, you'll just have a little bit more informed, some insights, because it's hard to have these conversations about any sort of cult or fringe religious group unless you actually have read their literature and know the culture of it. And then that way you can make a real, you can have a real opinion.
I agree. I was forced to. My namesake is Malcolm. Reason I was forced to. But I hear what y'all saying for sure. It's just in this conversation about Farad, like you said, it is a lot of speculation. There's a lot of different stories as to who and what he was and where he was born and stuff like that. But most of the records we have do say he's white. But to be fair, like you said, a lot of people from North Africa and West Asia were classified as Caucasian or white, right? So he could have very easily been somewhere from West Asia, or North Africa, and they called him white. That's possible, right? But we don't really have any official documents that label him black. See what I'm saying? We almost have nothing.
Well, we know, in my opinion, you know how I feel about blackness. If you are mixed, you're not black anyway. So he's not black. I can definitely say that he's not black. But whether or not he's mixed or white or whatever, I don't know, and I really don't care. But I think sometimes when people spend a lot of time on that aspect of the nation, it's almost like a smokescreen, because there's so much more that is problematic. It's like, whatever color he was is really, it's not the most important thing.
It's very important.
In my opinion.
In my opinion, though, it's very important to the psychology, right? To drag one of the Nation of Islam things is that the white man is the devil, right? Now, if the white man is the devil, how is it that the Nation of Islam might have been started by a white man playing fucking games? Like that is insane, right? To think that you believe that the white man is the devil and you're looking at a white man and worshiping him as your God. All of that is very problematic, like mentally. Like that is insanity right there, right?
Well,
white people got to be looking at black people. Huh?
Just a short correction. In the Nation of Islam, they don't teach you to worship Master Farad Muhammad. So there's a difference between God being in person and worshiping the body that he came in. So they don't teach you to worship.
That's confusion.
They don't teach you. Well, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So you worry about
just
the color person is, and there's so much more. That's crazy.
No, but what you said, the human brain doesn't even work like that. You said they don't teach you.
Yeah, they don't teach you that. But just like Christians believe that Jesus is God in person here on earth. That's what they believe. But Christians will tell you that you don't supposed to worship Jesus.
Why are you talking out of both sides of your mouth?
No. Mr. Sarah, Christians worship. They worship Jesus.
No, Christians don't worship Jesus. They praise. Hold on a second. Is there any Christians on here? My mother is a very dedicated Christian. They pray in the name of Jesus. They don't worship Jesus.
Is Jesus
now,
God?
I want you. Well, hold on. We can get into this whole Trinity nonsense. But is there any Christians on here?
Let's wait till Brass comes back. But I'm a former Christian.
Nobody needs to be a Christian to know that Christians worship Jesus. I ain't got to be no Christian to know that.
Is that your understanding, Chef?
Yes.
You can call up. Listen, call up some Christians right now and ask them, do they worship Jesus?
I don't have to be a Christian to know what Christians believe. I don't have to be in the Nation of Islam to know what the Nation of Islam believe. I don't have to be none of this. You running us into a wall right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you what's going on. So in the nation, I know it sounds confusing. Remember, I started this all off with how confusing it is. And
Sister,
how problematic
can I say something? I say something? Jesus says, and our salvation came as you're a Christian. Because Jesus never come and sacrifice his life, there's no way that the Gentile would have known heaven. That's what you learn, that we get saved through Jesus.
Yeah,
and we worship Jesus as God. And we worship Jesus as God, and Jesus save us. I will pray to Jesus. Because in some religious belief, God can't really hear sinners' prayer if Jesus don't the middle person for us.
Yeah, the
sometimes
middle person.
Prayer won't be heard. Right? But we worship Jesus also. Yes. Through Jesus' name we pray.
It can't be both ways. He the middle person, or is he the one that's being worshipped?
No, because he's God also, so he can't be both. Remember, he's God and he's the Son of God.
I understand what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is maybe this is a little activity that we can do when we get done here today. We can call up our Christian family and ask them, do you worship Jesus? Or do you pray in his name?
Yes.
Why we gotta ask them? We already know that.
No, I don't know
Christians. I was a Christian.
They Christian. They
for
follow.
many years.
Well, maybe my Pentecostal people and stuff is different from whatever you guys are talking about. But they pray in Jesus' name. They don't worship Jesus.
That don't even
make
sense.
Anyway, it does make sense if you think about it. But anyway, let's get back to the nation. So I know it sounds convoluted, but I'm just telling you what they teach. They don't teach that you're supposed to worship the flesh or the man or whatever. So that's what they teach. It's a whole convoluted story that you would have to go to the beginning of it to halfway understand, but you're not going to understand.
Sister Safa, is Jesus the lamb? Is he the lamb?
As in the sacrifice?
Yeah, he's the lamb.
Yeah, he's definitely the sacrifice.
Okay, so in Revelation, wait a second. In Revelation 5:12-14, the Lamb receives blessing, honor, glory, and worship from all creation.
I don't know about that. I can't speak to that. But I'm definitely gonna call up some of my. Well, I'm not gonna call.
What about Philippians 2:9? Every knee will bow, every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Is Lord God?
What about Hebrews 1:6? Let all God's angels worship him.
Who is the him that you're talking about?
Jesus.
Yeah,
Hebrews 1:6.
I can only speak to what I know of my Christian family, but like I said, I'm definitely going to be doing some hot texting tonight and ask them, do you worship God? I mean, do you worship Jesus?
For sure. I'm a former Christian. Baptist specifically, I know for a fact we worship Jesus. We did.
All right. Well, I'm going to do some asking of my family, and I'm gonna get back to you guys. But that's not my
Where's Brass
understanding.
at? When you need him, where Brass at? He's our
Yeah,
Catholic
Brass
brother up here.
well, I don't know, because Brass might be a little bit
On
different. 'cause
here
he-
living a
Brass
Christian
is,
country.
but,
We already
but
know
Brass
this.
But Brass is Catholic, right? So that's a little bit different. I think how they may see Jesus. But getting back to this Nation of Islam, while I'm here, do you guys have any more questions about that? And would you like to have a conversation?
We would love to have the conversation.
A structured conversation about what is good, bad, indifferent about what the Nation of Islam, what they eat, how they pray, what they believe about their politics, all that sort of stuff. I'm here for that kind of conversation.
Absolutely, because I think there's a lot of good in what they believe. I think there's more good than bad. Honestly, there's bad, but
do you
I
mean
think
the black talk?
I'm saying in terms of like the Nation of Islam, I like some of their politics and some of their ideology when it came to attaining political power and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely the black talk I can definitely get with the black talk, but when it comes down to the theology, I can't get with any of that.
Oh yeah, of course I can't either. I'm an atheist. I'm against that shit. But yeah, the political moves, I'm all with a lot of the shit they was for politically.
Could their theology be kind of atheistic in itself?
Well, Chef, that's a good point that you bring up, and in my opinion, if you read the message to the black man, it really stresses that God is a man.
Right.
And when you're looking in the mirror, you're looking at God and so on and so forth. But if you keep on getting into some of the other books and stuff like Theology of Time and different things like that, in my opinion, it is more, you could call it
Gnosticism.
atheistic,
It could be Gnosticism
or what's,
because
hold on, Chef, Chief X is something, I forgot what he said he is, that he leans towards, I forgot what the term is. Chief X said that he leans towards something like everything is God or whatever, something like that.
That would be pantheism. But the belief that you specifically like achieve godhood, that would be like Gnostic teaching. Like you that you could achieve like God state by living in a certain manner. Like there's Gnostic Christians that believe Jesus came to the state of being by living his certain life a certain way. And
that's because they got hooked up through Persia with some Buddhists.
Yeah, Buddhism. Yeah.
You know, some of that shit got filtered in.
Yeah, but if you ask me my opinion, I believe that it is maybe in the atheistic line, if you really go by the teachings, like strictly by the teachings. Because this whole idea of God is nothing outside of yourself and nothing outside of nature or whatever you call it. So in the strictest sense, I think it would be in that atheistic line. But a lot of people, we've had these conversations before, even in the Nation when I was there, about some of these things. And, some people don't see it. But if you're strictly reading the text, the various texts, I think you would come to that conclusion.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, from me looking at it, it's definitely, it goes into that, understanding it, it would lean more to some type of atheistic belief. It's a denial of spiritual things a lot. Like, you dig what I'm saying? So it basically trying to get us away from that type of thinking.
Yeah, because if you look at the message to the black man, whoever has it, one of the most powerful chapters in there to me is who is God, and it says that there is no spook God, there is no imaginary God. So you can't get around that to now then say that we're supposed to be praying to some God when you already said that there is no spook God. There is no God nowhere doing nothing. So, you know.
No, dead on. Dead on, dead on. But back to Christians believe in Jesus and they worship him. So it is like I said, he was. Now think about this. Every time you talk about the Nation of Islam and Farad Muhammad, you're talking about something that happened in the late 1920s, early 1930s. So you have to put yourself in that time period. I think most people jump to the late 50s and the 60s, right? With Malcolm X and them, and start understanding the Nation of Islam from that vantage point. But you actually have to go back to the late 20s, right? And then you'll start to understand who he actually was talking to, right? The mindset of those people. You'll understand the different groups that was around at that time, right? Because he piggybacked off a lot of those different fringe groups that was around at that time. The Moorish Science Temple, what you call those people? The Jehovah's Witnesses, right? All of those, the 7-Day Adventists, all of those new groups that were talking about they had modern day messengers and was receiving new scripture or new understanding, right? The Nation of Islam comes out of that vein. There was a lot of small groups going around talking about they had new revelations and God was revealing new things to them. So it didn't just come out of nowhere, right? It was a product of its time, and I think most people don't look at it like that. But the Nation of Islam was definitely a product of the early 20th century religious cults that was coming up. You know what I mean?
That's
You
definitely
think about Daddy Divine and all of them, Father Divine and all of them. Like it comes out of that mode, right?
That's definitely a fact.
Mhm.
That's a fact. But you
So
know
it
what?
comes more out of the
Another
cult mode than it
interesting.
does the religious mode, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Well,
it
the
is.
cult is a
Well,
religion.
yeah, it is the same thing. But you know what would be another interesting conversation to have, especially for those who have experience in the Nation of Islam, is what exactly came from Farad Muhammad and then what came from Elijah, because there is a little bit of differences there. So a lot of times we think that everything that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught was from the mouth of Farad, but it was not. So, for example, Farad Muhammad never said that he was a Islam person. That's something that Elijah Muhammad perceived or understood it to be, but he never said that of himself. So it would be interesting to, go through some of the teachings and see what is actually left of the writings of Farad versus what is all this other stuff that, we have from Elijah.
Well, now, right there, sister. So the way I see that is that's kind of convoluted, right? Because there's the teaching that Elijah was still in communication with Farad, right? Even up into the time of Cassius Clay, what's his boy name? Muhammad Ali, right? Muhammad Ali's first wife, said she actually met Farad. Because she used to live with Elijah Muhammad and Sister Clara Muhammad. She lived in their house. And she said she met Farad. she got pictures with Farad as an older man. Now, people say that wasn't Farad. She said, I was a little girl. He was introduced to me as Farad Muhammad. And the story she tell about him, right, was the same story that the what was the first secretary name that wrote the book? It was the young secretary. Do you remember her name, Sister Safa?
I don't remember her name offhand, but what that got to do with if it's discrepancies between the two writings? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because forget the writings. Elijah was claiming that he was still in communication with Farad.
Well, I mean, listen,
and hold on.
Hold on 1 second. If you listen to Mr. Farrakhan, he indicates that he's in communication with Elijah and Farad. So I mean,
no, not like that. No, don't spin me like that.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, come on. Nobody has seen him supposedly since he left in 1933 or 34. So how do we know? Listen, I'm not being funny. Once again, to my Nation of Islam family that are listening, I'm not being funny. Please don't send the goons after me. But what I'm saying is, how do we know? How can you be for certain that he was in contact with someone? How do we know that? And how do we know what that someone was telling him? You understand what I'm saying?
Well, first off, it's religious. So all religion can hide behind something mystical and something being unknown. But I'm saying from what people have said that was around, the sister that wrote, who had all of the who told us about Farad, I forgot her name. She died like 10 years ago. Oh man, she was around in the 30s. She was the secretary. It's crazy the amount of information she dropped. But anyway, she talked about what he used to like to eat, how he dressed. She even describes his voice. She described, his customs, like the dances and things like he used to do, right?
Yeah, yeah. We know
Elijah
he was a real
Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali's wife, was the young girl in the mid-60s. When she said she met this guy, he was an older man, but she described how he used to like to dance with the young women. And she describes the same dances.
I heard those accounts.
Yeah, she's on record. You can pull her up on YouTube or interview. She's still alive.
I said I heard those accounts. Yeah, I heard those stories.
So if she's saying, and then she got pictures with him.
I heard that too.
She showed the pictures. I can pull them up.
I know.
She got pictures with this older white man.
I see those.
Yeah, and she's saying he was introduced to her as Farad Muhammad. So
yeah, we know he was a real man, Chef. We know he existed.
Right. So nobody hasn't talked to him since 1934, right? We can contest that.
Well, you could I guess you could. You can contest anything, I guess. But I don't know where.
No. We got a person who lived with Elijah Muhammad that got pictures with this white man who said that this was the man who was introduced. Like, so.
Yeah, did she say, Chef, let me
how will we contest that?
So, what I'm asking you, Chef, there's a couple of things. Just this goes back to what is the point here. So did she? We're not arguing if he was a real man. He was a real man. We know that, live and in the flesh. We know that. The point I'm trying to understand is, Did she say that he was a white man? Because she's seen him. You said she's seen him, and I seen the pictures that she, has. Did she say he was white? I don't think she did. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
Well, if you're talking about the picture of the white man with the beard, didn't he have a beard?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that picture?
Yeah.
Well, that's a goddamn white man. If she got eyes, that's a white man.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm getting back to the point of none of this stuff you can halfway believe. Did she say that he was white? She saw him several times.
I could have sworn I heard him say that he was white. I could have sworn.
So you would think after all these years, she would, have something to say about that. I would think. So my point is that all of these stories and stuff to me is not worth a hill of beans. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but you asking a person that is a part of a cult to make assessment of you dig what I'm saying? A religious person can see a thing and not say what it is in reality, right? Because they in a cult. Like if the people in 1934 couldn't recognize that they was being taught by a white man in their fucking face. Now you asking a 17, 18-year-old young girl that's in the midst of the Nation of Islam to then make that assessment. I'm saying I'm not going to put that on her. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not going to say she got to say that was a white. Everybody else already said it was a white man. Her main thing is that he didn't go nowhere, that Elijah Muhammad was still in communication with this nigga. That was her point.
Okay, now I don't agree with that point because I don't know where he was. Why would he just be where was he at? Was he like hiding? Or what would he would have been doing? Don't think that if he was around, the people or the congregation would have loved to have seen or heard from him. All of these stories, in my opinion, and I say this respectfully, I can't play too much. Listen, I hate to use the word lies. I hate to use that word.
Right.
What I'm saying is that all of these stories, the people have various accounts. What I'm saying is I cannot in good faith put any I can't believe any of this stuff is what I'm saying. I can't believe any of it because where would he have been? And I'm not saying either way. I don't care where he is. But what I'm saying is if he was still alive, why wouldn't he have made himself known to the people?
He was at home with his white wife doing another
white wife collecting that money from the damn cult.
Yeah, but don't you think he probably could have collected more money if he would have just bust out on the
show? I'm sure he was getting broke off handsomely.
Maybe he was. I don't know.
I'm sure he was getting broke off handsomely.
Maybe he was. I don't know. All this stuff is just craziness to me. But I've heard the lady stories. I've heard a lot of the pioneers stories before, and to me they're interesting stories. But I just can't be putting too much stock in it. Any of them. That's just me personally.
But why would they?
Chef, I heard you say Jesus Christ, Chef. You got to stop worshiping Jesus like that.
Well, wasn't he like a criminal anyway? So like his he had a bunch of aliases, so he wouldn't have been able to come out like that because he was wanted or something.
But he wasn't in prison. But he wasn't wanted. He did time in jail supposedly. But at this time we're talking about, he wouldn't have been wanted.
Did they ever make the transcript public that he gave to the FBI? Because somebody said like that he told the FBI that he was just kind of pulling the wool over.
He was bullshitting,
yeah.
He told the FBI that, and that's public knowledge.
There is a record of that.
Oh,
there's a record of that. But you have to understand when you're dealing with people who would lean towards a teaching like this to start with, they are already distrusting of the government. So they wouldn't believe, even still right to this day.
you know what, a light bulb just went off in my head. What if Elijah knew about all, the white man, all this crazy shit, which I think
That's
he
the
did, and
point,
paid his
Howard.
ass,
That's the point,
and
Howard.
paid him to go away. What about that?
Anything's possible. Anything's possible. It could be possible. Anything's possible. I mean, to come up with a whole theology like they have, I mean, after that, anything's possible, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's possible. He could have, like Chef said, he could have been just home collecting the bag, and we need to get out of here. Now I'm the new leader, and I'm gonna, do my thing. And
when you think about the whole theology and how it was crafted and how it came to be, like I said, anything could be possible after that. You never know. I don't know.
So when Elijah followed him to the hotel and saw that man go into a white-only hotel, at that goddamn point, he knew the jig was up. The jig is up. He knew.
Well,
he knew.
Back in those days, you had a lot of people who were colorists. Even my grandmother, who is alive right now, she is colorist, and it's apparent with, all the children, the grandchildren, the great-grands. So back in those days, I can see how a person may want to just believe that this good old light-skinned looking man or white man or whatever you want to call him, how he could be coming to save them or something. I could see how they would think that, because I always wondered to myself, if he was black, like charcoal black, would it still have gone the same way?
Yes.
They would have shot his ass.
No, they wouldn't have, because Father Divine or whatever, the last of his members is dying now, and they held on to that belief to their graves, and Father Divine was way bigger than Farad Muhammad, and he was a dark-skinned black man. You dig what I'm saying? And motherfuckers believed in him, and white people even believed in him. The shit's sick. Y'all need to go research that shit. That nigga, man, he was a serious dude. So yeah, it sound crazy like it was the only reason people believed in him because he was white. No, because he wasn't half as tough as motherfucking Father Divine. You know what I mean?
Or Noble Drew Ali. Like Noble Drew Ali ain't Noble Drew didn't have to look like no fucking white man.
Exactly.
He wasn't a light-skinned nigga. Noble Drew.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Light brown. He was light brown.
He wasn't chocolate. He was not chocolate.
But that Father Divine was. That was my point. Y'all can't get around that nigga.
Okay.
Wait a second. Wait, are we calling Noble Drew Ali light skin?
Yeah, they tripping. But anyway, Father Divine.
I think Noble Drew Ali was light skinned.
Nah, he wasn't light
chocolate.
He was chef
He was
color.
not chocolate.
He was about my complexion. He was brown. He's brown.
In the summertime.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, so that and that nigga was in North.
Exactly. In one of the blackest fucking cities.
So I have a question, because when I looked on the YouTube, I was like, this is a kind of random topic for today. What got you guys on talking about Master Farad Muhammad?
I don't know. I was busy. I don't know what made them do all that shit. I think it was the Farrakhan saying that your eyebrows need to be the same texture as your eyebrows. That's when I saw
He was talking about the KKK.
Grass wanted. He said he had heard that Farad Muhammad may have been white, and he wished you were here, and we got to telling him that he is a white man, and he didn't want to believe it.
The bringing up the NOI meeting the KKK, and he brought that up because Brass was talking about how he'd be disappointed, or he would prefer if his children didn't race mix. So Thunder was like,
I wasn't in here, and the fact that y'all are still
castigating that man's name is disgusting.
Oh no, we moved on. We moved on. I was
Yeah,
supposed to be
I don't want
talking
nothing to do with it. I left because I got tired of hearing all this fucking Nation of Islam slander, and I expected
Yeah.
Sister Safa to come in here and fix it, Corey. But apparently, she's drinking the Kool-Aid just like everybody else. And I'm gonna leave again until y'all change the fucking subject.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't leave. Don't leave,
She
Brass.
said it was light-skinned.
Oh, Brass.
Yeah, we needed him to answer some questions about Christianity. That's what we needed.
Yeah, I want to ask him that. But listen, you know, depending on who you're talking to, I have a lot of respect for the Nation of Islam, and I generally don't talk bad about the nation in public, just because, you know, they are a certain type of force within the community, and some people really do take it seriously, some of their beliefs. And talking about Master Farrar Muhammad is considered slander to those who believe in that, and they take it seriously. If you're talking about the man who they perceived came to save them. So yeah.
Agree. I would never talk like this around some of my family members. Just to be fully transparent, I would never have this conversation at certain cookouts.
Mm. You ain't being honest with the family then.
Well, it's not about being honest. It's just about we don't
You're
want to
talking
turn
with
the
the
cookout.
devil's tongue when you got the
We
family
don't.
reunion.
It's about we don't want to turn the cookout out. That's what it's about. We don't want to get it too crazy in there. So you know, it's just about respecting people. Just like I wouldn't be at a Christian gathering and talking about Jesus ain't coming back to save them. You know, I wouldn't say that amongst Christians, right?
Well, Sister Safa, I had a best buddy.
That's different. You know, Jesus is more respectable.
And I asked him one day, look, is that motherfucker white or not?
I mean,
and I had to ask.
Fucking transparent, you treading on thin ice. Go ahead, Howard. Don't talk about my Jesus in here in this heathen conversation. Let's leave Christianity out of it. Go ahead, Howard.
Well, no, Sister Safa had a question for you about Jesus. So
I'm not a Jesus authority, so let's not do that.
It's not about authority. It's about just you personally. Okay, now I was always
your ice is transparent. I'm just letting you know. Go ahead.
I was always under the impression from my Christian family that they don't worship Jesus. They pray to Jesus. They pray in Jesus' name for it to get to the Father, but they don't worship Jesus. Now, you being of that fold, do you worship Jesus? Brass? You gonna leave me hanging like this? Brass, we are waiting for you. We need your answer. But anyway, I guess getting back to the nation. Yes, I would not be talking about Master Farrar, Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad, anybody in a negative light if I was amongst my people in real life. I just wouldn't be doing it.
That shit that you asked Brass just sounded like a trick question.
Well, you
the
know,
way you asked it, you was like, since you pray and you ask Jesus to take the prayers to God, do you worship Jesus?
I was leading the witness. I was leading, but you know,
he not trying to fuck around with you. He not sure what your angle is. You know what I mean? He not sure what your angle is with that question.
I'm saying, but is that even an accurate way to describe what Christians do when they say that prayer? Like, are they talking to Jesus so Jesus could talk to God for them?
Yes, Jesus is
the mediator.
Jesus is the mediator. I'm
Do
not
both.
sure. Do you guys
Christians pray to God and they pray to Jesus?
So they're actually not expecting Jesus to do it, even though that's who they're talking to.
Their prayers are going to God.
Let's be honest. Christians got a 3-tier way that they communicate with God, right? And you see it, they interchange it, right? They can pray to Jesus, they can pray through Jesus to God, and they can pray directly to God. I've seen them do all three. You dig what I'm saying? And the Catholics can supplicate to saints and the Mother Mary, right? To on behalf of a situation for them to intervene or to ask God for something, you know, in their favor. So Christians, there is 4 different levels how they can communicate with God, and Jesus is one way. Like they do it all. And whoever don't know that, I'm sorry. Like I don't know where you've been at your whole life. You feel me? But that's just what they, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
So why do most Christians have the Jesus picture in their house, whether it's black or white? I'm just saying the symbol, the picture.
Because you can't have no picture of God.
Yeah, you can't. First
Jesus
of all,
is God.
Jesus is the way to God. Jesus is the
Jesus
way.
is
So
God.
Jesus is God. He's God.
How
Biblical
Jesus
Jesus
is
is God. Jesus is God.
Jesus
is God in the Christian religion.
To a
Jesus
real
is
Christian, Jesus is God.
Grass is back. Grass is back.
God in the
Please.
flesh. God in the flesh.
Have y'all?
Please, will you answer my question?
Fuck all this. Have y'all ever been to a nightclub where they say last call? Y'all ever been to a nightclub where they say last call? Just clear. That's what I'm clear. Since we no. Since we asking all these questions, I just need one of y'all to answer. Have you been to a nightclub where the DJ turn all the fucking lights on and say last call? Do y'all know what that y'all familiar with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Last call, niggas. Last call.
All right, Brass, don't leave. Don't leave. We just want you. We want your input.
That question you asked me.
Let me answer another way. Let me answer
Okay.
another way. All right.
Lord.
Do you, as a Christian, do you worship Jesus?
Yes.
Simple and plain.
So just so you understand, but as a Catholic though, the only thing where Chef kind of fucked up was the saint part. So saints are they're not seen as the same level, at least of what I was taught. So when you light a candle and or whatever.
They not. I agree.
So they're seen as almost like a friend, like a living friend that is helping you pray to God. Or pray to Jesus. So there are times, so even in the prayer, when you say it, even in the prayer, you're saying in Jesus' name, but you're like, I pray to God like in Jesus' name, because he has, the way I was taught, like an access, more like an access to God. But if you realize how we close when we pray, Chef is not wrong, that's all I'm gonna say. But when we pray, we do give honor to God at the end of the prayer, if you can understand what that means. Because you got to remember, praying to a saint, you're kind of asking them to pray with you, if that makes sense. Not pray, you're not, like, that's why you kneel down, light the candle, but at the end of the day, you're asking them to pray with you to God.
You're not praying to them. You're not praying to them.
Yeah, you're praying with them. Yeah, or they're praying with me. Yeah, that would be a better way to say it. But the majority of prayers are directed to the Father, but Chef is not wrong. It sounds confusing, but it's really not to me. So
yeah, and I was speaking for the range of Christians, not just one. So I was saying that, Christians, Black Christians and Baptist church, they'll pray to Jesus, and they'll pray in the name of Jesus, and they'll pray directly to God. They do all three. You dig what I'm saying? And anybody who ain't never seen their grandmother or one of their aunts or somebody pray, like, I don't know where the fuck y'all been at.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because you also look at it with the Holy Trinity, that Jesus is the Father incarnate. So more of the physical, like a bodily.
He's the Son incarnate.
Yeah, I know it's confusing, but I'm just saying, if you want to kind of, if I'm explaining it, that Jesus, that you're praying with the saints are praying with you to God. When you're doing a prayer, Jesus is more of like you're actually talking to God, but Jesus is more like the
intermediary.
He's one person.
Like a mediator, I guess, or assessor, I guess.
He's the vessel. He's the vessel.
Yeah, because you're praying to. Remember, you're praying to the Father in Jesus' name. So you're not. You're praying. The whole thing is ends in God. No matter. I know it don't make sense to y'all per se, but that's the. Hopefully that makes sense how I said it.
He's the Son. Like Matthew 28:19, it says, "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit." He is the Son. And the Son existed before he even was incarnate. The Word is the Son, and the Word existed before Jesus even incarnated. You know, he's just the Son and the Word that came flesh.
But then you got like John. Yeah, but in John you get in John you got I and the Father are one. So it's not. I know it sounds.
Because it's one divine nature.
Yeah, but truest, I'm not trying to be. I know you're the source. You're a source God. I get it, but we don't. I'm not thinking about sources when I'm praying, and even if I'm usually. I know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to God. Whether I could say in Jesus' name, but it's going to. I'm talking to God. Even if a saint, even if I'm praying with even if a saint is praying with me, I'm talking to God. I'm just saying that.
Well, thank you for your input.
Grasp what I'm saying is biblically, God is multi-personal. You know what I mean? Like what we call God, he's the God is multi-personal as the Father.
You could say it's more. You could say he's like God present on earth. Like me and Chef had that conversation before. A lot of the prayers and a lot of the stuff ends up with God present on earth as Jesus Christ. But it's not something. If we could source it and you could tell me it's technically incorrect, but I'm not like Cuban in them when it comes to Islam.
The same thing. You guys are saying the same thing. Pretty much. You believe in the Trinity business, so you both are saying the same thing.
The Trinity business. See, let's strike two.
We're not saying the same.
So all I'm gonna say is, hold on, last call, because that one. See that little subtle shot. I know you're not doing this on purpose.
I'm not.
I know, but that
my mother is a Christian, and I would never say anything bad about anybody's beliefs. Listen, my mother is the best Christian I know, so I don't got nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, that's just how I talk. It's just.
I think the funny thing is, like, I never really looked at it until I started talking to y'all. I never looked at it as like trying to be source like it's a debate. But then talking to Chef helped me understand at least somebody else's perspective from the outside, and I can respect it. The one thing and that's why I'm doing that show on the Black Church, because I think it's hilarious, right? Based on the amount of Christians on the planet, specifically Black Christians on this planet, that I have somehow found the one room where I am the only Christian in it. So this is crazy to me. So I'm gonna take y'all all at y'all word that y'all atheists, but I want y'all all to be clear. I don't believe that I'm the only Christian in this room.
Remember, I answer that question.
I'm not an atheist.
It depends on my pain level. It depends on my pain level. I told you that. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, because you have never been in real pain. And in real pain, you remember Jesus. You said, Jesus help me. Yeah, I've heard bad man get shot. And the first thing them called it for God help me, save me. So it depends on the pain level. So
trust me, I know atheism is like the club, the little private club in here. But everybody that's saying they atheist is atheist in here. That's all I'm gonna say.
But Jewish and I have the same opinion when it comes to the Trinity. That there's three different personalities in one. Three different personage, not personality.
It's one divine nature called God or Yahweh.
Yeah, but
he's
I
multi-personal.
just wish I could talk to some of y'all grandmother.
As a Baptist,
no. What I mean is, I just wish that all this proud atheism in this community, I just wish I could hear y'all saying that shit in front of your mother, father, grandmother, great grandmother.
Can never bring myself to do that.
I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna slap the dog shit.
I can never bring myself to do that. I'm gonna be honest. I could never do that.
Right. So,
Is the majority of people over here atheists? I thought it was only 3.
No, everybody is only apparently, because I seem to be the go-to whenever we start talking about Christianity.
No,
I think I'm the only
I think
Christian
it's
there.
only a couple of us that's atheists, but
Right.
don't nobody accept a religion but Brad. You the only one who accepts a religion, but that don't mean that everybody is atheist.
So who in here is not atheist?
I am not an atheist.
What would you be?
I am agnostic.
Meaning you believe in a higher power, just not God or Allah or something.
You don't know.
Oh, okay. So you don't think it is, but you don't know.
I believe that no one can know for certain that there isn't a God or that there is one.
Okay. Okay. Is that everybody else?
Nah,
Yes. Most of y'all grandmother must be in the room with y'all right now.
I
What
believe
was the
I
question?
believe in none of it.
What was the question?
Is everybody are you already stated your claim? I'm talking about the people who haven't said it. Are y'all actually all atheists in here? Nobody believes in nothing?
I don't know what to believe no more.
No, I believe in a lot of things.
That
I
man
just don't
said,
believe
I don't
in.
know what to
I
believe
consider
in.
myself atheist.
I believe in a lot of things, just not the supernatural. That's it.
Okay.
I all know when we go, right before we go, our brain is going to be in a fight or flight, and it's going to give us all of the trips and all of that. So, I mean, that's a scientific fact. So I just leave it there.
Eddie, you're an atheist?
I think the craziest parts, I kind of agree with Stu Pease. When y'all get into when that car accident happened and you say, "Oh my God," and your leg is pinned and that car is on fire, I just need to know that you so atheist you ain't gonna pray.
Yeah, I've been in situations dealing with death and all. I mean, I don't.
Did
certain
you pray?
people have already internalized that. You know.
Did you pray?
No.
So
I may have. You know what? If I'm with a family member, I'm not gonna disengage from a prayer, but I'm not acting like in my mind that prayer isn't gonna do anything. Prayer does nothing when it comes to a scientific, whatever it's a diagnosis. Praying ain't gonna do nothing, in my opinion.
I think the best thing it does is give you mental fortitude to try to persevere through a situation. Like, I think prayer and meditation can mentally give you the fortitude to power through things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't knock people who do it.
How?
And meditation is good. Meditation is very healthy for the brain.
Okay.
I think, man, whatever it is, right? Like, there's so much stuff out here in nature, in our observable environment, that we can't understand with tools. Like, whatever it is, if we was to understand it, we wouldn't have gained that understanding, like, 3,000 years ago with no tools. So I feel like it's a bit naive to feel like, that was our closest connection that we was to God or the universe, or our closest we ever came to understanding it. That just don't seem right to me. I think there's a much stronger chance that whatever it is, we didn't understand it then and we don't understand it now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we understood it so well that we had out loud conversations with it and wrote it down. And then, woke up the next day and had another out loud conversation and wrote that down. No, I don't know if that's what's up.
Okay. I can't keep the club open for a little while longer.
But did that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand where you're coming from. It's just difficult for me to believe that the numbers. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes you can use a statistic, right? And I know that there are pockets of groups of people. It's just crazy to me that it's just like everybody in this particular community, for some reason, they could believe, like, because they look for all this factual shit to believe, right? But that they can believe that they was Hebrew Israelite, they could believe the Moors, they could believe all of this shit, but they can't believe
I can explain
that part. That's always been a little weird to me. You could believe that you was the first people on this continent, But it's why all the other shit too is weird to me.
This the reason why I don't like when I have to kind of like recognize what Chef is trying to say when he's saying history, and we have our history conversation, because this is not a historic community, even though we kind of meet through similar interest of history, right? Like one of the things that I know is like an entry point into this like little thing is
Dr. York.
Not Dr. York. What's that convention they had for Constantine? That, the Nicene conference, right?
The Council of Nicaea.
The
Yes.
Council of Nicaea, exactly. Like those particular things are like those particular events in history are like what kind of bring people into the community. So you get a hold of something like that, and then that's how you find your way onto the side of the panel.
But the Council of Nicaea is debated amongst Christians and Muslims as well. Like Muslims try to use the Council of Nicaea to discredit the gospel, right? And certain Christians that are Unitarians try to attack Trinitarians by bringing up the Council of Nicaea. You know?
You know what Trinitarians is in New York? I'm just saying.
Trinitarios.
Yeah, you know what that is, you know what that is in New York City.
Yeah, the Dominican niggas
that's the gang. That's the gang that pulled that kid out of that corner store.
Yeah, I met them when I was working at Rikers.
Yeah, and murdered him.
Junior, they killed Junior.
What was his name again?
Junior, they killed Junior.
Yeah, Junior.
Yeah, I met them. They wild. And the name
is that any connection to the religion at all, or no?
No, it comes from a group of 3 Dominicans that liberated Santo Domingo from Haitian control.
Okay.
They called themselves the Trinitarios. So it's kind of some hate shit against like Haitians.
Oh, they said that Dr. Henry Clark found out that Louis Farrakhan was compromised. That he actually explained that eyebrow thing. Was Dr. Henry Clark was he blind?
Later in life.
Okay. Every time y'all post him and something he says, his eyes are closed. Reggie does that too. So I don't know if that's like a thing they do in talking, or I didn't know if he was blind.
I do it too. Because what it does is that when I started learning, the first thing I learned was to draw a chalkboard in the back of my mind. So sometimes when I listen to people, I close my eyes because I'm writing on that mental chalkboard. That's why I could cheat, because I would read something and write it on that mental chalkboard and go into the test and read back the mental chalkboard. I did this so long that I became great at it. That I set up a mental chalkboard and I said, I need to remember this. And I write it and I close my eyes and I write it.
Okay.
So I have a mental chalkboard in the back of my mind that I use all the time. So if I'm focusing on you, there's nothing that you can say that I'm not going to write down on my mental chalk and then use back at you. Not many persons couldn't do it. He didn't like doing it.
You know, it's just every time I see him, I've noticed that Reggie does it, but every time I see the post, he's always got his eyes closed. I didn't know if he was blind or not.
No, I'm reading from the back of my mind. Trust me. It sounds crazy, no. You never ever think about it. But after you reach a certain age, you can't do it again, or you can't. But when you're young,
I was more comfortable when you said he was blind.
Yes.
Like it actually made more sense now. I don't know what that is.
You know what it is. Because you know what it is. But somebody had to teach you when they're young. Like you teach your children when they're young. So all right, sometimes just try doing it in the head. It's like chess move. It's like you visualize that. The person who taught me used to do chess. Him say you don't need a board to play chess. Just lock your eyes and see the board. You have 64 square, 32 of them black, 32 of them white. All right. The pawn go here, the pawn go there. Let's play.
That's how prisoners. I watched a documentary. I think it was on Rikers. How those prisoners that get really good at chess, they can literally play from cell to cell, just playing in their mind, and they both can visualize the board without the board.
Right. Yeah, and you can visualize everything with a blackboard. You visualize it, but it's easy to get confused. It's easy to get confused. You have to panelize it after a while. They start with 1, and they end up with 2 and 3 and 4. When I was like 16, I had like 5 boards in the back of my mind. So I would just read the paper one time, write it down in the back of my mind, go into the test, pass it, and then erase the blackboard. Don't remember nothing of that shit. But get an 80. And people ask me, how you do it?
I got a question to the panel real quick. So say you are an atheist and you don't believe in God per se, right? But say like you do worship a living human, and you worship their word as like law per se, like a person walking amongst you. Like say for instance, you don't worship God, but you worship like Noble Drew Ali, or you don't worship God, but you don't worship Allah, but you worship Farrakhan. Would you still does it have to be a God in regards to atheism?
Yeah, so in terms of like atheism as a concept, it has to deal with non-belief in something divine. So like, so long as you understand that a human is a human, or it's a part of the natural world, and it's not beyond that, you're still with atheism.
But what about the people that believed in Dr. York?
If they believe Dr. York is some sort of being, then no, they wouldn't be atheists. But if they understood this is a very charismatic human being and nothing more than a man, then they're within it. But obviously there was a bunch of people that saw him as some sort of divine being.
Oh, wouldn't they all have to have seen him as a divine being? Didn't he say he was from another planet?
So technically, even if some aliens touch down today, just because they're from another planet, that doesn't make them divine or supernatural. They're still a part of the natural world if they're from another planet.
How could you be from the natural world if you're what? Hold on, whoever doing dishes, mute your mic.
I'm saying
is like if we found out there were beings on Neptune and they came to Earth, Neptune is still a part of the natural world.
Right. But I'm not saying beings from Neptune. I'm saying a person walking in front of you that you are listening to, and he's guiding you or giving you information, but he says he's from another planet. He would have to be divine, right?
No.
He's a human. He's not an alien.
According to common sense, yes, I agree with you.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. If aliens got here, they'd be aliens. I'm saying if a motherfucker that look like you, breathe like you, has lungs like you, hair, eyes, everything like you, was born in Boston or some shit or wherever Maryland, Baltimore to be specific. And then he's telling you, I'm from the planet whatever, or any party. It don't gotta be him. I'm using him as an example. If a person from Baltimore or Maryland tells you he's from another planet, you'd have to somehow assign some divine qualities to him, because how did he get here?
No, because we
don't. I heard the nigga was from this weird spacecraft. I came on a spaceship type of bullshit. Hey, like
I heard that nigga was from Jersey.
Yeah, it wasn't divine. It's not divine because all the human mind think. Even when we read Superman's story, he's an alien from Krypton. I'm just using a fictional character for what you said. We don't see him as divine because he never presents himself as divine.
But
he could have presented himself.
But if we lived in if Metropolis was a real place, and this motherfucker was flying, you can't shoot him, and all kind of other shit, and he looked like us, talk like us, he would be divine.
All right.
No, I'm saying like that's a cartoon. Remember, we're talking about a person walking the face of this earth with us right now. Not a movie, not a cartoon, not a TV show.
Yeah. No, I'm just using the fictional character to say how human beings think, how they interpret divinity. And you're right. Depends on if the person call himself divine also. Right? Depends. It depends on if I call myself divine. because ordinary people who can do extraordinary things today jump through the roof, them get worship. Jordan get worship. If Jordan come tomorrow and tell many of these niggas, God came to me when I was a child and touched me on my legs and tell me that you'll be special and you're to go there and make an impression, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with my talking to God, God visits me regularly since, and he helped me get my wealth. All you have to do is join me. Jordan will get 1 million people tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, but
Easy.
there's also the human mind. Like, you know, we make excuses for fantastical shit all the time. Like Muhammad was said to have split the moon and rode a Pegasus. So like, and people still try to say, oh no, Muhammad wasn't divine, even though he split the moon, because there's justification to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so people try to justify even when they know someone's doing something that's not humanly possible.
I think
But did they? I apologize. Go ahead, sister.
What Brass is saying to me is that what is the difference between you believing in a white Jesus or talking down on some of the Abrahamic faiths or whatever, if you're going to turn around and be believing a nigga that's walking around here, but he still is saying the same sort of religious, those still religious undertones are there. So we're not.
I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah, so in that sense, they would be religious. So if a person would say, "Oh, I'm an atheist," but they following Dr. York, who talks about these spiritual things and these religious things, they are not an atheist because they're believing still in something spooky and all this nonsense.
Yeah, because
or like the Kemetic atheists, that's like that believe in all this weird Kemetic shit.
Yeah,
like,
if you're a Kemetic atheist, but you believe in the laws of Ma'at and your heart's going to be weighed, but I'm an atheist, though. I don't believe in no God, but your heart, when you die, is going to be weighed and light as a feather and all of that. Is there another word for that?
But Brasto, I will say that people who believe in those things, they wouldn't term themselves as an atheist. So if you're talking about a brother Jabari, so a brother Jabari is not an atheist. Even a brother who's following Dr. whoever, they're not an atheist, but it's still the same sort of religious or God type of connotation there.
Yeah, like I know I've heard people in that Black Egypt conversation be fully talking to me about their atheism. And then turn around and start talking to me about the shit I ain't gonna say the shit. The pictures and the writings on the walls and the sun god this and the sun god that, but they atheists because they don't believe in Jesus Christ or you don't believe in Allah or whatever, but you believe that, and that's a God type. I'm not saying it because it's Africa. I mean, if you believe in something that's African, or because you study it, but they believed in gods and you believe in that too, but you'll still tell me in your next breath you're not atheist. I mean that you are an atheist. It's just strange to me. It's just strange. But it's not to be explained because
it's like, to be honest with you, as an atheist, I recognize a lot of atheists are really just church hurt. Like they really just got a problem with Christianity and or Islam. They don't have the same energy for a lot of the other spiritual and religious traditions. All of their anger is really dwelling from being church hurt because more than likely they had a bad personal experience with Christianity or Islam.
Okay. And this is no disrespect to anybody that believes in that. I'm not necessarily talking to you. It's just even in doing some research, and Chef, when you get a chance, you can send me those PDFs. I'm not gonna do that show on the Black Church till Monday. I'm gonna be busy on Friday. But
yeah, Brass, email, by the way. I'm ready for our show. I sent you.
Oh yeah. I got it. We can do that show. We'll have to do that show on Monday, Friday, Saturday. I'm gonna take a little trip. It's gonna be nice. So I'm gonna take the family on a trip this weekend. So we could do that show on Monday or Tuesday morning.
Yeah, because I can only do it tomorrow or Friday or Monday. I'm not free Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I'm done. It's gonna be nice. I'm gonna take the family. I don't know where we're gonna go, but we're gonna go somewhere. But yeah, and this is to no shots to commissions or people that follow. It's not that. It's just like I said, I always look for the hypocrisy in me, but then I also look for the hypocrisy of, it's just so many atheists in this community that is just, I'm just finding it difficult to believe, and I think maybe they're pressured atheists, or they're actually following another human being, and that's why they're atheists, per se. Because most people, if you ask them, I don't really think they know. And based on the statistics of the world, somebody lying. You know, I do, statistics don't work specifically like this, but it's like if you get in a room full of 50 black men and you ask, well, who's HIV positive in this room? And all 50, no, hell no, couldn't be me. Well, just a short run of the stats, that's not, or homosexual, or, you know, something. It just don't make sense because the stats don't say that. So.
Well, now we know it's not the majority here. There's only 4. So now we know that. It's not the majority. It's just 4, I believe.
I would read your comment, natural living, but I'm from Ohio, and I'll be damned if I say the state that the state that you from. Where is Oli and them at? I think this is a conversation for them. Maybe I could. Maybe Oli and them could do the show on a nighttime, and I'll jump on the panel and see where we at. Because I don't believe in all these atheists. 4.5 what?
How can it be 4.5, stupid? No.
It depends on my pain level.
Listen, when you get into that car, and that car about to hit that car in front of you, trust and believe. Trust and believe. You're gonna start calling on God, bro. I don't care how tough you are.
Yeah.
I don't care how dangerous you are. You're gonna be calling on God. When that guy got that gun in your face,
I remember when I was behind a wall. I was behind a wall one night, and I was pinned down. And Jesus saved me that night. I know that Jesus saved me. I felt His presence.
Yeah, but you're an atheist.
No, I tell you, it depends on my pain level.
At least that's why I fuck with you, Stu. At least you're honest, bro.
I tell you, it depends on my pain level. Hey, the first time my heart grabbed me, nobody knows about a heart attack. When your heart grab you, it's like your whole body. You feel it from your toe to your fingernail.
Wait. Are you describing a heart attack? You said when your heart grabs you. Damn.
Yeah. That's it. Feel like somebody just grab your heart, pop it, and hold it, and pain just shoots through all of you. I said, "Oh, it's a Jesus." I get fucked.
Yeah, you start talking. Hey, I think you're gonna start talking to God right there. Oh God, please listen. Whatever I do,
you want to get to God, take some shrooms.
Whatever. Oh man, see, this is last call. Last call.
God in Jamaican.
That was.
How you think most religious thought started from
about all I can say. Last call. Y'all got anything else, bro?
No. What you said? Sheffrin is asking that question. What you said, Sheffrin? Yeah.
I ain't hear Sheffrin. You know he's talking.
Yeah, somebody was asking that question. But trust me, when that heart grab you, it's like even instantly eye water start running. Shit, this pain. This is pain. Yeah. And I had a root canal that went bad. And the dentist was out of town and I polyped the weekend. So I know pain. And I've had a stab in my eye. I've had a